And another warm welcome to the Landing Casino here on Jeju Island, South Korea. Ali Najad and the Czar Brian Rast at the desk, bringing you a very action-packed edition of the Triton Super High Roller Series here today. Rast, yesterday, obviously, we drew the curtain on the four-deck streets. It was the 50K pot limit Omaha. And I know when you got to the desk today, I was chatting with you to see just how much of it you had had the opportunity to soak up. And you said, well, I didn't catch heads up. And I don't know how to tell you this. I'm not going to give too many spoilers because we're going to go to the highlights, but you didn't miss much, unfortunately. And neither did Ding Biao. There goes the spoiler. Did you get up to anything? You invited me to lunch today. Truth be told, 20 minutes ago, I was in a shower, Rast. You got an early start.
Not too early. I mean, I got up not too long before lunchtime. I'm up late, waking up late here. Been here for a while. The place is wearing, staying up late. But yeah, no, the little cafe over there is good. Lunch is fine. You know, missed you, buddy.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Without further ado, for those of you that may have missed it, let us flash back to yesterday's crowning of our final PLO champ. It was perhaps one of the most interesting collections of final table lists ever assembled at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Look at these two legends, so many pots between them throughout the years. Patrick Antonius will take the 9-8-7-5 into battle, the Ace-King-Jack-7 into battle. And unfortunately, on the turn, he would fall to the 9-8-7-5 of Phil Ivey. Jack-high straight for Ivey would send Antonius home in 7th with 200K, just in front of Nacho Barbero, who hoisted the title in the 30K PLO just a day ago. Nacho would finish 8th. Ole Shemian then, another legendary entity. Ace-Ace 10-4 up against King-King 10-5. All of a sudden, threats to those aces, which were looking so wonderful, courtesy of these backdoor diamonds, which would come barging in. And barging out would be Shemian. $247,000 for his 6th place efforts. Ding Biao involved once more. Diamonds a part of the process. $525,000. Steven Chidwick decided that he wanted to take his stand. Already in the big blind, Queen 8-6 deuce. Badugi not ideal and not doing well on the 7-3-3 board. And then all of a sudden, he found a deuce. The million was poised to go his way, but that river would give Ding Biao the wheel as the gut shot in more ways than one. Chidwick, 5th place for 317. And boss, Paul Pua, squared off with Ivy.
No pay. Many a little back door. You spread time back.
Post flop, $2.5 million out there. Pua really didn't have a whole lot and was hoping he wasn't up against 2 pair.
2 pair. I'm dead.
Ivy defended and led out.
5.
Wheel draw came in on the turn, but only 1 pair of aces. By the time the river was dealt, would leave Paul Pua out in 4th for $401,000. Ivy, boss stack, played a 3-way hand here. Blesnik came out swinging for $300,000 with top pair. He was out kicked, didn't know it. The monotone texture, that which one needs to keep an eye on here, as look at the Blez. Case Queen on the turn.
Queen.
How do you call me?
Got it in and got a taste of Phil Ivey. 3rd place finish for him, $490,000. He was slightly incredulous at the idea that Ivy would have called with just 1 pair on that all-heart board. So then, with his departure, Ivy was left to square off with Ding Biao heads up. 7-6-4, 2 diamonds, flush draw, and he would put 2/3 of his remaining stack out there. Just 7s and 4s for Ding Biao. Not good enough once the turn rolled off, and Ivy made the flush, but on the river.
Okay.
As through most of heads up, evidenced perhaps by the okay issued by Phil Ivey. Ding Biao Getting it done. $755,000 was the haul for Phil Ivey. $1.1 million for Ding Biao, his second ever Triton title to go along with his the first ever seven-figure PLO payout. This is Ding Biao's seventh cash here in Jeju, Ras. His second seven-figure payout. He did pick up a second-place finish in the 150K two-card streets for $2.87 million. And when we're talking about guys who have really caught our attention in a very serious way, this was a bit of a breakout stop for Ding Biao. And I think based on your observations, you would agree.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 7 tournaments, cashed second, right, for
Yep.
2-point-something million. I mean, he probably cashed for over $4 million in total.
And we're not done yet. Just FYI, we still got some short deck to play.
7 tournaments. I mean, how many have there been? Like maybe 10 or 11 that he played. So that's a monster stop for him.
I mean, obviously, we can just pop right in here and take a look at the track record.
Player of the
here in
leaderboard.
Jeju. Well, obviously, player of the festival implications, no question about that. But just take a look at this. 5th in the 30K PLO. First in the 50K PLO. Back-to-back FTs there. You scroll down to March 12th. That's the second place finish in the 150K. And then you've got that cash in the mystery bounty along with 2 cashes to start the festival off. He's just finding bags. He's finding FTs. He's finding the money. And, you know, there's snowball effects that go on out there. And
it's a lot of yellow.
Yeah, no question. And the effects also can be witnessed in terms of player of the festival as you take a look down here and see him currently in 3rd. A little bit more on that later. Do want to get myself back over, though, to the Phil Ivey aspect. You know, he's got 5 titles. He's a guy that we talked about being an absolute closer. You know this well from having had to rumble with him in the tournament and cash game streets. Denied the opportunity to be the second ever player with the Triton Trident. And by that I mean a win in 2-card streets, 4-card streets, and short deck. Didn't have that PLO victory on his resume. Coming in, obviously, would have been so nice because he is such a well-rounded player.
Oh, no doubt. I think you can say pretty definitively right now that Ivey's back. You know, he probably has already been back, but, you know, it's just very clear at this point. He's back in form, playing great again. All the games. I mean, listen, he might not have a PLO Trident yet here, but he's a great PLO player.
Yep.
You know, I actually think I did watch most of the final table yesterday. He really showed his chops. A lot of really nice decisions. I mean, even that play versus Jared, him taking one off on the flop, he kind of knew his man on that one. Maybe Jared was betting light. Had another 1 or 2 great hands he played against Jared. He might have had a little... Listen, Jared's a great PLO player, really tough. Phil made a lot of good decisions versus Jared. Like, Jared does some things differently.
Yep.
And maybe, you know, Phil had a little bead on what was going on there, which most players didn't. Jared did a lot of nasty things to people throughout that tournament.
Yeah.
Played great. But Phil, you know, just made good decisions at the final table at least.
And I would say that Phil has probably more experience against Jared than the average bear out there. So the scouting report was in.
Yeah, they play. So there's some of these big mixed games in Vegas. Not all of them are like the Bobby's Room limit game. There's also this one at Aria that goes pretty frequently where there's 100 big blind cap, more big bet games. And, you know, Phil and Jared and I have played there together. So those two guys have a bit of experience playing together. This wasn't like their first time rumbling, even though you haven't seen much of Jared here at Triton.
I'll take the over on a bit. And on the topic of over, how about over 8 figures now for Phil Ivey in terms of career Triton earnings? Wonderful, but not able to break free as he and Danny Tang rest with 5 titles. So then, with all but 4 events in the books at present, it is that player of the festival race that I want to draw some attention to. We flip it back into the app. Roman Hrabets, obviously, up top, 1,524 points, a title under his belt. Sergio Aido has made waves. That which we're going to, you know, zero in on a little bit here is Ding Biao and Mike Watson, as they're still in the hunt coming into today as we pick up action in that 25K short deck. Forgive me, Ding Biao not in right now, but they're the guys who are threatening. You know what I'm saying?
Who are still here and still playing tournaments.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Implication for player of the year, of course, as I go back to the Season 3 list. This is all happening in the Triton Poker Plus app, by the way, for those maybe less familiar. Accessible is all of this data. And there is Danny Tang, player of the year, 2,847 points, still in front of Jason Kuhn, who was second coming in. Dan DeVoris now sliding in front of Jason Kuhn. And there's Nacho Barbero. Ivy, sixth. So, you know, a couple of stops. This one coming to a close. Our next one already announced in Montenegro. And the jockeying could very well continue. Nacho, the only non-short deck player, so he's not going to be picking up any further points. So,
well, here at least, but he's still live.
Right.
The closing stop is Montenegro.
Correct.
Next, where there
Correct.
isn't short deck, is my understanding.
No, I understand that we're just going to keep it to PLO. Obviously, on the European continent, there's going to be a lot more enthusiasm for that particular form of poker. With the PLO now behind us, then, final 3 days of coverage here in Jeju. It's going to be no deuces through fives, all short deck action. That which really made the Triton Super High Roller Series famous, and obviously its roots coming in the Far East. Macau games, massive, just the stuff of legend and lore. You know, no one who wasn't there really knows exactly what was going on, but those who were, many of them are here now in the genesis of the tour. Some trace back to that. 52 entries from 33 uniques. We're going to get the day started on the final table. 9 players were paid. That final table is going to consist of just 7 players. It was a pretty big bubble hand as we had Richard Young versus Mike Watson. Richard, unfortunately, you know, there were some shorter stacks out there. He decided he wanted to attack from the cutoff against Watson's button. Watson woke up with the needles, and then that would do it for one of our Triton co-founders. The payouts, $64,000 for 7th, $380,000 up top for first, and I can get us right to that breakdown as we take a look back inside the app. There it is, 380, and you see the distributions. Every payout from this point forward going to include a ladder. Sir Watts in the lead, more than 2x Mikita Badzikuski, who is in second. Now, the other person, as I get rid of these payouts and show you those chip counts, that I want to talk about is Ren Lin, because there were speculations by yourself and Will Jaffe at the desk that Ren was fairly inexperienced in terms of short deck, and I think this isn't posturing. Ren very much is getting his feet wet out there and performing well.
Yeah, so Ren yesterday, you know, made a comment. You know, there were some things with the play. It seemed like he really wasn't sure what to do in a few spots. But then beyond that, he literally made the comment, you know, when he had a couple limp folds, you know, hey guys, and this was when we were like 5 off of the money. You know, if I cash this one, I'll reg the next one, kind of implying like, you know, maybe keep me around. I'll fire the next one. We'll see what happens. Don't bust me, guys.
I love when he would go sailing in, and then he would say, no snap call, please, like every single time that he did it, because obviously we know once we get snap call, things can be a little bit dicey depending on what we've got, no matter what we've got for that matter in short deck.
Sure. And then looking at his record, it appears he hasn't played a Triton, a short deck at Triton before. Knowing a little bit about him, his mannerisms, what he was saying, just felt like detective-wise kind of pieced together that maybe this was his first short deck tournament.
Certainly not the first short deck tournament for Seth Davies and Lun Loon, although they are very short coming into this one. You see them down toward the bottom, 24 antes, 22 antes. In terms of the cutoff, Rasty, you know, we always talk about that 10 big blind threshold in regular 2-card long deck tournament streets. What's your sense of when we're short in short deck? Yeah,
great question, Ali. So what you want to do is compare how many pots you have, which takes a little bit of math, but like, you know, in a 10 big blinds is basically 4 pots, right? Because there's 2.5 blinds in the pot. Okay, so in short deck, the total number of antes would be what's in the pot. So with 7 players, there's 8 antes. So 4 would be, the equivalent of 10 big blinds would be like 32 if you had 32 antes in your stack.
And that's your threshold where suddenly we begin to feel the menace in terms of being gobbled alive by those antes. Every hand we're posting.
Yeah, same thing, because it's kind of this, you know, that would be 4 orbits where you, if you didn't play a hand, you would blind out, which would be the same at, you know, at a traditional game with blinds.
Yeah. Well, all right. We're about 30 seconds from getting you down to the action. Luca Vivaldi is going to be handling the intros. Mikita Badzikuski with a very nice seat draw in terms of being to the left of Mike Watson. He had to play to the right of Sir Watts for some time, so obviously the smile being worn on his face and his thumbnail is with good reason, and with good reason. We trust our always bespoke tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, to welcome the final
first
set.
short deck of this series, a 25K 2-bullet event, has seen 52 entries. We're down to a final table of 7, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1 from China with 1.8 million, please welcome Tony Ren Lin.
China's Ren Lin. You'll never miss him when he's at the table. Big personality, big results, 1.4 million in career Triton earnings. This is 7th cash.
Our seat number 2 is also from China with 1.7 million. Please welcome Dong Chen.
Dong Chen made plenty of good decisions and showed plenty of discipline en route to this final table. Here at his first ever Triton Festival, this is his 4th cash and first FT.
Seat number 3 from Malaysia with 2.3 million. Please put your hand together for Wai-Kin Yong.
Well, 2.3 million, and how about 4 Triton titles? Looking to join Danny Tang and Phil Ivey in the Elite 5 title club. This is his 18th career Triton cash, first in Jeju.
Seat number 5 with 945,000 from the US. Please welcome Seth Davis.
Zeroing in on over 7 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 22nd career Triton cash and 6th here in Jeju. Davies looking to spin it up.
Seat number 6 with 860,000 from Malaysia. Please welcome Lun Loon.
Lun Loon, 2.1 million plus in career Triton earnings. This is going to be his 12th career Triton cash and his 5th here in Jeju, 3rd FT.
5.5 million for our seat 7 from Canada. Our chip leader, please welcome Mike Watson.
Watson, a smooth operator, 9 million plus in career Triton earnings, hunting his 3rd title, set up nicely as the chip leader coming in here, enjoying his 6th cash in Jeju.
Last but not least, with 2.5 million, please welcome in seat number 8 from Belarus, Mikita Bazakowski.
Makita enjoying his 4th cash in Jeju, his 26th overall. He too hunts a 5th title. 18.5 million in career Triton earnings for the Belarusian.
The button has been drawn in seat number 5 on set. We still have 24 minutes remaining on level 16. Ante of 40,000, button ante of 80,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Daniela, shuffle up and deal, please.
So cards are going to get in the air as you get a look at the chip counts all in one place. Brought to you by our official staking partners over at Poker Stake. And there are the payouts. The jump that's on tap, roughly 16,000, 15.5 to be exact, of this total prize pool of $1.3 million. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker. Largest gap will be the one between 2nd and 1st, but not negligible whatsoever, the gap between 3rd and 2nd. Those are the 2 roughly 6-figure hops that we're going to be taking.
Yeah, that's something to notice. Not always the same. I mean, just even looking at the PLO payouts, third is healthy in this one.
177,500 for that bronze medal haul. Welcome to those of you joining us, and it won't take long for you to notice something different on your screen. If you were expecting No Limit Hold'em, the action starts directly to the left of the double ante, which is posted on the button, and the button is last act pre-flop. As a result,
another way that you could think about this, it might be easier, would be everybody's a small blind and the button's a big blind.
Yeah.
And you could call the small blind an ante. And so 1 ante, 2 ante, because the ante, unlike what you're traditionally used to, is not pulled in. So in that sense, if you're used to, how it operates more from Hold'em, it's kind of like everyone's a small blind and it just starts to the left of the big blind, which is on the button. And that would describe it perfectly. However, let's just kind of transmute it linguistically, and instead of calling it small blinds and big blinds, from now on we're going to say, 1 ante or 2 antes.
So a 3-way affair as Ren's limp draws in Wai-Kin Yong. Seth Davies says, let's take a peek. And that peek delivers a gutter and bottom pair to Wai-Kin. That's the best of what's around. The other distinction between long deck and short deck, and apologies for the redundancy for those who are familiar with short deck, we are looking to educate those who aren't. An ace, much like in its long deck counterpart, can be played as the small straight, but unlike serving as a 1 below the deuce, it actually plays as a 5. Deuces through 5 stripped out of the deck.
Yeah, so the short deck wheel would be the ace through 9 straight, ace, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another thing which is not possibly relevant in this hand is that flushes are actually stronger than full houses. So, you know, should the 8 of hearts come, Ren Lin would actually have a lockdown on this hand with a flush. Because why King Yang couldn't beat it with a full house. Would actually have to make quads in order to beat it then.
6 on the turn as Lin hunting hearts. Far fewer of them in the deck when we strip the deuces through 5s, hence the reason why full houses fall to flushes in short deck. Another one of those distinctions that we touch on. Action went check, check on the turn. Board pairs. Lin with a tiny bit of showdown value.
Yeah, realistically speaking, not very much. You would think that if somehow 6s and jacks were good, why can Will find some bluffs? So Ren bluffing himself does make some sense here.
Now Wykin does block the straight with the 10.
Ren probably plays a straight fast on the flop. I would think Ren's mostly, given that this was limped pre, he's kind of repping hands like ace queen or like jack 10, king jack now, and which are all very credible. And as you can see, Wykin gave him credit for that.
That he did.
Oh, Chen.
Not folding
Lucky,
the heads
lucky.
up, it
Go
looks
star,
like.
go star.
It's a nice play by Ren there, actually, who maybe, you know, he's been in the chair for a while now, getting some reps at short deck, clearly a talented player, and I already noticed just a difference in his mannerisms and just how he played that. Yesterday, it was kind of striking how unsure he sort of looked in a lot of spots, and he just played that confidently, found a nice bluff on the river, and it worked.
I'll tell you what, Rast, you've learned games on the fly throughout the course of your career.
Yeah.
And you know that if you're playing with guys who have introduced you to this game and have some aptitude, there is a lot that you can pick up through the full course of one day, as Ren Lin had that opportunity to watch some real sharp short deck minds do their thing out there.
I'm sure it was more than that. Like, listen, there's a lot of relationships out here. It's very possible that not only yesterday
Small red card.
at the table he had a few conversations with people,
Like 8 of
but
hearts
probably
and
away
maybe.
from the table on breaks, telling someone a hand, asking an opinion. So in addition to just watching people play and getting that kind of feedback,
Was
which
it
I'm
8 of
sure he
hearts?
got,
Something like this?
my guess is he also got a lot of feedback off the table, especially as he
maybe.
started to go farther in the tournament, like bubble, now final table, you know, getting primers, help from people. So yeah, he's probably gotten, by jumping in there, jumping into the fire, my guess is he's gotten a full crash course, you know, lesson on this.
Yeah.
Not only from playing, but also from probably help from friends or even just acquaintances here.
And overnight, when you know that you're coming into an FT 380,000 up top and you're staring at a lot of guys that have plenty of short deck on their resume, any and all available parties who can kind of coach you through, you know, after you wrap things up last night, you're going to be looking for that. Or this morning coming in, you know, reach out, some texts. As you talked about, you know, it takes a village sometimes.
No, it's certainly. And that one of the kind of cool things about short deck is that, listen, short deck's a beautiful game. It's a rich game. I'm not saying that it's easy, but, you know, there are 16 less cards in the deck. Just fundamentally, it is a little bit simpler than No Limit Hold'em or PLO.
Not
In
to
my
suggest
opinion,
there's no
that's-
art to it, because
but-
there very much is.
Yes. And also, I mean, that's like saying chess is simpler than Go. Chess is simpler than Go if you analyze it as a game, that doesn't mean chess isn't really complex.
Right.
Right? So, you know, it's no slight on short deck saying it's a little bit less complicated than these two super complicated rich games that we always watch. That said, it does make it just maybe a little bit easier once you get some lessons to pick it up on the fly. Like jump in there, take some shots. There's some pretty basic stuff. For example, when people come in, how they come in, what that means about their range, right? Usually the guy limping behind a limper or the second limper behind the limper, you can start taking them off certain hands like aces and ace king and kings almost always. And right, and like who hits the 6 and 7x because they're not limping in early position in a limped pot is almost always the button, maybe the cutoff in like a 5-way pot. Just little things like that that can then help you play post flop. Not too tough.
What? Egg tomato?
Ren
Is that curry too?
chose to limp the 10-8 offsuit there, flopped the flush draw on the ace-jack-6 monotone board, sprinkled and took it down. Here he is now under the gun, queen 10 suited.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, when you're coming in and learning new games, I think just having kind of a good theoretical understanding of poker super helpful, because then once you're like, oh, okay, this flop is better for the player who's going to have this type of range or not, and what does that mean you do? The idea of like, what kind of bet sizing should I pick? It might help you kind of just guess better in those spots. Now, that doesn't mean you're always going to guess right, but very helpful. And clearly, Ren, you know, does have a pretty good understanding of poker. Like, he's in there playing No Limit, PLO. I've seen him playing mixed games at the WSOP before. So, you know, he's a guy who understands poker pretty well. And, you know, props, kudos to him that he's just hopping in there, because you always love to see it. Like, there's really great players here at this tour at Triton and elsewhere who smash one game, but you never see him try one of the other games at the festival, right? Like a great No Limit player doesn't play PLO or short deck. But Ren's in here gambling, love to see it.
And the case 10 has found its way to the board here in a 3-way pot. Ren kicked things off limping under the gun, as we mentioned. Suited one gapper for Wykin, drew him forward. Ren's check leaves Wykin firing. And of course, with the buttons serving as blind money, you will oftentimes see this middle player take a shot at the pot, you know, especially on boards that contain sort of that range of cards we expect a lot of the limping to maybe interact with more nicely than the 2 random cards on the button that didn't choose to shoot it up.
Yes. And so I think Wykin is betting this board more because of his range than specifically his hand. And you can see it actually ended up paying off because he got the best hand out.
Right, and now out kicks Bads, continues to do so on this 6 of diamonds turn, which gives him a flush draw. 560 in the middle. It doesn't have to be Jack X for Makita over there.
No, not at all. Makita could have all kinds of straight draws, flush draws, a 10 himself. So because of that, and because Wykin picks up diamonds here, I think he feels more robust about check calling his hand. So he's going to play it like that on the turn, kind of see what Makita does. Now in short deck, there's a lot more incentive in these type of spots to kind of protect against draws. So sometimes you see guys occasionally bet hands you might be a little confused coming from hold'em, just because it's worth so much in a game like this to bet equity out, and people have surprising amount of equities with gut shots, overcards, these type of things. Almost the same, and in that sense when people say short deck is similar to PLO, that's why. Because in PLO you get a lot of times there where a guy's not betting because he wants to call off stacks, but you just probably have the best hand. You want to charge draws that end up folding or weird, goofy hands that have equity.
9 on the river means these guys are going to chop it up as it went check, check, turn, and on the end. Wykin doesn't look particularly amused, but he'll be all right. My favorite, not to take us away from short deck, PLO story that was kind of triggered in my mind by virtue of what you were saying was a gentleman had his cards all in. Yeah, had his cards, he was all in against another player who had, you know, nuts on the turn or whatever it is, and looked over and said, "Son, I got no pair, and you can't win." Because you can just really have so much equity. In fact, you can be a favorite
Yes,
in certain
certainly.
spots, you know, with hands like that. No
Yeah.
pair, but you have the wrap, and you have the flush draw, and all kinds of goodies.
So did he end up winning that one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't there. It's just a story I heard.
Okay.
It was a Len Ashby story, I think.
Yeah,
Legendary PLO player.
Len's a good storyteller.
One of the best. No stories being told here. That's why, Kim. Limps. You saw the nines.
Seth just folds the nines, which is a little bit on the tight side, but it's probably an ICM thing here, and really trying to preserve his chips. You know, kind of a battle with Lun Loon to see who can go out first, and Seth has the lead ahead of time. Also, these pairs here, you have to realize, nines, you take out deuces through fives, all of a sudden, most of the deck is an overcard, so it's near impossible oftentimes to win the pot unimproved. So you're kind of just set lining with them.
Jack 10 suited is a hand near and dear to any short deck player. One that performs incredibly well against a wide variety of holdings, and
So
Lun
not
Loon
down
has
today.
decided,
Easy.
650, right?
let's do this. Lycan seeking a count.
And he's going to be surprised here that he's actually dominating and pretty far ahead of the Jack 10. And we could see even the Jack of clubs got folded, so...
Won't be surprised, though, that Loon chose this particular hand to do it with off of a short stack, one of those sub-4 pot kind of things that you were talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are a good number of hands that don't call, like Queen 10 off, King 10 off. You know, maybe
In full deck,
even,
the hearts are better. But in short deck, diamonds.
you know, a lot of these hands. So he does get some better hands that dominate him to fold. It plays, this hand plays really well against Ace King, has surprising equity against Aces Kings.
From a gutter to a double gutter on the turn, as Loon hasn't connected yet, but does threaten. 8 outs, and there it is. And note, by the way, these beats are not as dirty as they would feel in long deck. The gutters just come in far more often.
Yeah, pre-flop he was less than a 2-to-1 dog in terms of winning percent, and they had some chops.
太短啦，不知道怎么打，再付下去没筹码啦。
But being 2-to-1 dog in short deck is pretty significant in terms of pre-flop equities, which is, you know, different than Hold'em. Obviously, in Hold'em, you get those pair over pair spots where it's 80-20, right? 4-to-1. You know, if you're dominating like Ace King to Ace Jack, like that's well over 2-to-1 favorite.
Diamond 9.
So in Hold'em, there are, you know, spots where you're just a massive dog, and yeah, short deck 2-to-1 is kind of massive. Like you can be worse than that, but you know, it starts to get pretty hard. Like Ace King is a favorite versus 10s. Yeah.
Optically, that one's always weird if you're a first-time observer of short deck.
Yeah.
King Jack suited. No first-timer here in Seth Davies. Takes us to 350,000. That's half of his remaining stack.
Yeah, the stop and go jam. And Stong Chen want to tango with him here with Ace 9 of hearts. $700K is about half his chips, so it's significant investment for him to fight against Seth there, and he decides it's not worth it.
And you can't always presume that Seth is simply going to go ripping away no matter what post-flop in a situation like that. He's going to try to preserve, maybe realize if he flops super dusty,
但係 subject 是太靚。
Yeah, it's not always, but I think the money's going in very often. And, you know, Ace 9 is going to have a lot of tough decisions in those spots.
10萬嚟嘅啖。
Can also have hands that dominate him, can easily have Ace Jack, Ace Queen. Now again, Ace 9 suited's not performing as badly as you think. With the wraparound option of being able to make the wheel. I mean, Ace 9 is kind of like the Ace 5. It's one of the hands that performs the best as an Ace X hand, even though it's dominated, you know, by Ace Jack off.
考慮把它閉着眼睛打的時候，那他媽掉了。
And we do see it 3-bet sometimes as well, just based on the merits.
Yes, yes, because kind of like Ace 5, since it performs better against some dominated, you know, Ace King, which is always getting it in with you. You're blocking aces. You know, you can get Ace 10, Ace Jack to fold. So Ace 9 and sometimes Ace 10, you know, some of these suited aces are, you'll see people play them quite aggressively in some spots based on situation and stack depths.
10-9 suited, another one of those hands that people like getting in there with.
Yeah. And so he's just open jamming for huge because 10-9 suited actually has surprisingly high equity against like aces and kings, which are hands that are not folding to this, or even like ace king. Might be the best hand against a really tight range of like aces, kings, ace king. 10-9 suited has the most equity.
One more.
No takers as Watson took it all the way up, asking for every chip. And of course, ICM pressure still applies out here. Looking at that current chip distribution, Rasty, we've got 4 players beneath the average stack of 2.2 million. That's 56 antes. Lun Yong. I'll make it 5 now as Ren Lin has slid ever so slightly beneath, but the cutoff really is Lun and now Dong Chen, Wai Kin Yong, Seth Davies in that order, with Davies being somewhat clear shorty. 6s now for Watson. Not this time.
Makita trying to decide how, if he would like to apply pressure, and if so, how. Limp, raise.
8-9 offsuit.
So yeah, he's just ripping it on these guys. Similar idea to the 9-10 suited. Now this hand not as good if you're called.
Ante.
Oh, and professional cheating.
But see, this should get through. Like Seth's probably not going to call the king, king 10 off here.
I mean, he's the second biggest stack right now, and you would really have to wake up top of range and be willing to take what could be a very thin edge if you want to stick your neck out against Bads, who covers.
Yeah, which is one of the, it makes for very interesting kind of ICM future game situations here because the equities run closer in really high risk premium ICM spots, the big stacks just, and also unlike PLO where you can only raise pot, like here you can just rip. So you're really asking someone to just play for it all, right? Like imagine if Omaha was no limit and you could just start ripping in a lot of those spots, right?
Sure.
So, you know, it's very curious. Like, yeah, you can just keep folding, but then you're kind of just letting the big stacks walk all over you. Like, is it worth it to take a stand, even if with ICM it's slightly minus EV, in order to, you know, maybe make the big stack be a little bit more afraid of doing it just no holds barred ripping all the time. So there's a lot of interesting kind of strategic future game situations in this.
Well, now you've got the big stack of Watson making it 280 in front of you. Ace King suited for Bads. Are we ever looking to play these as limps in consideration of the landscape? I mean, flats, rather?
He might, but I think Ace King he's just going to rip. Yeah, because, I mean, he picks up 560,000 if... And Watson, honestly, it's like Watson probably calls kings, but like it's not fun because Makita's kind of repping like basically, he's
30几个
A super narrow range.
yeah, super narrow range for value of like maybe kings, aces, ace king, and then he could. It's possible he could have a hand like ace 9 suited or 10-9 suited, but he, you know, probably not doing it all the time. Maybe like low frequency.
Sure.
So it's just disgusting. Like we could see he kind of snap folded jacks, right? So I mean, even though yeah, flatting could be a thing, I don't know how many people it's really going to trap. Like those two raises look strong, and once they put in 280, guys with like a million, like you don't have a ton of fold equity there. When it gets back to them, they're going to have a good price with some of their hands. So, you know, it's worth a lot to Makita just to pick that up. Look, he's at 3.5 now.
Yep. Narrowing the gap expeditiously anytime we're able to take chips from the chip leader as the man clears second. Eights. Played as a limp. Dong Chen. Down for it. Kings now for Wykins 1.3.
Yeah, and we can see the ante's gone up. So, you know, if there's 8 antes in the pot, that's 320K. He only has like 3 pots, which would be like 8 big blinds or something. Like kings is just a pretty easy jam here, even with ICM.
And if the jam was easy, the folds are even easier, both for the 8s and the Jack 9 suited.
You know, big pickup, 360K.
Well, for those so inclined, we encourage you to get over to GG Poker and get involved in what remains of the World Series of Poker Super Circuit now through the end of March. We run that and official qualifiers for the Triton Super High Roller Series. The only place to get involved in both. World's largest poker room, GG Poker. Head over today and use the promo code Triton_2024 while you're at it for some extra goodies. Sevens under the gun for Ren Lin.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cheap to limp in. That said, pretty brave limp, but definitely one of the weakest hands he would do it with. He has the 2 chip leaders on the button and in the cutoff. I believe Ren is 3rd in chips now.
Correct. Couple of King 9 suiteds for Chen and Watson. A pretty one on the button here for Bads. How often in the face of multiple limps do we go raising it up? The range is very narrow, or do we do a little bit of bluffing in spots like that with like an ace 9 suited?
Yeah, you can in like Makita's spot on the button. Certainly can do it there. I think he's going to tend to pick hands that don't have as nice playability as say Queen Jack, like maybe King Queen off, right? Good blocker effects to kings and queens. Yeah, maybe a hand like Ace 9 off, Ace 10 off. I think some of these better hands like Queen Jack suited, little more playability. You end up just checking, play a post flop hand in position.
Dong Chen ends up leading with top pair and the gutter, which ends up putting the other King 9 into the bin. Bads, backdoor clubs, open ender, second pair, 100 to go, 5.4 to 1 on the call.
Yeah, so checking on the button, he really can't have top set and can have ace queen, but you have to discount it some because he's definitely going to raise it some of the time, at the very least.
Not this time, though, as he flats and makes Broadway on the turn. Obvious awful card for Dong Chen's purposes.
Yeah, Dong really can't think he can have the best hand here. My guess is it's just a shutdown. But, you know, because he can't have the best hand, there is reason to bluff.
Does not choose to do so, however, and now bads.
I mean, the main hand you'd really want to try to bluff out would be like 10 jack. You know, you're blocking a king, bottom 2 pair, but, you know, Mikita's going to have a lot of straights at this point, so it seems like a pretty tough bluff.
Note that bads decided to check back the nuts on the turn. Rast, obviously want you to walk us through that a little bit. Trappiness looking to induce maybe on the end, but now a very bad card coming off for him. Thankful that Dong does not lead into him.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to play for 2 streets in a high ICM spot. Maybe thinks there's some value in keeping potential bluff candidates in for Dong.
Sure.
More than just betting for value himself. So wants to have the straight some of the time when he checks back to protect the times he doesn't have a straight there.
215.
Doesn't sense that a boat lies across the way in the face of a second check from Chen, hence 215 as the pursuit of value is a street removed from perhaps where we might have anticipated it, but Rasty breaking it down.
Yeah, this is an interesting and nice value bet here where he decided he's not that scared by the board pair and wants to get value from his hand and is correct. You know, Mikita could potentially be turning a bad 2 pair into a bluff. He can't really have nothing here, but, you know, maybe a hand like Jack 10. Kind of hard. You know, does he bet Jack 10 this small?
For Dong, doesn't he have more of the aces full here in terms of Mikita checking back button, his position as a limper, or could bads show up with the offsuit ace 10, ace jack?
Yeah, and he might be thinking about check raise here.
Yeah.
Potentially more than calling.
Oh, yes. There it is. And the hazards of looking for that value.
And
now
yeah,
on
exactly.
display.
This is the hazard. Like, you know, when you're looking to get 3rd pot on river in position, you know, this is the hazard. And if Mikita ends up figuring it out, well, then great. He kind of got his opponent to try to bluff him. But, you know, now in the attempt to get, you know, a relatively small value bet on the river, you now get bluffed off the best hand. This is like the disaster scenario.
And it's also very much kind of a, I'm not going to say a commonality because it does take, you know, a player to make a move like this, but a function of short deck a bit. You'll see this quite often.
Certainly. And this is a very cool find by Dong Chen, kind of realizing that I probably don't, it's like, yeah, maybe Mikita has Jack 10 and somehow randomly chooses a small size, even though he'd normally be blocking boats. It just seems so unlikely he has enough bluffs here for me to call. Like, let me take my king blocker and turn it into a bluff, since I really have aces full way more than him, which was a good read by you.
Yeah.
So this was a very cool find by Dong, whether it works or not. And, you know, kind of illustrates why maybe against tough players, you know, Mikita's line here wasn't necessarily the best. Like, can he really start winging in value bets on a straight?
I'm going to say this as well, Rast. I've seen the 10s full, jacks full find the bin in spots such as this from time to time. Maybe not so much the jacks full as much as the 10s full, just because ace, king, ace, jack unblocked. Maybe we don't think that much ace 10. But what I'm saying is it isn't just the straights that we're able to target in these sorts of situations.
Oh, no, sure, because that's one of the issues, going for a huge check raise like that. Like, one of Mikita's, probably his, like, main value hand would have been 10s or jacks. He's not raising those on the button versus 3 or 4 limpers.
Right,
He's
the
checking
coordinated
back.
flop, he flats, and then all of a sudden turn forward to a Broadway, he checks back, looks for a little value, and now gets ripped
You
on.
need some cards, Loon.
And, you know,
And now that's pretty much losing to value as well, much less Queen Jack, which really just goes to show,
I will take it.
you know, against
Give me
tricky, aggressive players.
6, 7.
Yeah, you know, Nikita plays great, but
Pocket 6s.
maybe, you
I'll do
know,
make it
questionable
7-0.
value bet there. Maybe it's time to just check that back and
How about aces?
Oh, yes.
make like a respectful
take
check
that.
to your opponent. This is why sometimes when you'll hear us in the booth, that was a respectful check. Well,
Yeah.
this is why, because when you don't make the respectful check and you go for thin value, sometimes you just get blown off the best hand, which is an absolute disaster.
这陈老师 fold。
not to be lost in that exchange was the absolute delight in terms of Dong Chen's
Lun boss
movements.
Solana down today. Fold.
Engine start.
Got ourselves a player in that
See?
seat, no question
Michael
about it.
Watson,
Taking nothing
team
away from
leader,
Bads, by
push
the
all
way.
in everything.
He's nasty in short deck.
Rich man.
Yeah, no, Bads is a great. He's like an all-time
I
legend
see.
player. So
I know
I'm
that.
really not trying to take anything away
And,
from him.
and
If
running
anything, it's more
button.
tipping your
Learning
hat to
keep
Dong
going
Chen.
up this month, okay.
Let's be honest, just
One Lady
executed a
Gaga before
nasty
you.
bluff
Come on,
against
babe.
one of the best,
Wow.
and he's not a guy who, you know, we've been in the booth regularly
Wow.
saying, oh, you know, this guy's an all-time great, but you know, that's a great play.
Yeah,
That's
hats
like,
off.
one of those things,
Hey,
like if we're
water?
doing the chess
Oh,
notation,
water.
we're talking 1 or 2 exclamation
Maybe
marks,
take
like
7.
outstanding
Seven.
play,
Wow.
find, you know, not
Wow.
common find type play there. That was a sick play.
Cooler hand. Very cooler. I hold it here and you use one, take it one. All right?
And he did it against a really tough world-class opponent. So
Well, we were waiting to find out what it is that
50
Ren Lin's chewing on here. It looks like
150
pocket
160
jacks.
170 180
Watson
190
trying to put him in ICM jail a bit.
Ay, mama. Gamble, no gamble.
There are 4 shorter stacks than Ren Lin's. What's he doing?
Ay,
this is Dong Chen's
no
first Triton.
future, no good.
He's been here the whole
Ay,
time. He played
tama.
some of the No Limit and PLO tournaments.
I call you gamble too
Didn't
much.
play the 150. Didn't play the 50K PLO. So it looks like he's preferring the smaller buy-in sizes. Did play the 100K main. Didn't cash.
Bring up.
Can I look a book? Can I chat GPT? I think a
Lynn's
chat
struggling with these
GPT
jacks,
tell me
Rast.
fold. Okay. Mata.
Would it have been
Chen?
horrendous to call?
H-O-N-T.com.
That's like a really tough spot there, is what it boils down to. You know, I mean,
Huh?
he's got the 3rd biggest
这
chip
张肯
stack.
定秒扣啊，想都
This
不想。
shows the difficulty of
哎
these
呀，
spots where the chip leader jams and like, what are you calling with?
Michael
Right?
Watson, gamble
Like,
too much.
you can't love jacks there.
Just
You're a dog
thinking.
to ace king and ace queen, right?
Pocket five,
Or if you
pocket
happen to
five.
have queens, he's probably not open jamming
Happy.
aces. Maybe not even kings. Maybe hard to say.
哎呀呀
So
No more speech.
some hands you're a favorite
Listen,
against. Obviously,
tell
if you
you,
see going
you
as
know.
wide as ace-8 off, he's a solid-ish favorite
Ah,
there.
yeah,
What was the
yeah.
equity again? Did you
I-
recall?
Professional.
I didn't really look up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Until
I mean, that's the kind of spot where I don't blame him for folding. It's probably right, but it might be close if Watson's going as wide as this.
4
right?
million.
Ace 8 offsuit on this occasion. You see Ace 8 suited into the bin behind. 10-8 suited as well.
太边缘，圈圈
I mean, Ren also has one of the worst stacks to hero
圈
there.
圈也不远。
My guess, really, is that if you put it in some kind of ICM calculator, he's supposed to fold jacks. You'd only call there if you're trying to make a statement, like, but not one where you're saying I'd like to win money. That's my guess.
Well, if he was really flipping with that no gamble, no future patch, then he's quite fortunate that it came out fold and not
My
call.
coach say
One
need
would
a call.
think
In no future.
My guess he's definitely supposed to call kings. He's supposed to call ace king. And I don't know about queens. That would be my guess. And jacks is a fold. I will humbly submit I'm not quite as sure about these spots as some no limit ones. But yeah, I think he made the right play there.
It's fun to work through it, though, especially alongside Ren, who you know is also kind of navigating these waters for the first time. And
Got one of them.
Okay. Face cap.
Dad's
King Gaga.
doing some bullying here. Ace 10 suited, 55%. But look how much equity
Yeah,
8-9
that's
off
fine.
has.
Ace show.
Yeah, this is why these spots can get so tough. So Wykin now a little bit shorter than Ren. Probably supposed to call wider.
I typo.
But yeah,
Typo.
ace 10
Ace 10?
suited still seems.
Wow.
Yeah, kid even knew.
Bad's zeroing in on precisely Wykin's hand.
Yeah.
哇 ，Pocket Aces，这还是要得给伦
Do you
伦老
want to know
板
what。that means? That means it's probably a fold. Makita saw him think about it. Then
A 勾
fold,
那
so
你
he's
比 A
probably
勾还差
thinking
He
多
knows where the cutoff is.
close-ish, but,
Ace
but
应
a
该不会
fold.
投，
Yep.
So
可能就 A 勾。啊，
See, you play with super high level talent on a regular basis, Rasty, but I can tell you if somebody shows up in my
I'm
game,
ready.
yeah,
does that a couple of
I am
times,
not ready yet. Only Ace.
that's the no further
Ace King is
business.
not fold.
You know, thanks for playing this evening with us.
yeah.
It's been fun. But maybe there's another mixed game with your name on it. Because this one here, we're just a bunch of strawberries.
Yeah, if he's calling people's hands,
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, there have been some real. You know, you sit up and take notice when someone zeroes in. There's a lot of combos. You just dart right to it. And, you know, information narrows things down clearly. But,
Yeah.
you know, that was a strong find there from Bads.
Note taken. So therefore, in the future, I'm going to make sure I make really bad, but not unbelievable calls
Yeah.
in those kind of spots. Like fold. Oh, kings?
We'll be like, guys, Rasty's lost it. You know, we got to, who wants it? I don't have seats for everybody, but let's just take turns.
I got it.
Ace 10 off suit for Ren.
Everything's a lesson. You just have to listen.
I like that. As much as I like it, though, I don't do
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of the listening.
That's the hard part.
1.8. And with Ace Jack, Dong wants a count. Look at this potential situation.
Ren has decided he's going to be the bully now that the big stack's folded. And let's see what Donk thinks about it. This is one of the strengths of Ren's play here. I mean, because Ren is going to do this with strong hands as well. I mean, the ante just went up. So Ren's going to have like the ace queen, ace king. Dong really seems, I mean, based on the king 9 play, pretty experienced. I would guess he folds this and shows the strength of Ren's play here with ace 10. Yeah. And we can just see the power in this game of just being the first in the pot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, now here's the thing. It's much more likely that 4 guys behind you wake up with like ace, king, kings, or aces than it is in Hold'em. But that said, when they don't, in these spots, you just get to win, which is pretty nice.
Not so nice. Ace 7 off suit and the short stack.
Yeah, Seth really short here. He's just been anteing away. Definitely can't wait on anyone else. He only has 400 behind. There's about 5, 6, plus 250, 850 in the pot. So he's getting over 2 to 1. So his hand it does not going to perform that well against this range here because Ren's going to have a lot of better ace X.
2, right?
And you know, some
One time bank.
pairs and close, though. It's probably pretty close to break even for chips.
Is that Ren's No Gamble, No Future patch that was just sent over to Seth, or did he BYOP?
Oh.
Because Ren's was in his wallet earlier, but now I'm looking over at Seth, and he's got it right there kind of neatly.
Yeah, I think Ren tossed it to him, would be my guess, but I'm not sure.
Seth doesn't strike me as a type to have woken up this morning and in his pregame routine decided, oh, where's my patch? My No Gamble, No Future patch. I might need this.
Seth, the new addition to No Gamble, No Future. Yeah. Doesn't. Seems more likely Ren has just lent it to him.
10-7 suited. Makita surveying.
All in.
Wow, this is.
Survey says jam as the brute force is really activating here.
Yeah, now you're just seeing it just doesn't really matter. Just rip on these guys. I mean, Seth has anything here. He's pretty incentivized to go with it. Oh, yeah, this is.
Yeah.
This is going in.
Lun Loon, by the way, the second
Rub it
shortest
for me.
stack.
Give me some luck. No.
Ace-10 suited.
Man, and with Seth in there, though, I feel like we just take this one off, and maybe Seth gets busted. Like, yeah, this has to be a fold. With Seth all in.
So Loon was dominating bads, but dominated
I know how to play.
by
I
Seth.
have one
This is a
ace.
short deck
I have
here.
110. So fair.
Okay, I'll take that. Was your ace a club?
Ace 10. So
Was it a club?
no.
Yeah, I guess you can't.
Let's not worry too much about the flush draws. You see the clubless board texture. It comes Queen, Jack, 7,
We
top
use
pair
one
against
ace,
bottom pair.
110, 1 queen, and 1 7.
How about a 6 on the turn?
Let's go with a 9.
Let's go with a queen.
17都对。
Oh, bads. It is the 9, but the 9 of diamonds.
King of diamonds.
See
Red king.
how much power just an open
I'll
ended
take
straight
that.
draw is, even with the diamonds
No, I
killed.
won't take that.
32% with one to come as Davies tries to hang on.
All right.
He does.
That wins.
你如果他退了，我就接了。
Board pairing Jack will take a
470.
bite out of Bads' stack.
495.
Yeah, just a nibble.
Akita Gamble too much.
What?
Very high. Wow.
I'm keeping that.
Okay,
Like
keep
that.
it.
You're not getting that.
Give it. Very lucky stick.
Quite the nibble for Seth. He needed that one.
尼玛没人性。那我刚才勾勾弃掉的，气错了。
All right, I'm back.
老板刚才勾勾
Seth basically the only
圈
person
圈
at
我
the
秒扣，
table
但凡
cheering
想一秒
for
我就
him on that one.
就没跟住了。
要么 A 圈，要么勾勾嘛。
啊？
要么 A 圈，要么勾勾。
Watson was probably
秒扣。
A 圈跟勾勾一样。
somewhat indifferent, maybe slightly cheering for Seth, but the other 4 players there
勾勾好。
definitely wanted Seth to bust so they could ladder up.
可以压制全
And note that Bads is trying to seize every opportunity given him
Oh,
when Watson exits a pot to then do the big stack bidding, especially with the guys jockeying down there toward the bottom of the leaderboard. This time, significantly higher up than 10-7 suited. 2 kings.
so this is curious because this is Watson's button.
All in.
So
Give me 10A offshoot, please.
this range is going to be stronger
Wow.
than the previous ones. This is not
How
going to
much?
be 10-7 suited.
Yeah,
when it's
excellent
Watson's
point.
button.
Bluff. Okay.
That said, he is going to have some raised folds here and some limps, but I think he is just ripping kings for a number of different reasons. Get a lot of ace-x hands to fold. Occasionally, one of the guys might call it off with queens, and some other hands were favorites against. So, you know, picking up the pot
7
still quite
outs.
nice.
No. Not joking with chip either.
It's king. Ace.
I guess a
He
lot
basically
less.
affirms that which you had already identified, Rast. Not joking with
Not
the
gonna
chip
jump
leader.
10-7 here.
You ever caught yourself looking around and going, everybody here's paying enough attention to know that I'm supposed to be narrow? So let me just get out here a little bit wider and see if I can't leverage that perception in the field. Exploitative kind of moment.
Definitely had times where, you know, you kind of do the pre-adjust thing where you try to stay one step ahead of that game. 100%.
Only the chicken.
Well, Dong Chen looked very on form yesterday. Lots of sound decision making, and we've already seen him with a heroic check raise bluff here, limping with Jack 10 off.
See what Wykin does here. Probably jams it. It kind of sucks in the sense of if Dong was limping strong here with ace queen or better, he's definitely calling. You're not getting him to fold. And so, yeah, that's actually why he comes with limp. Bit worried about Dong Chen's limp in front. They're kind of short enough now, like any hand that dominates him isn't folding, so.
As it stands, though, Rasty, how much trapping do you think those somewhat early position stacks are going to be doing when they're limping?
They'll be doing some. You know, there's a lot of times when people just limp with most of the hands they play when they come in early, especially at a 6 or 7 handed table.
Ace, 9, 7, top pair for Wykin. Gutter for Chen. Bottom pair for Bads, involuntarily involved in this three-way exchange.
Yeah, and we see Dong bet at this, which makes a lot of sense because he's really the only person who can have aces, or ace king for that matter. Probably even ace queen. So, ace king and ace queen aren't the strongest hands, but this is essentially a pot of SPR 2-ish. Wykin only has a 2 SPR.
And he is the man who has called this 120K.
Yeah, I think Makita, this is just way too dusty. Pretty easy fold.
Yep. Board pairing ace, giving Yang trips with 740 in the middle, and let's see if Chen has continued ideas. Is the texture any 6x, 8x would be a gut shot?
He definitely might have some bluffs here. He's blocking ace jack and ace 10, which are, we can see hands Wykin might have limped behind. He does have ace jack. He does still have a gut shot straight draw, and he can still obviously have ace king and ace queen. So, yeah, this bet makes a whole lot of sense. He's going small. It's kind of designed just to clear out straight draws at this point. Maybe not going to clear out any flush draws, since obviously if someone's drawing to a flush, they're still live to beat a full house, so the board pairing doesn't really matter. But yeah, because Wykin's played this hand slow, that was actually a great card for him. Like, he's just having 3 aces himself. He's going to have to be, he's going to be bluff catching here. He won't love to see like a jam on the river. That'll be tough.
Depends on the card. An offsuit 6, and now it is the 8x, which makes a straight as the ace does serve as a 5.
Yeah, also both players can have 7s or 9s full here. So, if Dong smashes the river as a 3-barrel, Wykin's hand becomes pretty much a bluff catcher, but, there are definitely bluffs. Jack 10, missed diamonds, the ace of diamonds not being relevant for that. Yeah, and he gives up, which is sensical after getting called twice. Kind of would be a hero triple barrel there. And Wykin's going to have quite a bit of full houses, which just snap. Yeah, and even ace-jack might end up calling, but I can tell you Wykin would not have liked to see him an all-in there.
No doubt about it. As on this occasion, far less fireworks out of Dong Chen. Well, for those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, or on Twitch. Obviously, don't need to do it if you're on the Triton Poker Plus app. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment as we work our way through the short deck streets here. Final few days of this protracted Jeju Festival, where we announced our next stop would be Montenegro. I'm very much looking forward to that stop, by the way, Rasty. I've not yet been. It's one of the few that I hadn't visited. Jeju was the other. And everyone tells me it is stunning.
Yeah, I haven't been either, so I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm
4 million.
really happy to hear that.
Can you bet like a
Wow.
2 million?
Watson's
2
just
million, too
going
much.
for it here.
Queen Jack suited.
Did I push all in 10-7? You push all in
And note he did rip into
9-7?
Makita as well. Because these two stacks actually are second and third
No
in
gamble
chips.
too much. No gamble too much.
So he's putting
9-7?
max pressure on them.
Nope.
Which, by the way, goes to show that
Okay.
being in position
It's
in
bad.
short deck isn't always
Very close.
as good as it might be, especially in PLO, where the most the chip leader could ever open is pot pre-flop. So it does give you the opportunity to come along with your really strong hands. But hands that might not want to be all in with ICM pressure. So sometimes it's actually better to be out of position in short deck.
It's always better to be the big boss stack, as Watson has demonstrated thus far here at this final table, which has yet to lose anyone. Seth Davies doubled. Lun Loon, shortest stack, 17 antes coming into this one, and they get whittled away quick.
So now he passes this. You know, he's got Dong Chen, only 22 antes on the button. Gonna call a bit wider there. That might have been part of the reason.
Absent Watson, Vads taking a turn to wield the mallet. Dong Chen, ace-10 suited. 1 million in front of him. Second shortest stack. Only in front of Lun Loon by 5 antes, and he decides this is enough hand and will perform well against the Queen Jack. Just 5% the equity advantage, so maybe I'll take the under on perform well. It was just the sense that Chen had that it would perform well against Bads' range.
Yeah, and you could see that there isn't significant overlay from the pot. I mean, almost 200,000 in antes from the other players.
Running
Hard
queen,
to win this one.
Running queen, is it right?
Jack. Anyone folded queen?
Running quads would be so filthy here as Bads draws live.
Oh, it was pain.
Chen hits him with the thank you.
Did that 10-7 all in, nobody does you now. Very bad call it.
Yes, mistake.
好撚短啦，剩翻14個。
哇 ，A10 call 有點難度啊！啊，那你覺得他 A8、A9、A10
What is it, 1.1?
推的范围
啊
任何牌他都会推进，
是吗？
不要太垃圾。
What is it? 1,095,000?
他變短嘛？
95?
你看一百
That's 5.
我也变短码了。
啊？
我说一直都短。
你是一直都短。
1 million.
It's about a third of Makita's chips lost in that exchange, by the way, which places him right there with Wai Kin Yong and Ren Lin.
I'll tell you who this pot, well, other than
Bluff
Dong Chen,
Analysis.
obviously,
一
but
发
this
出来
pot
基本上
was
能这样。
great for Watson.
32个也不短。
Nobody busted.
短了哦，太短
The second in
你也很短。
chips
你
went
也很短了。
from 3 million, which Makita had, to now 2.4.
Okay.
So now
水平比他高
these stacks have all kind of evened out more below Watson. Well under half now, second, as opposed to over half. So Watson even more likely now just to keep to open rip when it's on him, even wider.
There's a look at it. Shorties in Davies and Loon down at the bottom here in this 25K short deck. First of 3 short deck events.
He folded cheaply there.
Oh, yes, yes. Make sense.
Not anymore.
Makes sense. Now I'm a cheaper leader now.
Wow. Let's see what Seth does here. The ante went up again. It's 60K now. Now 480,000 in the pot. I mean, he maybe just has to go with this. Let's see. Can he keep waiting? He only really has 2 orbits left to play. This is his chance to get in there. He might be able to get ace-jack off the fold based on who has it. One of the other guys with 2 million. Yeah, so he does the half commitment thing. If multiple people go all in behind him, he's out.
King Jack suited. These are tempters. Loon obviously would love to realize the pay jump and see Davies get showered in front of him.
This is an interesting spot, too, because the person who came in the pot is Seth. So it's the person he'd most like to double through, right? If he wins this, now the person in second is almost out. So that said, the flip side is Seth probably has a pretty strong range here, which kind of sucks. But Lun decided he wants to gamble with Seth.
And no matter what Seth were to have here, 180,000 more, it's always getting called.
Yes.
He only has 490 more anyhow, but a very significant altercation between the 2 men at the bottom of the leaderboard here. Advantage Davies ever so slight.
Just like we drew it up.
Double or nothing.
And look at these equities.
What, 7?
Yeah, you call
Nearly a flip.
780 you got about?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's
Pretty
the
good flop
ugliest
for
flop you
Seth.
can get in short deck.
Not quite a flip anymore.
7 or split.
Wow.
8 or split.
Spades, a king, or a
No
jack.
door for me. Only for
That's what Lun Loon needs to find on this river.
Oh, digit.
And that's the one piece of paint that doesn't connect as Lun Loon becomes the first casualty here in this 25K short deck final table. Never really got anything going, just kind of hung around.
Now,
Now
See, buddy.
will be left to collect $64,000. Lun, 12th career Triton cash, now 2.2 million in career Triton earnings. This is 3rd final table here in Jeju, and a couple of more short deck appearances still remaining for him. As the well-liked Lun Loon exits the arena, leaving behind 6. On tap payout 80,500, Rasty.
I think he's going to jam this.
24,000 the gap between 6th and 5th, suited and connected. Watson up front. Yep.
Yeah, it just performs pretty well against the hands that call, and he can really lean on these chip stacks right here. There's 7 antes in the pot to start, so, you know, we're talking 420K. And, yeah, no one's, like, so short right now that they are going to feel obligated to call. Like, the shortest stack is Wai Kin Yang now with 29 antes. So it's, you know, going to be slightly stronger hands that call and just suited connector. Not too low.
Will you send a waitress over here, please? Thank you.
What else you going to do? Sir Watts.
Just a latte.
First of his name.
Yep. Thank you.
Just steamrolling this so far. And it's been very interesting at this final table. It's been kind of a story where no one has woken up with a hand. And at this point, that's somewhat remarkable. There's been a lot of these jams. We've never seen someone just kings. Oh, call, you know, I'm all in. Aces. it's
I mean, there have been some hands, not those hands, but
Yeah.
even the good stuff looks around and asks itself, do I really want to dig in with shorties lingering, with pay jumps lingering, 380 up top? And the reality that no matter what it is that Watson's jamming, it's going to have good equity.
yeah. Which is why I'm saying it's remarkable that after this many jams, Makita did some as well. Just nobody woke up and snapped him with the aces, the kings, maybe the ace king.
Yeah, each successive one, the parlay of not getting,
Yeah.
you know, called
easy,
becomes
easy,
more and
man.
more impressive.
You know, in short deck, it's somewhat significantly more likely
6 high. Okay.
you get like aces or kings than in say long deck with 16 less cards.
他现在这马亮打的最舒服的，他是闭着眼睛打，戴着墨镜打。对。
Yeah, so in short deck, it's just a hair under 1% that you would get a pair, which is so basically roughly 1% chance that a player has aces, and you know, just under 2% that they have aces or kings, and that's one player.
7 suited. Lin starts the limping.
You know, where it's well under 0.5% in long deck that someone would have aces. So it's basically twice as likely, approximately, a little more than twice as likely in short deck someone has aces than in long deck.
Watson
Give me
just
1 minute this
brutalizing.
time. Very nice this time.
This time,
Thank
not
you.
as the open.
哎呀哎呀！
Ren
他现在闭着眼睛打。
Mike isn't particularly entertained.
And so we
Have only
saw
one
kind of
hand,
the
please.
ace 10, ace 9 action
One
come
hand,
out
one
there. There you're just kind of hoping, you know, my opponent has one of his weaker limps. Maybe also counting on Ren to limp a little too wide, so it'll get through quite a bit.
12吗
If Ren limps ace jack, he probably has to fold it as well.
Okay, give me 2 Lady Gaga, please. Double from Michael version. Yes. 2 time double. GG.
Queen Jack for Wykin. He wants to take a whirl. Gets through both the big stacks. And what does Ren Lin have? Anything? No. Wykin, second shortest stack now. Level basically with Ren. 26 annies apiece prior to that one. Now he'll slip in front of Bads.
Might be able to.
Double 1 time, 2 time.
Ren's just stone karaokeing out there.
Just singing for us. Thank you, Ren.
Davies. Not tempted by the King 9 suited.
Watson probably going to lean on him again.
3 million.
There it is.
Mr. Chen. Chen 老师，哎，滴答 call。
And he's really starting to run away with it now. And this is what happens when no one wakes up with something. You just pick up all those annies. I mean, he's over triple Dong Chen, who's in second now. So it also shows part of the reason why sometimes it's better just to be to the right, so you just get to shove first. Because after the big stack shoves, it's just a nip fest. Now you're just hoping that Lady Luck deals you, you know, aces or
Somebody
kings.
looking for double up.
Oh, that's yours?
Ah, you know it's ace. Ha ha.
I wanted that one so bad.
Ren with some interesting blowing. The singing I get, but the blowing in the mic.
Well, I mean, you've seen Karate Kid. Miyagi used to do something like that, right? Rub the palms together and then just place it on the injury or whatever that was.
Hold the heads up.
Oh, cheating everything.
I think that was Davies. It said fold the heads up just now. That's another one of Ren-isms.
Dong covers Wykin here. Let's see how he comes. Does he just open jam himself? It's a dusty one. Does he limp? Comes with limp.
Well, Jack 7's even dustier. And is Chen ever ready to call us if we were to somehow sail off on the button, no matter what we've got? I mean, is there...
He should have some limp traps there for sure. Like, you can think of that as like a super small blind, big blind, where the small blind, yes, you're out of position of the big blind, but you're getting an even better price because the Dainies are like 2x the big blind or something, right?
Right.
So, you know, the small blind's almost always going to play. It's just a question of how. He's going to jam some limp, raise, probably almost no folding from the cutoff there. So Wykin is repping a really small range here because he can't have aces, kings, or ace-king. He can have basically a two pair involving the 7 or pocket 7s. That's kind of his range, which is very small. Because of that, Dong's just, you know, he doesn't have nothing. He's beating all the bluffs, of which probably don't have very much equity. So he's in.
Chen's lead of 120,000 with second pair now gets shy after the raise from Wykin, who has picked up the gut shot.
So Wykin probably did that to clear out overcard hands. With two overcards have a lot of equity to a pair of 7s. But now that he got called, he knows that Dong has something. You know, does he want to bluff now that my opponent has something or just try to improve?
Oh, look at this. 4 to Broadway and backdoor spades both arrive. But Wykin, Jackson 7s and a winner. Did you think that maybe the king would fold in the face of the extra 230K on the flop, or do you feel as though that's always being retained?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was what I was kind of alluding to with Wykin's value range is really small. So, you know, Dong's probably, but not necessarily going to fold if he has nothing.
Okay.
But if he has an ace or a king or even a gutter, I don't think he's ever folding there.
How safely, if at all, can we remove ace-x from the limping range for Dong and from the check-back range for Yang?
Dong definitely could be trapping with some ace-x hands. It's possible he limps there with ace-king, aces or kings sometimes as a trying to induce Wykin to attack it. So it's actually not the worst flop for him. Now that said, he's the only one who can have those hands in my opinion. But he also just has a bunch of kind of garbagey type hands like the one he has. But in terms of a nut advantage on this board, definitely it's Dong Cheng.
Look at this activation here from Chen. This isn't because he's got kings. This is because he's taking this board run out and the check back of Yang and deciding that the Queen X isn't lingering and respect is going to have to get shown. Does have the spade blocker as well. The 9 a good one to have in his hand?
Yeah, so this is like the worst hand he can have and a great bluff candidate because he called flop out of position. He now still only has a pair of kings and a spade blocker. So he basically took his worst hand and turned it into a bluff. And you can see yet again, Dong Chen wins with a very nice bluff with exactly king 9. Kind of coincidentally interesting.
Yeah, Yang forced to lay down the jacks up, understandably. This guy's nice in the short deck streets.
Yeah, very nice. Clearly has a good idea what's going on post-flop. So wouldn't be surprised at this point if he's a accomplished cash short deck player based on his affinity, just wherewithal finding these post-flop bluff spots, etc. Watson going to rip this.
3 million.
Jack 10 suited. Short deck catnip of sorts.
The only person with a decision, Seth, but 1.7. Yeah, see, even king queen off, a hand that looks pretty solid, just snap in the muck.
这样短牌就打得
Yeah,
特别
blocks
快
the
乐
kings and queens, the ace king and the ace queen, and yet is forced to concede.
How easy game. Ah.
So you can see there, Jack 10, like he's not getting called by King 10 or Queen
fine,
10, some of these hands that dominate him. And when he is called, Jack 10 suited has a lot of equity versus aces, kings, or even ace king. And that one, you're going to be shocked. Jack 10, 10, 9 suited versus ace king off. it's like
Oh, yeah.
45, 55 or something.
It's
crazy.
spooky, yeah.
25 minutes? Gamble too much.
We're too deep stacked. Too deep.
Gamble too much. Too deep? No. Give me one time double from Michael Watson. Yes.
That was a lot of theatrics from Ren,
Ladies
but
and gentlemen, I am
I don't think anyone's surprised.
all in.
All right.
Don't snap a call, please.
Ante has gone up to 60K, double ante on the button, 120K. The levels are also 25 minutes, so some real urgency.
1.2.
Ooh.
Ace, queen, young, deliberating. That's the count. In progress.
I mean, he only has 20 antes here, and he covers Ren. My guess is he takes this spot. But we'll see. Yeah, with the antes going up, ace queen's a pretty strong hand. I think he even rates to be a favorite against Ren's shoving range, although not by a lot. Yeah.
吃点东西，东西吃没？对对。
As you suspected. 9-9, ace 9.
Please. Ace, please.
See, look at this. Jack 10 off, 47% against ace queen off. So imagine Jack 10 suited ace king. It's probably 48, 49. It's like
It's funny,
it's
you
wild.
heard Ren Lin saying ace, ace, please.
Flip.
Because even against that hand, he's doing all right. But here he is, just a 6% dog with his back up against the wall, ever so slightly. But this pot, equally meaningful for both parties. 2.8 in the middle. And the ace-queen is hanging on the king 8-7 board where Ren Lin has the gut shot and the jack 10 draw.
Look at that equity. It's the same. Oh, not anymore.
No, a board pairing king is a delightful sight, but still 36% equity for Ren. And he gets there. Jack on the end. And for Wykin, that's devastating. Ras, 75K, just north of 1 ante.
Yeah, very devastating pot. And it just shows, you know, the danger of putting your foot down. When it doesn't go right, you're the next one out, basically. Yeah, you move all in. You have 2 ways to win. Everybody folds, or you get there. When you call, you just have to win after the river. That's it.
Well, the fallout here feels like it's time to call a field medic over for some morphine. 75,000 in front of Wykin Yang. Is the wound mortal? Rates to be.
Can fold. I can't fold. Let's see my hand.
I wonder if Makita was being serious there. He said you could fold to Wykin. Caught that. Wykin pushed back, said I can't fold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. It's probably a pretty close spot, right? I mean, because you can see that he's not really doing that well against hands like Jack 10. You know,
Yeah, I mean, you said he's probably a favorite against Ren's shoving range, and even if that's the case, that, you know, margin.
Is it enough to be worth the fact that you're kind of all in? You know, hard to say. You know, is Ace Queen good enough? You could be up against Ace King there. It's probably pretty close. I would guess Ace King couldn't be a fold. I might have gone with Ace Queen too, to be fair to Wykin, but you know, Makita knows the game better than me. Is Makita being serious? Who knows? He might also just be asking. He might not be saying.
Yeah,
Wykin's
that's possible.
Wykin's a pretty accomplished short deck player himself. So
3 million.
So Chen limping, Wykin all in. Now Watson wags his finger in the face of the opener.
wow, and Watson is really just pedal to the metal here, just disrespecting limps left and right.
And he's able to haul in
Chop, chop. Chop, chop.
most of Dong Chen's limp, along with a quotient of his own raise back. 465. That's what we'll play for here. Note, by the way, the return on a 75K investment here, possibly for Wykin. 9-9 queen, plenty of opportunities here. 63% of the time, that's the outcome with 2 to come.
7 half.
Yeah, and I bet in that spot with ICM would have needed a huge hand for Dong Chen to call, with Wykin Young having basically one ante.
Well, it's going to take a huge river, and there it is. Wykin makes the gut shot with the ace-6.
9你输哈，9输吗？9也是分钱嘛。
Wow, and Jack 10 would have won.
不是，我说合牌9。
Not the last time we'll hear that in the short deck table.
我说我赢了，我赢。
From 1 ante to like 10 ante.
赵顺，
Yeah. One hand. Spin up. 10x. What do you have, like 500, something like this?
Well, this gives us an opportunity to pause and acknowledge the good people over at Poker Stake. They are our exclusive staking partners here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and they're the go-to place to invest in your favorite player. Take a piece of their action in various different events. If you missed out on long deck and PLO, I'm sure there might be some short deck opportunities here. All winnings guaranteed. No rake, no transaction fees. Why would you stake or buy action anywhere else? Pay him a visit at pokerstake.com. Now then, ace-jack suited for the savvy Dong Chen.
He knows that if he limps, he's going to have to fold a lot, because there's this Wykin so short that, you know, Watson can really put the pressure on. That said, Watson also knows that, so his limping range is going to be quite strong here. But Watson has the goods this hand, so he's going to put the pressure on it again. This time not necessarily upset if he's called.
3 milli. Enough to cover all others. And Chen's ace-jack
牌子拿
concedes.
过来，随时 call 一下。
This is a runaway freight train of a stack for Mike Watson. And unlike Bads, who's kind of had nibbles taken out of him and now finds himself on 19 antes, the shortest of all stacks. It's been a clean sheet out there for Mike.
看你砍3把。
Yeah, just
20、
对对，下面嘛。
40、
one without showdown off the charts,
400
just
没了，那还有
moving all in,
那个我
winning
的 next
without
forehand 又 GG， 4 times
without even having to run it.
Said not me.
You better go.
This feels like it can't be the one, Wyken. Feels like it has to be better to take your chances in the big blind next hand. I mean, that's really one of the worst hands of the game. And wow, now Watson's just picking up big hands.
3 million.
$3 million again declared.
Throw it to him. Gamble too much.
King,
I don't even get a
queen.
little bit nervous when he does it anymore. His range is so unbalanced.
No, never.
Always a pump fake.
哎呀，next time I go. Bitcoin down today. I don't gamble.
No gambling today? All business today.
Just crossed the 8 million chip mark, Mike Watson. And here it comes.
3 million.
Guess who?
Ooh.
Jack's on the button for Yang. Let's spin.
OK，4次先来一次。
3 to 2 favorite.
Anti-stack.
Yeah.
It's decent equity.
Feels like aces.
Yeah, pretty good in short deck.
Better than aces.
The only issue is it always a flip anyway.
780,000 chip pot.
I like
The
the
Jacks are in front even further now.
Yeah, great flop for Jacks.
Stays that way. As all Wykin needs to do is fade Barry. An ace on the river. Oh! There is that ace, and while it doesn't have the unexpected sting of its long deck counterpart, nevertheless, it is an unwelcome sight here for one Wykin Yang, Rasty, as the Malaysian delegation suffers a casualty here in the 25K short deck at the FT.
Yes, sir, Ali. That was a
Nothing,
nasty
nothing,
river
yeah.
for Wyken. Well played. Always a monster in the short deck streets. Wyken Yang, longtime Triton legend.
$80,500. That's what Wykin is going to add to his career Triton earnings of $11.5 million plus. Now, no fifth title in store for him, and still seeking his first cash. Or actually, that was his first cash. 1 for 4 here in Jeju. 18th career cash.
We've crossed into six-figure territory now for the 5 remaining players.
$104,000. The on-tap payout, the jump from 5th to 4th. Just about 30K.
And Watson did not let this one go. It was the delay there on the yellow, but he ripped in the king 8 off. You just see boom, king queen suited in the muck. See how powerful it is.
Pair.
I mean, the ICM pressure.
He had 2 overs.
But you got pair. Ah, no future.
Too scared. Scared money.
To get money, don't make money.
Makita
don't
is
make
now the
money.
short stack.
Yeah.
Ooh, has he? It looks like Watson has, yes, he now has more than half the chips in play in the table, almost 9 million. It looks like the remaining players have about 6.5 million. So
8.
he's separating himself
Too
with
much.
the chip lead over the rest of the table combined.
Gamble too much,
That's
dealer.
how nasty this is.
20分钟嘅嚟喎，好快啊！
And the antes have gone up. I think Seth just rips this here.
我們呢兩串肯定翻
You've
俾
got
你
to
啦
find a way to pick up chips. This is as good as it gets. Yes, Watson can call you, but he's only calling you if it's plus chip EV.
他現在都要買呢啲
And
而家啦
Makita still has almost
All
a
in?
million. Yeah. I like this play from Seth.
7,
I mean, it's huge for him to pick that pot up. So, I mean, look, he went from 1 point, he picked up 400K.
Yeah.
He added 30% to his chip stack. I mean, you know, ace-9 suited, you just got to get through Watson. And, you know, if he happens to have a hand that can call, ace-9 suited, it turns out, has pretty good, it's like the ace-5 suited again of short deck. So it'll
Right.
have decent equity against almost anything.
5, 1.6.
Seth is certainly
Bye.
not to be slept on in terms of
只有200
short deck aptitude.
220 220 OK
When you look down Seth's
Wow.
Triton track record, what do you see in terms of short deck finishes?
London, it looks like, didn't cash in short deck. Same thing in Cyprus. But there it is, Vietnam, 4th place. Cyprus, 2022, 7th place, short deck. Madrid, double final table in wow, they had a short deck 100K and 150K, a 5th and a 7th. So yeah, a lot of success in short deck.
Yeah, those are big scores. Obviously a little bit of a dry spell of late, but here he is. And he's not going anywhere for the time being. Watson continuing his onslaught. Bads, King 8 off on the button.
So he had 700 to start. 80 of it's in the middle. So 240, 940. About a million, and he's got to call like 650. This is a really bad hand, though, so don't blame him for folding. I think he's hoping to find a slightly better spot.
It's so brutal when you know just how wide Watson's capable of being in that scenario.
It's all of it.
It's
like any 2 cards.
And you're
basically.
sitting there and you're like, well, this is supposed to do all right against any 2 cards, but
King 8 off is surely a dog against any 2 cards, so that's the problem.
King queen.
King 8 off is a below.
but
is
how
below
big a
average
dog
hand.
is it even in those spots?
It could
That's
be low
also a
40s.
question.
I'm not
Wow.
sure. I'm not
Okay.
sure. I would take under 45, I think.
Not where we want to find ourselves if digging in.
He's getting a big price there, right? He had to call 650 to win $1 million. So it's probably, my guess is it's probably slightly plus chip EV. But, and even though he's the shortest, there is ICM.
Yeah.
Some of these guys, in the next couple hands, one of them could rip in front and someone else could wake up with a hand. Like, he can still ladder. So I like his decision to fold, I think.
Sure.
But it makes sense to me. But it really sucks, and it's close. And he's definitely calling, like, he's calling King 10, I think, for sure.
Obviously, when our 2 cards interact in a manner that allows us to make straights using both, this is favorable. And that is the nature of Ace-Jack.
Yeah, much bigger in short deck. It's
800,000.
actually, you see straights just way more often in this game.
100%.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I was talking
800.
about. The spot where he folds, and there are some times where one of these other middle stacks rips in front. Obviously, it's going to get through to Makita's
Typo.
chagrin, but
Queen, queen.
there are
Gaga.
eventualities there
King
where
queen,
Seth
I
runs
have to
in
call you.
to a hand that calls
said
and is a
queen, queen.
dog,
Queen seven.
and you know
Queen
Makita
seven,
can
type
ladder.
fold.
So that is part of the equation. It literally just happened on the next hand.
Half of Seth's
That is
chips
right, Tony.
stuck out there.
Height is right.
And Seth with two pretty big pickups there has gone from being like kind of solidly in fourth place and now just picking up the antes 2 times is right there in the middle of that mid cluster of Ren, Seth, and Dong. They're all around 2 million.
All in.
Sevens for Watson.
Now, will Nikita find this to be good enough? He knows Watson's jamming. I mean, I don't know if it's any 2. It might be any 2. And this hand actually rates probably to be, you know, I don't know, a super small favorite. Plus, he's getting the pot overlay. My guess is he goes with this one.
535.
Yeah, Watson might not be jamming any 2 here, but it's probably very, very wide. Like, who knows? Maybe he folds like queen 6 off or something, but...
There's 6 antes out there to start 5-handed. That alone is worth 480K.
Good luck.
So Bads does the math, comes up with call, ace jack suited, into the bin for Chen.
Flip.
Now 2 overs
Yeah, put you on an under pair.
for Bads.
Yes, 7-8 dominated.
He is almost a 3-2 favorite here.
Yeah,
Rast.
with ace 2 overs suited to the 7s. Oh, wow.
10-10-6.
Like
And the
7.
good news for
Watson.
Watson is that 6 is an undercard, so it's harder to get counterfeited.
Yeah, sure. Full house on the turn for Watson, but Nikita is not drawing dead.
Ace 8 spade or 10 of clubs.
Ace 8 or a 10, and instead it is a red diamond, and Watson fades all of those outs and all of that pre-flop equity and whittles us down to just 4 combatants. That was a brutal little FT for Nikita, Rast.
Yeah, no, we came in second. You know, played great, really. Maybe just the queen jack value bet. That was kind of the nadir. And after he got bluffed by Dong there, it all went wrong. But a legend of the game, one of the all-time best players. And yeah, just a brutal run later once and the all-ins didn't work out. Not much he could do.
No, none whatsoever, as he brought all the fight that he had, but in the end, he was left to collect $104,000 and leave behind 4 combatants playing for $133,000.
3 million.
For Nikita, that brings him up to 19.5 million plus in career Triton earnings as he approaches that 20 million mark. No 5th title. And this is 26th career Triton cash. So look at Ren Lin, the short deck newbie, tussling 4-handed here. Watson just carrying on with the order of the day.
And you can see in short deck how powerful having a runaway chip lead is. I mean, this just kind of smokes anything in no limit hold'em or even PLO. I mean, this is just an order of magnitude.
Oh, yes.
More, I don't know, debilitating if you're the other guys at the table and crushing if you're Sir Watts, first of his name right now.
Listen, these other 3 guys have shown up to a monster truck rally in some smart cars.
Yeah.
All right. Watson's out there in a diesel belching, you know, dually Dodge Ram with the Hemi. Like, I mean, he's just mowing
he's just
them
out there kind of spinning it out, running over, smashing the cars. These guys just on the field trying to run away. You know, Watson smashing them one by one. Their compadres going down. It seems hopeless.
Natural 9.
Little flow from Rasty, perhaps. By the way, look how chiselly these other 3 short stacks are going to be right now, Rast, in consideration of the fact that the 133 for 4th all the way up to the 273 for 2nd. 140K in differential. in a 25K event is not at all negligible.
I mean, yeah, and that jump from third to second is substantial. It's 96,000, and the jump from second to first comparatively is only 107. So just given the chip situation, it makes a lot of sense that if you're one of these short guys, you're like, why don't I play for second? I make a lot, you know, I call all in, I risk going out next when, you know, I'm still going to be at a huge chip disadvantage to Watson, even if I win that. So it just, you can see why it's just so easy for Watson to smash it given the payout jumps.
Yep. Here it comes. Now this is interesting. Generally speaking, Watson has chosen to just sail it in there, but the 10-6 offsuit is pretty dusty. Do you think that had something to do with the sizing choice?
Yeah, I think what's happening is Watson is saying that in the cutoff there, he's going to raise to induce, probably with his really nutted part of his range, maybe like aces, maybe kings, maybe like ace-king suited, ace-queen suited.
Got it.
And then he's going to take some of his real dusty ones, like 6-10 off, 6-jack off, etc., and do the same. And those he's obviously folding to a jam, and the other ones he's calling a jam, or if his opponent flats him, he's kind of happy to play a pot because they're so strong.
On the topic of so strong, Seth Davies. He's been patient, has picked his spots.
It's worth so much just moving
800.
in. Yeah, no trapping for Seth. And Seth has really been the only one of them who's been able to drag a pot other than Watson, right? And because of that, it looks like Seth is now going to move into second.
And that movement, by the way, that just ever so modestly breaks up what was really just one or two annies in stack depth differential between those three allows him to just kind of pressure those other two guys into taking a stand before him. You know, you loosen the collar a little bit and just war of attrition factor. Every hand, there's an ante being shaved off those three guys, as well as Watson, but, you know, his shave, not so harmful.
I mean, nothing's getting shaved off Watson. He's just jamming, you know, 75% of hands or whatever.
Yeah,
so
we're tweezing antes off of his stack.
And this, at this point, it's gotten pretty remarkable that, okay.
Nines out of there. The ace-king, though, for Davies. Just as we mentioned that he would be in a situation having climbed into the clear second.
And he just let ace-king go.
This tells you that the effects of what we were just embarking upon, Rast, are very real out there.
Yeah. So this just goes to show exactly how powerful that jump to second is. That Seth now in second place in chips, just past ace-king there against kind of an any two jam spot.
I mean, in the cash game streets, he just folded against a dude who you had to wake up in between hands, who's on his 9th whiskey.
Yeah.
You know, he's burned a hole in his jeans with a cigarette already. And then just says all in, and you're like, what? He's
I've
covering
been waiting
everyone.
all night for this.
Nope.
I'll tell you what, though, it just shows how sound Davies is, how situationally aware he is. These are attributes not exclusive to him on a Triton Super High Roller Series final table, but obviously praise where praise is due, as that ace-king fold really an opportunity to exemplify the power of the ICM.
Call
It's
eight, fold 9 to 10, just because they're lucky.
Yeah.
It's an interesting spot there. He does have a lead over the other stacks. If these stacks pick up a pot, though, you know, like if Ren Lin just goes all in and gets folds, Ren moves into second. Like his lead isn't so big that it's insurmountable. That's why you could maybe make an argument like I think he should call aces, probably kings.
Somebody
maybe
better
ace
4
king.
million this time.
I don't know.
Not limping the 8s. Now Watson.
It's curious. I mean, I'm assuming Seth is probably right, but He folded it quickly, though. Not much thinking.
Not at all.
Maybe it's just not that close.
You're not wrong.
Strong.
Obviously, Rast, in terms of just how chiselly the differentials continue to be.
Gonna need some new raise sizes. You guys are figuring this out quick.
Yeah, you gotta
But
mix it up.
gallows humor there. But
1.5.
what I was saying is those two guys, Lin and Chen, do have to pick up a pot or two before all of a sudden the landscape changes in terms of Seth. So he's willing to wait it out as opposed to dig in with the ace-king and see whether or not that develops.
It's also nicer to be first in the pot, so he can move all in here. Wow, he lets it go.
Now we're really observing
Yeah.
a clear desire
Mr.
to just let
陈老师
Watson do the work.
So Dong's going to call this, yeah.
Yeah,
For
very
sure.
different scenario for
man,
him
okay,
as
okay.
the shortest of the three shorties.
Low pair. Worked last time.
Yeah, sevens. For Watson, held up. Will eights. Look at the equity. Just a 10% edge for the ace-king. Optics a little funky if you got the long deck goggles on. Queen 10-9. The eights are holding on.
They're pretty big equity dog now. Ooh, but that's a great card. And Dong doesn't have a heart either.
No, he doesn't. But he does have the aces, kings, and jacks in a 2.2 million chip pot. Instead, it's running sixes and the eights.
这个太领先了哈。
Hold on. As the one-man wrecking crew that is Mike Watson continues to just smash his way
我现在两张人
toward
都
what
干了
seems like a potentially inevitable title unless the tide changes out here at this FT. On this occasion, the victim, China's Dong Chen, who impressed here at this final table and here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, 4th cash of the festival so far.
Yes, well played, sir. I mean, some incredible bluffs at this final table. Both happen to be with King 9. Go back and check those out.
最喜欢见爸爸。
Really outstanding hands.
If I told you the last remaining standing participant of the Chinese delegation in this 25K short deck was going to be newbie to the game, Ren Lin, would you have believed me, Ras? Pardon me.
You know what? There was a stretch yesterday where I might not have, to be quite frank. But here he is, battling it out with Seth Davies basically for second, unless
What?
Mike really catches a stretch of run bad.
Really?
Heads
Look
up.
at Ren.
Wow, heads up. Okay.
The merciful Sir Watts just lays this one down.
The weird thing about that is that, yes, it's three-handed.
You know
That
why?
said, the
Heads up.
biggest jump yet is coming. So I'm curious that Watts decided to fold because to me there's still massive
Why you show
ICM
me
pressure
that?
here.
Five.
Like these guys, it's so
fold
hard
those
to
jack?
play for a win.
iPhone.
And there's a jump that's almost halfway from third to first coming to second. I mean,
I don't think that muck would mean that we're going to see him take his foot off the accelerator entirely, but who knows?
no, not entirely, but maybe he's decided it's not. I'm just curious about that because I think this is an extreme ICM spot.
Please.
And this
Face
is
card,
up
please.
in range.
Yes. Finally, I got it.
Yeah, Ren, you got to go with this one.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He knows
I
it.
am
We know
all
it.
in. Don't snap a call. Please. No snap a call, please.
15.
Watson is all the way up to 12 million plus, Rast. You saw
Thank
that
you
pay
so
jump.
much.
He decides
Welcome to my
queen jack
company.
That's fine.
Ooh.
is enough. Lynn says,
Yeah,
welcome
he's
to my
indestructible
company.
right now, Tony.
This is a curious spot.
This could be a
because-
hostile takeover of that company.
Because it's not actually that bad for Watson if the lowest in chips up, you'd think. But yeah, these guys are pretty short in terms of antes, so they might call pretty wide versus his jams.
So to the flop we
Ooh.
go. Double gutter for Watson. Hearts working as Lynn in front with top pair.
Those open-ended straights come in pretty frequently.
He is blocking the king. 2.4 million in the middle. Can he fade the K9?
Touchdown, baby.
Yes.
Heads up.
As touchdown is declared.
I like how he went for the high five from Seth, who's
Yeah.
like most clearly not rooting for him.
Well,
Like,
it's not. It's the less weird of the two high fives to go after,
Yeah.
because if you walk over to Watts and try to get one,
Yeah,
things are even weirder.
both players at the table very actively rooting against him. Hard to get a high five, but Seth did it anyways. That's a good sport, Seth.
It really isn't
Yeah.
a heavily high five incentivized environment out there in terms of Ren Lin.
It's like Seth's like, damn, that just cost me 100K.
Yeah, right.
All right, buddy, good job.
Right.
No,
Sure, Ren, put her there.
no big deal.
30 annies for Ren now. Davies the clear shorty with 20. Huge pickup for Ren.
Watson still has 11.6 million.
Professional dealer.
I mean,
Wow. One
He has
more time, one more
145
time.
annies to the other two combined having 50. So it's like a 3-to-1 chip lead over both of them.
Man's pumped up.
Could be time, Seth. Ace 10 off. Let's go for it. And so this is an interesting, again, not shoving just because if it's all in and call behind him, he can just sit this one out and try to ladder up. So we can see that was a really cool spot to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's found those spots quite steadily, by the way, you know. Always mindful of what's going on as things do shift.
Yeah, and I like his decision there. You know, some people like do that, but then leave like 100,000 in their stack, and you're like, yeah, I guess you're folding, but now you have absolute dust. So you'd think it's kind of good to find like the lowest number possible where it's still very committal, and I really like 700K there for that. So nice sizing, Seth.
No snap
Just
call,
the
please.
subtle little things.
He's six suited.
Aye. Cooler, cooler.
And now Ren with opportunities to do some snacking.
Yeah, not a spot Seth is going to fold wide at all. He's really going to call chip EV there because he'd love to double through Ren. And Ren can wait him out. That said, you know, Seth is just going to have dust very often, so Ren's going to, you know, move in with a suited ace, see what happens.
Second play.
Well, what Seth and Ren are going to have is a hard time claiming that gold Triton trophy if Mike Watson is going to have anything to do with it.
Ali, that's Sir Watts, first of his name to you.
Pardon me, Rast.
First name
How dare
basis.
I? How dare I? As a non-knighted
Very
commentator.
cheeky. Very cheeky, my friend.
Out of line. I can mess around, find the guillotine for lesser
Yeah.
offenses. Davies now king-9 suited. Thought about it, you know. Not a terrible hand, but just a terrible spot.
King 9 suited a bit more dusty in short deck than in Hold'em.
Yeah. 1.6 million in front of Seth Davies. As you see him and Ren Lin scrapping, fighting, and coming back to 100K annies with 200K on the button. The Mike Watson show in full effect here in Jeju as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast, 25K short deck final table. We have lost 4 participants so far, but Ren Lin now jockeying in front of Seth Davies, and you saw that fold from Seth. How deep do you think he's going to let himself get whittled down before he digs in? He's at 20 annies right now.
Yeah, no, but it's changed quite a bit because Ren doubled there. So Seth isn't going to let himself get whittled anymore. Not making big folds like ace-king at the moment, that's for sure. So, you know, he's got 16 annies. Ren's got 24. Watson's got well over 100. So at this point, Seth, you know, he can do some waiting in some spots, but not a spot like that. We're not going to see him fold ace-king now.
All right, so then in just a few minutes' time, we will resume three-handed action from here at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. You don't want to miss it. Title going to get awarded here, perhaps not long from now. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know how to identify good range bet boards? Cutoff versus button, 3-bet pot, 40 big blinds deep. Which of these flops should button c-bet 100% of their range? Ace-King-King, Ace-7-3, King-Jack-6, or 8-7-3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
It's a little bit on the tight side, but it's probably an ICM thing here, and really trying to preserve his chips. You know, kind of a battle with Lun Loon to see who can go out first, and Seth has the lead ahead of time. Also, these pairs here, you have to realize nines. You take out deuces through fives, all of a sudden, most of the deck is an overcard, so it's near impossible oftentimes to win the pot unimproved. So you're kind of just set mining with them.
Jack 10 suited is a hand near and dear to any short deck player. One that performs incredibly well against a wide variety of holdings, and
So
Lun
not
Loon
done
has
today.
decided,
Easy.
658.
let's do this. Why Ken? Seeking a count.
And he's going to be surprised here that he's actually dominating and pretty far ahead of the Jack-10. And we could see even the Jack of Clubs got folded, so...
Won't be surprised, though, that Loon chose this particular hand to do it with off of a short stack. One of those sub-4 pot kind of things that you were talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are a good number of hands that don't call, like Queen 10 off, King 10 off. You know, maybe
Full deck,
even,
the hearts are better. But in short deck, diamonds.
you know, a lot of these hands. So he does get some better hands that dominate him to fold. It plays, this hand plays really well against Ace-King, has surprising equity against Aces-Kings.
From a gutter to a double gutter on the turn, as Loon hasn't connected yet, but does threaten. 8 outs, and there it is. And note, by the way, these beats are not as dirty as they would feel in long deck. The gutters just come in far more often.
Yeah, pre-flop he was less than a 2-to-1 dog in.
Sevens under the gun for Ren Lin.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cheap to limp in. That said, pretty brave limp, but definitely one of the weakest hands he would do it with. He has the 2 chip leaders on the button and in the cutoff. I believe Ren is 3rd in chips now.
Correct. Couple of King-9 suiteds for Chen and Watson. A pretty one on the button here for Bads. How often in the face of multiple limps do we go raising it up? The range is very narrow, or do we do a little bit of bluffing in spots like that with like an Ace-9 suited?
Yeah, you can in like Makita's spot on the button. Certainly can do it there. I think he's going to tend to pick hands that don't have as nice playability as, say, Queen Jack. Like maybe King Queen off, right? Good blocker effects to kings and queens. Yeah, maybe a hand like Ace 9 off, Ace 10 off. I think some of these better hands like Queen Jack suited, little more playability. You end up just checking, play a post flop hand in position.
Dong Chen ends up leading with top pair and the gutter, which ends up putting the other King-9 into the bin. Bads, backdoor clubs, open ender, second pair. 100 to go, 5.4 to 1 on the call.
Yeah, so checking on the button, he really can't have top set and can have ace queen, but you have to discount it some because he's definitely going to raise it some of the time at the very least.
Not this time, though, as he flats and makes Broadway on the turn. Obvious awful card for Dong Chen's purposes.
Yeah, Dong really can't think he can have the best hand here. My guess is it's just a shutdown. But, you know, because he can't have the best hand, there is reason to bluff.
Does not choose to do so, however, and now Bads.
I mean, the main hand you'd really want to try to bluff out would be like 10 Jack. You know, you're blocking a king, bottom 2 pair, but, you know, Makita's going to have a lot of straights at this point, so it seems like a pretty tough bluff.
Note that Bads decided to check back the nuts on the turn. Rast, obviously want you to walk us through that a little bit. Trappiness looking to induce maybe on the end, but now a very bad card coming off for him. Thankful that Dong does not lead into him.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to play for 2 streets in a high ICM spot. Maybe thinks there's some value in keeping potential bluff candidates in for Dong.
Sure.
More than just betting for value himself. So wants to have the straight some of the time when he checks back to protect the times he doesn't have a straight there.
215.
Doesn't sense that a boat flies across the way in the face of a second check from Chen, hence 215, as the pursuit of value is a street removed from perhaps where we might have anticipated it, but Rasty breaking it down.
Yeah, this is an interesting and nice value bet here, where he decided he's not that scared by the board pair and wants to get value from his hand, and is correct. You know, Makita could potentially be turning a bad 2-pair into a bluff. He can't really have nothing here, but, you know, maybe a hand like Jack-10. Kind of hard. You know, does he bet Jack-10 this small?
For Dong, doesn't he have more of the aces full here in terms of Makita checking back button, his position as a limper, or could Bad show up with the offsuit ace-10, ace-jack?
Yeah, and he might be thinking about check raise here.
Yeah.
Potentially more than calling.
Oh, yes. There it is. And the hazards of looking for that value.
And
now,
yeah,
on
exactly.
display.
This is the hazard. Like, you know, when you're looking to get third pot on river in position, you know, this is the hazard. And if Makita ends up figuring it out, well, then great. He kind of got his opponent to try to bluff him. But, you know, now in the attempt to get, you know, a relatively small value bet on the river, you now get bluffed off the best hand. This is like the disaster scenario.
And it's also very much kind of a, I'm not going to say a commonality, because it does take, you know, a player to make a move like this, but a function of short deck a bit. You'll see this quite often.
Certainly. And this is a very cool find by Dong Chen, kind of realizing that I probably don't, it's like, yeah, maybe Makita has Jack-10 and somehow randomly chooses a small size, even though he'd normally be blocking boats. It just seems so unlikely he has enough bluffs here for me to call. Like, let me take my king blocker and turn it into a bluff, since I really have aces full way more than him, which was a good read by you.
Yeah.
So this was a very cool find by Dong, whether it works or not. And, you know, kind of illustrates why maybe against tough players, you know, Makita's line here wasn't necessarily the best. Like, can he really...
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 25K short deck final table. Ali Najad, Czar Brian Rast here, and just 3 remaining combatants. A dive real quickly in terms of the landscape, pardon me. Seth Davies, the shortest stack right now, 16 antes, 24 antes for Ren Lin, and it has been the Sir Mike Watson show, right, Raz? Put some respect on his name. He's just bludgeoned his way to this spot, and I don't think it's going to stop.
Yeah, no, I don't see that changing. You know, right now with 3 left, there's quite a lot of ICM pressure still, right? Really big jump. I mean, almost as much from third to second as second to first. So he can really keep applying the pressure, pedal to the metal. And, you know, when it gets heads up, it's a different story. At that point, he rates to have a massive chip lead. And, you know, he's just a huge favorite to win this at this point.
Yeah, no question about it. And what are the winnings? $380,000 for your first place finisher, $273 for second. And the reason for all of the chiseling between the shorties is due to this massive pay jump, the largest, as you pointed out, Ras, that we have had on our hands. That tends to be the case. They elevate further and further up the rungs. It's roughly 100,000, you know, just shy of it, enough to really fight for, let's say. And with Davies, he was very tactical about choosing not to fight in a number of spots that caught your attention. The ace-king laydown, of course, when we were four-handed.
Yeah, that was truly a pretty big laydown he made there. Very interesting spot. He was in second. It was very close. Would he be able to hold on to that? Would he really be able to fold his way kind of into second place from there? You know, maybe he thought ace-king wasn't enough. Maybe it's just kings or aces. You know, I don't know. I'd love to ask Seth about it. I think it was a tough spot and really curious and perhaps really strong play by him.
16 antes as we play 100K with 200 on the button. 8 anti-differential for Ren Lin, and might we see similar execution from him, a newcomer relative to Seth to the short deck streets, but obviously, you know, Ren's picked up some things along the way. He's had some conversations. I would imagine that he understands just ICM in general well enough to realize that he can potentially just force Seth into a double or, you know, a pickup of a few pots before he decides to get involved. And here's a couple of 10s to give Seth a decision right off the bat.
Yeah, Ren has to realize at this point that he can wait on Seth quite a bit, so I'm sure that's going to be his plan. Obviously a very accomplished tournament player in his own right, even if short deck isn't his game. I will find I'm a person who I actually got in a similar spot as Ren. I came in third in the 2022 10K WSOP short deck. Some of these three-handed spots start to get a lot more unfamiliar when you're not practiced in short deck, you know, and you know, I made actually a kind of a big blunder to go out third. I feel like after having played really well in the tournament, so I'm just curious to see if Ren, now he's getting really short. I feel like once you get as short as this, a little bit harder to make really big mistakes.
Key pickup there for Seth, by the way, who opened to 800, didn't go jamming, and took that double ante from Ren along with an ante from Watson in the process, clawing back his own, narrowing the gap ever so slightly to 3 antes between himself and Ren Lin. Now then, 9-7 offsuit. Just too dusty, says Mike.
Yeah, which is curious. It looks like Mike has really slowed down here as it got three-handed, which to me it's somewhat surprising because this is a massive ICM spot. Like, this is the biggest jump of all of them by quite a lot. I mean, it was only 44,000 from fourth to third and 96 here, so it's more than double the jump. And both of these guys are highly incentivized to wait. But Watson has, you know, one of the other differences is there's one less ante to pick up, so it's worth a little bit less risking your stack to win what's in the pot. Whereas, you know, in Hold'em or Omaha, the blinds don't get less as the number of players go out. It's the same amount of money in the pot.
All excellent, sage
Photo heads up.
wisdom being shared by Rast. And being absorbed as well. You've touched on, you know, part of the incentive for you to come join us at the booth for an entire Triton Super High Roller Series is the chance to see some of the best in the world at their craft, soak up, and as Nick likes to put it, collect ideas.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we can see, I mean, Ren just open folded Queen Jack. I mean, Seth 10-9. Both pretty good hands in short deck. I mean, nothing crazy, but definitely not hands that would normally fold, which to me implies that maybe, I don't know, Sir Watts, who's really had the pedal to the metal, why let off?
Well, this one I don't think is going to see the muck. Davies 8 antes shy of Ren.
Yeah, no, he just jammed 10s in this spot, so definitely going to
700.
do the same here with his, well, it's half jam sizing, but.
Yeah, I mean, and it's somewhat standard for a lot of the world beaters out there at this point, very second nature sort of thing. But for those maybe questioning, well, why bother to put an amount in there that you know you're going to call off the rest when asked for it? It is specifically for the moment where Watson, let's say, jams, and then Ren comes in calling.
Yeah,
that's where we just walk away and hope Watson showers Lin and we get the pay jump that way.
Ren basically has aces as well in that spot.
Right.
So
the range
it's
is ultra narrow.
Get out. Maybe Ren loses with aces. You know, we're doing bad in this three-way pot anyways, so.
Watson back to work. Ace 7 and Davies with another one of these ace kings. But no shorter stacks than his own in the field at present.
I mean, I think he has to call this here. Wow, he lets it go. What is going on?
Just 4 antes shy of Ren Lin, and yet he wants to chisel. Now I begin to wonder, Rast, And this is no disrespect to Ren Lin whatsoever, but rather a function of trying to make sense of what we're seeing here. And maybe this has nothing to do with it. But Seth looking on at Ren and thinking, much like yourself, you said you made the blunder three-handed. Things got a little bit different out there. You're obviously a very solid card player for many years in many styles. Observing Ren and thinking, maybe he'll make a mistake of some sort.
Very good
Could that have something to do with it? As we see the ace-10 jam, ace-8 suited for Watson. Patronage eminent?
Definitely might. It's certainly possible that that's what Seth is thinking. I just wonder because, I mean, ace-king is going to have very solid equity there. And, I mean, they're close, but Seth is in third. You know, yes, if he loses the pot, he's instantly out, doesn't get the pay jump. If he wins, it's not so much that his equity to win the tournament does go up, not significantly, but his chances of getting second go up a lot because now Ren is in the hot seat, you know, and now he can truly wait and pass up some of those spots. That's what I wonder. But maybe he just feels it's better to instantly pass up those spots and just continue playing the waiting game with Ren.
Well, if these guys are going to try to wait each other out, it's really just an even nicer setup for Watson than it would be on the merits of just a chip lead.
But this goes to my earlier point where if Seth is folding ace-king, Watson should just be jamming everything. Like we saw him pass twice, but to me, those passes, I'm not sure about Seth passing ace-king. But if Seth is passing ace-king, surely Watson should be passing nothing.
I will say this. We are not far enough removed from that first ace-king fold four-handed by Seth Davies for word to have come down to Watson. It doesn't appear that he's grinding the stream, and I don't know that there's anyone on the rail that, you know, he's going to be getting up, walking over, asking about spots. Perhaps on a break, something like that would be afoot. Unclear.
And these guys are very practiced tournament short deck players who have their strategies already. And they have well thought out ideas and reasons why they're doing it. But
Jack 10 suited. Lin rips over Davies.
So yeah, calling versus Lin is very different than calling versus Watson. Because you want to bust the other short stack. That said, King 9 off seems pretty dusty.
Well, and it's covered.
Yeah.
So there will be no busting of Lin. You would wound him, but...
Yeah, no, big time. But that's huge, because now you double, you come almost 3 million in chips, and Lin goes down well under $1 million. Well, not well under, but it looks like it'd be like 800,000. So... yeah, it feels a little too light, but like he probably calls like King Jack off there for sure, I would guess.
That must have been Lady
you know,
Gaga.
which is way different than what he'd been doing. Like he just passed Ace King versus Mike. But yeah, I really, that's such a strong pass to me. This last Ace King, even stronger than the first one.
I needed an Ace Jack suited there. That's where I needed it. Couldn't get it.
Sevens. Bend.
And Seth's going to bend this one, I think. Queen 8's off is just a... I mean, in Hold'em, you're thinking, oh, it's the computer hand, more or less, whatever. Queen 7, it's even better. Not. Queen 8 off in short deck is a dusty.
Snap a call?
I was going to snap a call. It wasn't like top of range, but I was going to call it very confidently to try to like get the universe lined up correctly.
Ace 8 suited.
Very close.
Is Queen 7 the equivalent of 7 deuce in short deck?
No, I think it's Jack 6 off.
Jack 6, forgive me. Yes, I forgot we got the 6s to work with. That's right.
Oh, and Seth found one here to try to win the antes. Seeing Seth now half as many chips as Ren. So just submitting that, he's played the waiting game. and now Ren is waiting on him.
Okay.
Davies. Those pickups are critical. And unwelcome sights for Ren Lin. 10-8 offsuit. Watson leaning so hard on Davies. Sevens. Can't take the weight. And on the topic of weight, that is the game that Ren Lin, for the most part, is going to play here with that not at all insignificant jump from third to second, and relatively speaking, a significant jump between the stacks. Kings, now's the time.
1.2.
Davies again trying to keep pace with Ren.
Davies found that ace-jack suited he was just talking about.
Yeah.
$700.
Two tens.
Oh, in.
And Ren Lin is going to try to do his own dirty work.
Good luck.
Ace 10, please.
What do you want me to have?
Ace 10?
I don't have ace 10.
But he does have an ace, along with the jack and suited. And more of the equity, as you see the 3% advantage for Davies.
In this hand.
Okay.
What did he ask for in this hand?
They're three-handed in Davies' knows. I hope you get second. ... in this hand. King 9-6, and perhaps less cause for laughter now as the two tens are performing more handsomely, and they continue to do so. 4-1 favorite with one to come. Davies needs to find the ace or jack. Can't do it. As instead, Ren Lin finds tens full of kings. Davies left to collect third place, $177,500 going his way.
1 minute break.
That'll put him up and over $7 million in career Triton earnings. His 22nd cash rast here in Jeju. His 6th, still yet to win a Triton title.
Yeah, Seth navigated some difficult waters. He had a lot of tough spots at this final table. I think maybe more tough spots than anyone else, really, and interesting decisions with the ace-king. You know, did manage to work his way up to third, so pretty good score. Well played, Seth.
$3.7 million. That is what Ren Lin is going to take into battle against Mike Watson. And we'll bring you back to the desk now as we take a pause and reset things for Heads Up Play. Ali and Rasty back with you. And, you know, Rast, we continue to chew on some of the decision-making made even in that frame just now by Davies, not in the sense of being critical, but trying to unpack what it was exactly that we felt was motivating. I speculated that perhaps perceptions that Ren Lin might make a misstep or be more apt to do so would incline him, skew him further toward conservative approaches. But there could just be something on the merits of the spots he found himself in. Obviously, the ICM pressure.
Yeah, you know, without really making a comment myself, because just to be frank, I don't feel confident about. There's some times in the booth here where I've come down pretty confidently about, maybe Jax isn't 3-betting here, for example. But like this time in short deck, I'm not positive. What I will say though is that just on how Watson and Seth played those spots, I think like I would bet that they don't agree on what Seth should do with Ace King there, because we noticed twice Watson open folded the jam spot there into Seth's button, and the one time, open folded, and one time it was like 10-8 off or something like that. And, had he jammed, Seth would have folded Ace King off, which we saw a little bit later.
Yeah,
So I feel like those two things don't match up. Like if Seth is folding that strong, Watson probably should be jamming any two. So my guess is those two would disagree on whether Watson should have folded Ace King off there.
So
just my guess.
Perhaps some incongruence amongst some of the better ones to ever do it in terms of short deck. Let's turn our attention then to the fact that this heads-up stage is now set. And it is set between Ren Lin, who is deeply out-chipped and out-experienced by Mike Watson in terms of short deck. Of this, there is no doubt. And, we just took the chip counts. There it is. We're playing 100, 200. I just want to dive into the resume on Ren Lin. 1.4 million in career Triton earnings. You can see that short deck embarkations here in Jeju, first event that we see him having played. Monte Carlo was the first festival that he came into. Does play 4-card, does play long deck, but still just getting his bearings out here in short deck, and has been fairly impressive with that taken into consideration, and even to an extent without it.
Yeah, no, certainly. Ren Lin, who seemed pretty clear yesterday, was pretty green novice. Maybe this is his first short deck tournament ever. Was like, hey guys, keep me around, and maybe I'll play the next one. Here he is, second, playing heads up with Sir Watts, first of his name, for a Triton title.
All right, 9 million in career Triton earnings for the aforementioned Sir Watts, looking for his third ever title. This, his 29th career Triton cash. Scrolling back, looking for some short deck results. There's third in a 20K, sixth in a 25K. And that came back in Cyprus.
Do not sleep on Sir Watts.
There's a 50K win, one of his two titles coming in short deck, then sixth in FT, those both happening in Vietnam. Scrolling back further, didn't manage to find the money.
There's a third place at the bottom in short deck, Cyprus 22.
Second in the 20K Euro. I mean, these results just speak for themselves, Rasty. Plenty of aptitude on display by Sir Watts as he takes his massive chip stack up against Ren Lin, and we send you back down into the arena for the onset of heads-up play here. Playing for $380,000. Action just about ready to resume. Glimpses brought to you by betacr.eu of those chip counts.
Yeah, and Watson's a guy who,
273 on lockup, Rasty, pardon me.
Yeah, can't sleep on him at all. He's had a pretty good festival, being in the booth this whole time. I've seen him on screen. He had those final tables at the 50, the 150, 5 cashes like you mentioned. There was a hand specifically where he found a really nice value bet. I believe it was 6-6, 9-8 queen board. And he value bet with a flush in Hold'em, and he found a value bet on the river and got paid. Knew his man.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I've been calling him Sir Watts, first of his name, king of the value bet. Like, listen, man, he's a poker talent. You can't sleep on him at all.
And he just goes about his business in a very professional, confident, humble fashion. And, it's something that you'd be remiss not to get behind. So then.
Yeah, not the loudest character at the table.
No.
But speaks volumes with his play.
Jack-9 suited, turning into a gutter on the ace-8-6 board. Adrift is Ren's queen-10 after limping in. He checks.
And I'm curious, let's see how Watson wants to play this versus Ren. You know, he's got to know Ren's not very experienced in terms of short deck. Maybe he goes for kind of a low variance, let's play post-flop approach. I'm curious if that's what we see Watts come with. And this is an interesting one. Let's be clear. In case you missed it, obviously he has a flush draw. That no one's missing. The 9 does represent a gut shot on the bottom end, as a 7 gives Sir Watts the short deck wheel.
Bet call of 275K is Ren's bluff attempt futile for the time being, given the presence of the flush draw and the straight draw. He slides into a pair of queens. Not sure if he thinks that's good or not. Queen high was good prior.
This seems like a very natural check from Ren. You're now beating a pair of 8s or 6s, but versus a check. Ooh, Ren is gonna bluff with his hand. I can't imagine that this is a value bet. This is a pretty interesting kind of mergy bluff. Feels like his hand is maybe a bit too strong. Like, if Watson has, I guess he's targeting a king. As played, if Watson somehow didn't raise an ace, my guess is he probably calls. But yeah, targeting kings, that's interesting.
So precarious choice, perhaps, by Ren Lin to barrel 675 there on the end?
I think it was a very creative choice, yes. And it's kind of interesting if Ren is going to start taking creative lines, in my opinion. That's a way that he could, you know, really put Mike in tough spots where he makes the wrong decision.
Well, to be fair, Mike generally, I would imagine, has found himself deep in these short deck events up against other people with a decent amount of short deck experience. Ren, of course, as we've established, not among those characters, but he's looked wily out there. The reality is we see him with the kings wagging the finger in the face of the limp from Watson, getting no further action. He could very well, as you mentioned, kind of throw these sorts of curveballs at Watson that, you know, he's not going to really know what to do with.
Yeah, I agree. And also, what I remember from yesterday, Ren was cautious, if anything, in some of these spots, pre-flop and post. So if all of a sudden he's going for kind of like weird, mergy, betting a lot, kind of maybe even bluffing too much, that might be intentional even based on his previous image to throw Sir Watts off.
Ace, 10, 6. They both limp. It's bottom pair for Ren. And here's some left brain activity. 200,000 with that bottom pair, perhaps sensing that he'll have further opportunities against a 10x combo and that the ace may have been heard from pre-flop. Watson with the gut shot. He will peel and he will get there. A 9 sliding right in to give Watson the nuts as it stands. Ren Lin picks up a gutter of his own to a chop.
Wow, and let's see if Ren keeps betting this here. He has a spade. He's got the gutter. So he's blocking the straight. And yeah, again, Ren is just taking kind of aggressive lines and continuing it. Unfortunately for him, Watson has it. So now Watson's decision is, you know, do I trap or do I just go for it here? And that gets into how strong he thinks Ren is. My guess is you kind of just raise. There's a lot of potential draws like Queen Jack, King Jack, etc. that might keep barreling here. We don't really want to give them a free card. But if he picks up on the fact that Ren's betting really weak, low equity hands, it does favor call. Let's see what Watson decides.
650 into 800. Sizing is meaningful. Is it meaningful enough for Watson to think another barrel will come in behind it?
He probably just raises. Yeah. And he's not jamming, it looks like.
No.
How much?
1.5.
And this is just way too much heat. Ren has complete dust. I don't even think it's a hand you want to continue anyway, but we're going to save some face, pretend like we're thinking it out, not going to use the time bank, and let it go.
We don't ride that 7 to glory in terms of blocker effects, do we?
I mean, you can find some other, like, what about just like Queen 7 of spades? You know? Now we have a flush draw and this and the gutter. The 6 blocker not very relevant there either.
Lin lays down. Watson nearing a 4-1 chip lead. How sweet it would be for Ren Lin, and how improbable at that, to pick up his first ever Triton title in a game that he has far less experience in than long deck and PLO, we presume. Against one of the better short deck players out there in any given Triton field, in Sir Watts. Jack 7 turns into trip jacks here.
And the board really disconnected, so see what Watson decides. And no float from Ren.
Sorry.
Which is pretty great, because one of the only ways Ren can win that is running out of straight, and the 7 there would have made that near impossible.
Little 100K and take it. Ace Queen suited now for Watson as Lin limps the 10-7 suited.
Seven.
700,000. The requested price to participate in this particular battle. Lin pays it. 1.4 out there. Not Ren's flop. Queen Jack 6 top pair.
Yeah, nice flop for Watson. That said, you know, top pair, very vulnerable in this game. So a lot of incentive to just play this fast. There's no he's not going to break this down into 3 streets. We are heads up, though.
No thanks, says Ren in the face of a 350K position bet by Watson. He will let it go. Now 5-1 plus the chip lead for Sir Watts.
All in.
All in announced.
Gamble too much.
Short deck's a gamble game, Ren.
That it is, but there's more to it than simply that. Sir Watts knows this well.
Indeed. Ollie?
Did you get out there to Macau and play the short deck? with the boys early on? Rusty?
No, I never played short deck early on. I've played very little short deck. I've definitely spent more time
double me up 1 time. Thank
in the
you.
booth
All in.
between this stop and 2022 Triton's
call, please.
commentating than playing it.
Bad hand.
Fight hand?
Bad hand. Can't do it.
Fight hand.
I probably
no
played like
sweat.
5 short deck tournaments or something.
Needed.
And maybe I played it in cash like once or twice at the Aria.
Okay.
But yeah, no, never here in Asia. But I was out of Macau. No one was playing short deck when I was in Macau. It's been quite a few years since I've been there, really.
Normal hold'em. Long deck.
All in.
Yes, and I did play a little PLO there, but not much more just long deck hold'em. I mean,
With,
I got
Suicide Kings, One-Eyed Jackson, Deuces Wild.
No, actually, you can't. They have very strict rules about games you can spread there. Like a game has to be approved before they can even spread it. So it's like very difficult. You can't just do things like that, change the rules, play this game, play mix. There aren't many games that are approved there.
That's always been the frustrating thing for me when you go elsewhere to play a mixed game and then they tell you, no, we can't spread these draw games because we don't have approval. And Ren Lin approves of pocket sevens here. Ace-8 suited for Mike Watson. He's going to take a stand. And we play for 5.1 and the title if we're Sir Watts. And for Ren, we play for continued opportunity to try to hoist hardware and escape a second-place payout.
And jammed quite a bit with these sevens here.
Diamond draw for Sir Watts. The sevens are still in front, but look how big a dog they are with 2 to come. Turn. Wow. There's the board now. We can get counterfeited if we're Ren Lin. There are too many outs for me to put them all on your screen, guys. This would be so improbable. And there is the counterfeit. A jack on the river, leaving Sir Watts to shake hands with Ren Lin, who certainly impressed and outperformed here on the day. Ren will collect the $273,000, but for Sir Watts, the $380K and a third Triton trophy here in the 25K short deck.
Well played, Sir Watts.
I mean,
well played, sir.
He didn't put a foot wrong out there.
No, I mean, that was just a clinical example of the big stack applying pressure. How many chips did he win with no showdown? I mean, it was incredible that all those jams and no one ever found a hand to call with, really. But, yeah, just what a clinic by Sir Watts. Ran away with it. Runaway freight train, no slowing him down. Third Triton title. Congratulations.
Hats off. That's not the chip counts. Those are the prizes. 380,000. 273. Going to Ren Lin back here at the desk with you. Rast, it happened so quickly. I feel like we've unpacked most of what there was to unpack about the exchange, but maybe we continue to lay praise upon Ren Lin, denied his first ever Triton title, but always a dog in terms of from the onset of coming in here and playing against some of the best to ever play short deck, always present in our Triton fields, and then also kind of working it out along the way, picking up a little strat, and then showed us some creativeness heads up.
Certainly, Ali. I mean, I agree, and that was exactly what was on my mind as the next thing to point out. Listen, Sir Watts crushed it. There we go. But what about Ren Lin? Listen, our man understood the mission. The mission was to come in second. And as far as that goes, mission accomplished. I mean, had he come from a massive chip deficit to then win, okay, I mean, hats off, sir, but that's probably not going to happen. Even a little bit more unlikely in a game where he has, we're assuming, but likely very little experience. Heads up makes it against one, Mike Watson, one of the best, very difficult. But he got the mission and accomplished it. Came in second. I mean, 270 something. Only 100 away from first. I mean, that's a big score. Everybody else at the final table was eyeing that pay slot right there.
Yeah.
And it's Ren Lin that took it down.
Yeah.
I mean, second.
He did,
Yeah.
made the decisions he needed to in order to assure himself that outcome, and in doing so, takes home that handsome $273,000. But of course, the man of the moment is who we await to hear from. And so, as is standard and customary, we send you back down to the final table for some words with Marianela Pereira. And don't give up on coverage yet, because we've got plenty more short deck still to come. After that interview, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back with the 50K short deck main event day one coverage. Keep it close.
Well, Michael, your resume pretty much speaks for itself. You collected your career best score just a few days ago. 3 final tables here in Jeju. Picking up this 3rd title, along with a plethora of wins, all in a span of 12 months. Is it fair to say that you're playing some of your best poker?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I am. Obviously, a run like I've been on the last couple of weeks takes a little bit of luck, but I do feel like, I've been getting better, playing a lot of my best poker lately, and hopefully I'm, just starting to get some rewards for that.
And your other titles were in short deck and PLO. Do you enjoy mastering these different games? Does this keep you motivated?
Yeah, I've always enjoyed playing different variants of poker. I started playing mix, I guess, fairly early in my career. It's something I've kind of fallen out of, but the short deck and the PLO, I think, are games I really enjoy. I like playing the big bet games as well. I think that's kind of where my skill set is. I love playing the different variants. It's a lot of fun. Keeps you, motivated. Keeps you interested as well. You're always kind of learning new things. It's not sort of as maybe, I don't know, like formulaic. Not as
Right.
Not the same thing every day. Yeah.
And you've been with Triton since 2017, so you've had a front row seat to Triton's growth. What is it about the Triton series that keeps you coming back that you absolutely love?
What's not to love? It's the biggest buy-ins, the best tournaments. I mean, it's growing. The prize pools are getting huge. I mean, it just keeps getting better and better for sure. But it's a great atmosphere as well, really friendly, great group of people. Playing poker against them every day is a lot of fun.
Absolutely, truth in that. Yeah, the Triton family, gotta love it. All right, speaking of the Triton family, let's bring out Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi. There's your number 3, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, your 25K short deck champion, Michael Watson.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
I mean, he maybe just has to go with this. Let's see. Can he keep waiting? He only really has 2 orbits left to play. This is his chance to get in there. He might be able to get Ace-Jack off the fold based on who has it. One of the other guys with 2 million. Yeah, so he does the half commitment thing. If multiple people go all in behind him, he's out.
King Jack suited. These are tempters. Loon obviously would love to realize the pay jump and see Davies get showered in front of him.
This is an interesting spot, too, because the person who came in the pot is Seth. So it's the person he'd most like to double through, right? If he wins this, now the person in second is almost out. So that said, the flip side is Seth probably has a pretty strong range here, which kind of sucks. But Lun decided he wants to gamble with Seth.
And no matter what Seth were to have here, 180,000 more, it's always getting called.
Yes.
He only has 490 more anyhow, but a very significant altercation between the 2 men at the bottom of the leaderboard here. Advantage Davies ever so slight.
Just like we drew it up.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
And look at these equities.
What,
nearly a flip.
780 you got about?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's
pretty good flop for Seth.
Not quite a flip anymore.
7 of spade.
Wow.
Spades, a king, or a jack. That's what Lun Loon needs to find on this river. And that's the one piece of paint that doesn't connect as Lun Loon becomes the first casualty here in this 25K short deck final table. Never really got anything going, just kind of hung around. Now, will be left to collect $64,000. Lun, 12th career Triton cash, now 2.2 million in career Triton earnings. This is third final table here in Jeju, and a couple of more short deck appearances still remaining for him. As the well-liked Lun Loon exits the arena.
And here it comes.
3 million.
Guess who?
Ooh.
Jack's on the button for Yang. Let's spin.
OK，四十先来一次。
3 to 2 favorite.
Yeah.
It's decent equity.
Yeah, pretty good in short deck.
Better than aces.
The only issue is it always a flip anyway.
780,000 chip pot.
I like
The Jacks are in front even further now.
Yeah, great flop for Jacks.
Stays that way, as all Wykin needs to do is fade Barry. An ace on the river. Oh! There is that ace, and while it doesn't have the unexpected sting of its long deck counterpart, nevertheless, it is an unwelcome sight here for one Wykin Yang, Rasty, as the Malaysian delegation suffers a casualty here in the 25K short deck at the FT.
Yes, sir, Ali. That was a nasty river for Wykin. Well played. Always a monster in the short deck streets. Wykin Yang, longtime Triton legend.
$80,500. That's what Wykin is going to add to his career Triton earnings of $11.5 million plus now. No fifth.
Has gone from being like kind of solidly in fourth place and now just picking up the antes 2 times is right there in the middle of that mid cluster of Ren, Seth, and Dong. They're all around 2 million.
All in.
Sevens for Watson.
Now, will Nikita find this to be good enough? He knows Watson's jamming. I mean, I don't know if it's any 2. It might be any 2. And this hand actually rates probably to be, you know, I don't know, a super small favorite, plus he's getting the pot overlay. My guess is he goes with this one.
535.
Yeah, Watson might not be jamming any 2 here, but it's probably very, very wide. Like, who knows? Maybe he folds like queen 6 off or something, but...
There's 6 antes out there to start 5-handed. And welcome to continuing coverage of the short deck streets from here at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Najat joined now by our own Will Jaffe. And Will, it's time for the 50K main event. In terms of short deck, you and I were touching upon it during the break briefly. There are some guys that are snipers, let's call them. They don't come around during all of that long deck PLO business. They book their flight when we strip the deuces through 5s out, and there are a few of them that are beginning to sprinkle into this field that is still developing. As we dive inside the Triton Poker Plus app, you can take a look at some of these names, and Will, you know, walk us through maybe some of the guys that you haven't seen thus far in all of our coverage that rate to be on the sniper side of the spectrum.
Martin Nielsen, I recognize him. He came in a few days ago, and this gentleman, not a lot of cashes, but this player eliminated me from the World Series of Poker main event this year.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, in Madrid, you see he sniped 4 short deck events. You saw in Cyprus. Also, all short deck all the time here in Jeju. Played the 25K, did not cash, still in search of his first ever Triton cash. So, obviously, if you do come just for the short deck and you still haven't cashed, some pressure maybe on Nielsen. Another one right there, playing under the Union Jack. This young man, Michael Zhang, Will.
Yeah, this guy is definitely a short deck sniper. He's here for these. You see the second place there in Vietnam, the third place. I mean, just this guy's. Does he even play other games? I feel like he's like a real specialist.
Well, you can see Cyprus 2022, the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, but the vast majority of his action has come in the short deck streets. You go back to London in 2019, however, and the entirety of his body of work was in the non-short deck streets. But perhaps he's gone into specialist mode. There was one more name that I wanted to touch on briefly as being part of that short deck specialist crew, and that is the Dutchman, Rene van Krevelen. So we're about ready to get things underway as the tables are being drawn in. I'm being told we have enough time to take a look at the profile on Rene. Will, there he is. First joined us in Madrid. Haven't seen him since, but it was an all short deck affair there, and he, made an 8th place run for 114,000. So we'll be keeping our eyes on these gentlemen in particular. And there is Martin Nielsen at our blue feature table, joined by Tai Ha and Hongjun Zhao. The latter of whom, by the way, is playing in his first ever, I'm being told, Triton tournament, first ever festival by extension. Here he is. Nice start for him as we play 500 ante, button ante of 1K, trip 9s. Nielsen flicks 1,000 out there with really airy kit. We know Zhao not going anywhere. Flats. Heads up from here forward. 10-6 drawing dead. Martin with the check back. Plays the board. Don't think the running jacks are going to be of concern for Zhao here.
Yeah, Zhao may be a sniper himself. I didn't see him really around earlier in the series, so maybe here just for the short deck as well.
One would presume that given this is the first event he's bothered to play here in Jeju, that is very much going to be the case. And, the game, obviously, you ever seen a short deck game in the States? Any card room that you walked into being played?
Not in my neck of the woods, no.
I confess, over at Resorts World in Las Vegas, there is a small crew of guys that play like a private game. They come in and they play their own short deck game. It's not big, but they are far and away the most rambunctious group in the room anytime that they're playing. But other than that, I've never seen a short deck game getting spread in a room in the United States. Now, with that said, the game continues to have pockets of enthusiasm, predominantly in the Far East. As we see another three-way pot develop. Ace 8-7. Gutters for both Tai Ha and Nielsen. And for Zhao, he's got the gutter with an ace. 1,500. As Tai leads out. Zhao makes the call and makes aces up on the turn, which gives Tai Ha the nuts. This is a very bad development for obvious reasons, but there's 4 to a straight on the board. A reminder, of course, for those that are just joining us that the ace can play as a wraparound. So it takes the place of the 5, which is absent the deck. Deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s out of there. Other nuances of short deck. Of course, flushes beat full houses. Not something we need to think about on this particular board texture.
Yeah, I would imagine Zhao always just calls.
That he does. Board pairs, and that's unwelcome for Tai Ha in more ways than one, as it actually does impact the front runner here. Zhao making 9s full.
Pretty awful run out for Tai. Looks like he might still want a value bet. This is going to be costly.
9K. Never had any hope. Another 12,000. Knows enough to let go. Walk us through some of the structural stuff here in terms of short deck coverage that we picked up of the 25K today was after level 10 had already come to a close, and that is a significant point in the tournament. Why, Will?
Because that's when you have to put all your bullets in play. You get 3 bullets, so essentially you start off these guys all on their first bullet. It's not a full buy-in. They don't need a rebuy, but they have another set of 2 more sets of antes that they can add on at any time. But once that level hits, they have to put them in play.
Yeah. It's kind of when the rubber meets the road in any given short deck event. And I don't know that maybe once I've seen someone put multiple bullets out there when unforced. But really, it's just common practice not to put more bullets in play than needed, as Nielsen will be in play here on the ace-jack-jack board. Trips, checking over. Taiha with the gutter, 2 checks in front. We'll take a free pull and get there. The queen now adding a gutter to Nielsen's kit, which is in a way against Taiha's Broadway. 1K, the barrel.
Ty's already got into some rough spots early. He is going to raise with it. You see Nielsen still has a lot of outs. Does block the straight as well. It's a pretty dicey spot with just the jack. Well, you feel a lot better when Ty checks back on the button pre-flop. Would imagine he always just calls and sees a river.
Drawing live to the boat and making it. Jacks full of 10s now, as straights are not performing well here at this feature table in the early going of the 50K main. Second straight occasion. Just 11,000 in the middle.
And second time Ty has gotten boated up on the river. Nielsen looks like he wants to come out and bet it.
That's 6,000.
Like 10?
He's going to see the bad news.
$6K shaved off of his stack, as on this occasion he does end up finding the showdown.
What place did you get, Seth?
Third.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Nice result.
Welcome Seth Davies to the party after a little break among the early registrants here. Room still filling out, by the way.
Just getting started here in this 50K short deck main event. Let us know where you guys are watching from. Perhaps enjoying a nice home-cooked meal while you sweat this. I know that's how Ollie likes to sweat these things.
Now, see, the whole home cook thing, again, I put a read on the demographic out here as the ace-9 offsuit. Speaking up here, pardon me, we'll get more to the demographics of the home cooked meal set momentarily. for now, this is akin to the ace-5 in long deck. Still, everybody's so deep. Nielsen from the button wants to set mine. And let's see if Zhao has ideas. It's not the candidate we think of in terms of limp trap, but certainly we do see some 3-betting. Queen 10-10. Eights. Still in front, and it isn't close as the ace-nines interfere with one another.
You see Ty's blockers, though, much more relevant on this board. He blocks ace-10 of hearts and 10-9 of clubs, both hands that would raise, whereas Xiao doesn't block any of those suited combos with the spades. Nielsen may want to stab at this. It's really nice to take it down now.
He does stab, and remember, there was a limp and a raise in front of him before he made the call, so we wonder in terms of range. Certainly feels as though there could be a good bit of interactivity.
Xiao's going to look him up with that backdoor flush draw.
He could have some naughty thoughts on his mind here moving forward as we see the counterfeiting queen come off. He was the limper pre. Nielsen unblocks a lot of the straight draws, and yet he now faces a lead of 5K from Zhao as this has become a very levelly affair.
Yeah, really interesting from Xiao. Might see some bluff on bluff here if Nielsen continues. Looks very suspicious. But no, nice bet from Xiao. Take it down, sir.
You know, I'm going to keep an eye on this gentleman here. Just after that one, you know, one little data point, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's relevant for sure.
This is a guy with a CV in the short deck streets is the sense that I'm getting.
Another sniper.
Did Davies just get a transfer? Was he already there? What?
I know he. Yeah.
Oh, he was getting mic'd up.
He's getting
Okay,
mic'd up.
yeah.
Fresh off that third place finish, and I think he'll be pretty happy with that. From what I saw, he was short basically the whole way.
He really did try to chisel past Ren Lin into second. And had some very interesting things that caught the attention of both Rast and I, as aces have caught the attention of Tai Ha.
Yeah, bad start for Tai. Looking to get some chips back here. Davies going to defend that button.
Ten-6, 10-7-6 rather. Top pair in the gutter for Davies. Welcome developments.
Seth also has that 10 of diamonds.
9K. The bet from Ty. Pot sized. Oh, and look at this. Davies on the button as a defender pre. This board texture supposed to be more his than Ty's.
Yeah, much more. You can't imagine Ty's raising too many hands with a 7, too many hands with a 6, too many 9/8. So definitely a range play from Seth here, and he's happy to get it in if need be, but I don't think Ty will fold just to this bet.
Yeah, I don't know. Happy, perhaps not, but knows that he's performing decently against the range he would anticipate Ty to be getting what would amount to out of line with on a board such as this with an overpair. In reality, however, what we have is a call of the extra 24,000 by Ty. Queen on the turn.
Could I get the ice vanilla latte, please? Ice vanilla latte. Ice.
That's a pretty safe turn for Ty.
Honey?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's just going to shove, which is not surprising. And Davies is not going to like it. He's sort of priced himself in here.
Note that he says, what is happening, though? Because this line is a little peculiar from Ty Ha.
It's very, very peculiar. It's not a standard range you would take. Normally, you just check call the flop. If you bet call, you're just going to check the turn. But Ty is kind of protecting his equity here. It's an interesting play.
I mean, is he repping set of queens?
He also could have a hand like King Jack of diamonds, Ace Jack of diamonds, even Jack 9 of diamonds.
But that Jack 9, remember the pre-flop raise from Ty, you know, short deck streets. I'm not sure. It's still early. We're very deep. But
yeah,
it
no, that
does
was a
send 10-9 into the bin.
Interesting bet, yeah.
Much to be learned when we observe the operations of short deck killers. And there's another one of them. Ike Caxton.
Prince of Darkness. Someone, I forget who it was. Maybe the Czar Rasty brought that nickname back. Haven't heard in a while.
That was developed when he had the long shoulder length hair, though, wasn't it?
Yep.
Now I feel like it's a little less.
Yeah. That was I don't know if you remember I think it was the Poker Stars Caribbean Adventure. They were playing outside. There's these great shots of him.
Oh, I remember.
Hair blowing in the wind.
It was pretty insane.
Yeah.
How the cards even stayed on the felt was...
Yeah, it looked like it.
Lamar, I thought we were going to have to put some tack out there.
160 antes, and I think the second stack had 20.
It was that extreme?
It was maybe not that.
I saw maybe 30.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikki. Let's do this one. I'll do this one. It was definitely like he had 130 plus.
Nielsen going to raise it up.
Yeah.
King Jack suited, the responsible kit. Extra 3,500 over the top of the Ty Ha limp. King, queen now. Blocker effects from the button here for Zhao. Kings, queens, the big ace-X. Decides to play it as a flat. Dominating Nielsen. Will, you've not said a word about Nielsen's sunglasses, and I'm actually quite shocked about it. Well, more on that later, perhaps. 11,000 in the middle, and trouble on the horizon for Martin's top pair. Outkicked.
Yeah, awful flop for Nielsen. Could get himself in a fair amount of trouble.
I'll tell you what, those glasses suggest that you and I could get in a fair amount of trouble with that man after play comes to an end tonight, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a little EDM festival.
I'm just saying fun is the order of the evening.
Look, we've been working very hard, Ollie. Might be time to let loose.
Nielsen lets loose with a 4K barrel here. The follow-up on the pre-flop raise. Zhao content to flat. See what's what on the turn. The ace, the old action freezer.
Yeah, actually a great card for Nielsen because it might save him from losing too much more here. Never mind.
11,000. As he just doesn't expect a whole lot of ace X to have called the flop after having flatted pre. Maybe some of the, I don't know, the ace 8 and ace 6 that would have been gut shots, but only Zhao knows whether or not a flat on the button in the face of a limp and a raise in front of him is within his range. But now that we've been called once more, Nielsen may have some concerns. Wet River. Won't be the last time we say that here in these short deck streets.
No, and Nielsen does have some key blockers here with the jack. It's hard for this hand to be good at this point when called twice.
41 out there. He will check it. Zhao content to do the same, and that showdown, he will be a winner. Nice call on the turn. First ever Triton Festival, first ever Triton event. And we've touched upon in the past somewhat of a phenomenon with regards to the anonymity in any given Triton field. Will, you may not know so much about them, but you have the opportunity to watch, observe, learn, whereas the other guys, can't say that for them.
And it says nice.
King Jack of clubs going to get tried on by Tai Ha as Nielsen sampling the local wares. Did you get out to the canteen already today, Will?
Is that slang for like diner or
Yeah,
like
the mess hall.
The mess hall, yeah.
You know?
Did you like, were you in the army or something, Ollie? Little boot camp sent
No.
away?
I can be a bit militant in the booth sometimes, but other than that, no.
Yeah.
8-9 suited here. Davy's taking us upstairs. Yeah, you have a nibble already?
I had a little, you know, the breakfast. I'm waiting on a burger. Hopefully one of these hardworking cameramen can bring me a burger with fries. I'm very excited. Have been eating a lot of the local Asian cuisine, and you know, that Shake Shack is just a part of my
It beckons,
DNA at this point.
Also, maybe augmented DNA for these cameramen because there has been a disproportionate amount of burgers and fries ingested. We may have to have a resident cardiologist.
I don't
at
want to call these guys out, but they love the burgers and fries, and it makes me wonder: are they maybe back home? It's just not available as much.
Davies loves the ace-6-7 as he flops the joint here. It's tough to condition ourselves to realizing it, but the ace playing is a 5. And the man who took us upstairs pre follows through for 3,500. Easy check fold for the King Jack of clubs. Davies going to ease his way into this session with a well-earned massage. Tried to massage his stack as much as possible. Had a couple of occasions on which he folded ace-king pre, which really raised eyebrows here in the booth. Not in a critical fashion, but in a manner that alluded to the fact that there is so much more than meets the eye to some very specific spots. Not just in short deck, but poker in general. And these spots are exactly what in between these events, these, you know, world beaters, crushers are out there studying.
Yeah, Davies, one of the original solver guys. I mean, I remember when this stuff was kind of starting, him and Nick Petrangelo, they'd have to get like 2 desktops, you know, and you'd plug all the stuff in and then let it run for like a night, and then you go the next day and study everything and keep
Yeah, I'm gonna
repeating.
get there and not worry about
That was
sleeping
inefficient.
and sleeping for at least a day or two, and then see what I feel like doing. Yeah.
Nielsen
Yeah, I just booked it yesterday. I ended up
starts
moving
the
some
limping,
chairs to
and
older
Tai Ha
Vegas.
has flopped trips here.
What are you doing? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I remember you mentioned it to me, and I was like, I still hadn't decided if I was going to Taipei yet or not. So.
2 checks in front of trips. Out of hands that don't rate to be continuing. The backdoor flush prospects really not as much of a consideration in the short deck streets, just given how difficult it is to make a front door flush, let alone, pardon me, a backdoor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nielsen looks a bit curious.
I had the San Francisco Taipei round trip for only 4K, which I was pleased with, but then the travel agency fucked me.
Calm.
I booked it, and then they were like, between when you asked for it and when we bought the miles to go get it for you, the return leg disappeared, so you can have the outgoing for 2K, and we'll try to figure out something for you for the return, but then they just didn't.
Well, at just 1K, those hands that I didn't think would be interested in continuing both have come along. Right. Note that the King 9 has picked up a gutter.
Yeah. Well, they didn't even offer it to me. They just kept saying, here, you can leave on, like, either the 21st or the 25th for 2K. I'm like, yeah, neither of those is remotely viable. I'm like, I'm not on vacation. I'm here to do something specific. I need to leave on the day I leave.
Sounds like Ike might need some of your travel assistance, Ollie.
I'm a ninja in those streets. You know, these guys do the poker. Tai Ha doing the betting.
Yeah, and he kind of trapped these guys with that minimum flop bet. Kept both of them around.
And then just change it to anything I need at some point in the future, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what I should have done. Right.
Now the boys.
And just setting myself up to need to remember and deal with it later.
Well, if you haven't already done so, head over to Jacob & Co.'s website, because that's where you can get the in-depth glimpse at just some of not only what's on offer by their craftsmen who put together museum-quality wristwatches, but also some of what you might spy a glimpse of now and again out there at any given Triton feature table. A lot of watch aficionados. Our official timekeepers, Jacob & Co. Genève, here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Aces. For Seth Davies, he plays it as a limp here.
Yeah, a lot of discipline this early, too, in the tournament, but that's how these guys play. They just balance.
I mean, ready to trap if somebody were to try to lay claim to all the limp money.
Nielsen may consider it.
King 10 off. You called it, Will. And this greed, which is both understandable and astutely sensed, will be punished. Davies jams. And these hands, they're pretty narrow.
It's interesting. You see Zhao hasn't folded. He was, in a way, trapping himself, but just not to near the extent Davies was. Ace-Jack of diamonds. Very pretty, but shrivels up now. Zhao does have a lot of chips. These players do have 2 more bullets, as we mentioned earlier, so can entice one to gamble in ways that might not other. Looks like he's going to pitch it though, and
One level too early for that sizing.
Claims by Nielsen that he'd be ready to go if perhaps we were deeper in the levels. And flip it back over, and we find Phil Ivey having joined the main. Jason Kuhn out there as well. You're going to have your hands full at this table. Kyat Lee, Michael Zhang, and Renee von Krevelen, the latter of whom we did point out as short deck snipers. Ivy with the emphatic check back on the button. Finished second in the 50K PLO the other day. 776 board, and Ivy all over this one. And you'll often see these sorts of board textures in multi-way limp pots will activate from the button with the perception that there's not going to be this part of the board, or of the deck rather, present elsewhere. Whether or not the trip 7s or better are out there. You see von Krevelen peeling here with the gut shot.
yeah, and he knows Ivy is going to
Comes on in, by the way.
rep this 7. Yeah, and he's now made a straight, which is can be a little confusing, but that ace plays as a 5.
So the 9 high straight looks up at another barrel of this time 7K into 8,500. We are mindful, of course, of the paired board. Don't think we anticipate a whole lot of 10-9 to be across the way. And boats are, you know, still relatively difficult to make. Nevertheless, a flat from Renee, playing pot control. Ivy does not find the needed full house card.
Thanks, bro.
Does.
That's good.
Check back. Ten high straight.
And this gear that Kuhn's wearing, I didn't notice that. Is this like exclusive, you know,
It's
Kuhn merch
short
here?
arms.
Does he have his own special items?
It's the Jonas Wood edition Triton apparel. You can see the 2022 there along the sleeve. Kuhn's actually quite good friends with the artist who collaborated with us for a collection back in 2022.
There it is.
Producer James stepping in to advise that Jason's is the only one in gold, as you saw Michael Zhang wearing his as well, but he's got the white silk screen.
You got a signature blazer or anything, Ali, in the closet?
Man, I'm running out of clothes. This festival's been long.
Not as long as that cardigan, my man.
Yeah, this one is. You should have seen the one I had on earlier.
Was that the? I noticed when you and Shulman started off one day, he immediately pointed it out.
Oh yeah,
very astute.
I'm checking ticket stubs at Bellagio. Meanwhile,
he might be in the show.
Cutley limps, calls the extra 3,000. Ace 10-9. Both players with the gut shots. Ivy, pre-flop raiser, follows through for 7. Let's take a peek at that turn. No change whatsoever. This one is destined for a chop unless somebody ushers the other out of there. And Phil looks to be the party interested in doing that. Leaning in.
Yeah, these have been cool to see, just Phil's instincts throughout the series been on display in these little spots.
Second barrel. Getting the job done. Earlier you were touching on the, home-cooked meal set that you thought was out there streaming us live. Weigh in, chat. Who out there is enjoying a home-cooked meal while streaming us? I'm taking the under. I don't care what the line is.
Let us know. Are you guys some shrimp on the Barbie?
No, it's not. There's a top ramen that's bubbling over because you forgot about it. Smoke detector's going off.
You don't think anybody's enjoying a home-cooked meal while they sweat this?
I'm just saying, man, it's a dog. Meanwhile, Krevlin, not a dog, limping under the gun with naughty thoughts. Kiat Lee, ace-king, limps alongside, and it is Ivy who takes us upstairs. With a hand in trouble here. Ace-10 off. On Krevlin, no. Given that the raise comes after limp under the gun, limp behind under the gun +1, just decides to play this one as a flat.
Yeah, this is almost a double trap. He's going to get Kiat to rip here.
There you go. You're back to your play. Got your play in there. There it is.
With kings.
And you see in short deck, the king's not nearly the same type of favorite as they are in Hold'em.
All-in moment.
54-43. Pretty remarkable.
I had ace king
The
off.
equity
Sick. Nice lay down.
for the ace-king. Ivy trolling a little bit out there. What he did have was ace-10, which would have been an open-ender. Instead, he leaves the boys to play for 293. Von Krevlin is covered. Needs to fade clubs.
Yeah, what do you think? I do.
No, after you say it.
I can't say it. Nah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Flush is improbable, but on this occasion, responsible for a polishing off of a bullet for Rene von Krevlin.
Short deck giveth, short deck taketh away.
Preach, Jason.
You're really good at those.
You know the best in the world is at this? Yours truly. You know, last short deck main, 3-handed, 4-handed. I got it in with 1 out, 1 to come, and 1 for the triple. 1 out, 1 to come. Set over set.
Wow.
Against Chen.
Yeah, against Tan.
Fuck.
You run good against him, huh?
I do. I really do. He's a good guy to run good against.
Yeah.
He gives you lots of opportunities.
Kiat Lee.
Play big pots.
7 million in
45.
Triton winnings. No titles, though. Bunch of close calls here. 3rd place early on, then a 27th, 19th and a 17th.
Limping the Jack-9 suited. Ivy, King-Queen suited, has been active. Once again on this occasion, Jason Kuhn, ace-queen off. Settles on the fold. Aces for RVK.
And look at Jason getting out of there for no damage. And RVK gonna play the aces like he did the kings and just trap. Actually pretty surprised to see this, but this is part of the button range, right? You are gonna complete a lot of hands. Aces goes in there to protect it.
Well, he was hoping that Kiat Lee was going to have another one of those 3-bets behind him. But as it stands, we take the 7-8-8 rainbow board. Note that Kiat has the gutter. Backdoor spades. We'll check over to the party starter. Phil checks as well. And Renee. Keeps it small, courtesy of a check back. Queen on the turn now.
The trap may work here. Ivy makes top pair. Van Krevlin. So you want to put in a raise now or just see a river?
Texture a little bit wetter at this point. We just don't think Ivy's raise pre has 8x in it. Especially after it checks post.
No, he's going to have a lot more 8x here. And Ivy's going to be real suspicious.
33.5, a raise of 22,000 as the gutter is shed.
Phil may want to see a river here.
Confirmed. And a river that would have given Kiat the queen high straight. Unimproved is Ivy. $81.5 in there. RVK grappling.
He's really diagnosed his hand perfectly. Knows exactly where Phil's at. And Phil is not going to put him on aces. It's very confusing, his line. Obviously could have a hand like Queen 8, maybe 10-8, but it doesn't really make sense. See Phil very suspicious. He usually has the right read in these situations, but RVK's been very sneaky. Here. Almost went for it. Phil's instinct's really second to none.
What did I? One?
Taking his time with it though, Will.
There it goes.
Yeah. Nice choice by RVK in terms of the check back, then activation on the turn, and then the sizing on the river. Able to maximize with aces.
Me?
Good luck, bro.
All right, thank you.
Well, Ivy made his deposit here at this feature table as he has been called away to rebalance elsewhere in the room. Avoids the double ante of the button in doing so. That leaves Jason first up.
Wait for your win.
He'll go mining. King, Queen, 7. Bottom pair for Kiat. Involuntarily involved here. And this has nothing to do with sixes, just Kuhn going against 2 random cards and repping range as a limper up front. They exchange some laughs. See that Triton Epic X Jacob & Co. watch that Jason wears oh so proudly at all the Triton series. You can only earn them, not buy them.
So empty.
And that was from a main event win, right?
Correct. The only
Nice and
way
quiet.
to pick one up.
Nice and quiet.
A lot of big pairs for RVK.
Yeah, aces, kings, no kings again.
Notice he's limped all of them.
Two hearts, 2 eights, and an ace. Kuhn involuntarily participating from the button with the gutter and with 2 checks in front of him. He wants to see what's what. Kiat with the ace, but a bet and a call in front of him here. And it's not so much that RVK is looking at this board and thinking this is great. He just realizes that as played, Kuhn is heavily incentivized to be the man betting, and the overcall from Kiat Lee, who's well aware of the same phenomenon. Not hard draw for RVK. Now he certainly won't be going anywhere.
Kuhn's going to keep telling a story here, though.
And that story is I've got an 8 or better. He's got that 6 of hearts as well. I think this is lending somewhat to the choice to fire this 6,500 into 7,000. Sorry, into 6,500.
Yeah, now Kiat's going to be out of there, which
Yeah.
is... He actually had the best hand.
Second round of bet call in front of us, and we've got far more apprehension, and the king comes off. RVK perhaps a little bit mindful of the prospects of the flush.
Disastrous river for Kuhn with just 7 high.
Oh, he's going to go hard at this one. 19-5 in there, and the overbet.
Yeah, and you can see RVK doesn't love it. He loses to flushes here. Does block the nut flush.
And he's already lost a bullet.
Yeah, this is a really big bet from Kuhn, 2 times the size of the pot.
These are always polarizing.
But when you get here with kings, Ali, this is the type of run out. Even though you know you're beat some of the time. And you see that 3rd king come in on the river. Can you really fold it?
I mean, maybe it's 8s full sometimes.
This sizing, though, it really seems like it's polar towards a flush.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I can't imagine he folds this.
He's saying, I don't want to call. If I'm Jason, I'm thinking, then don't. But he does find it.
Always a terrible feeling when they grab the chips, start counting them up.
It's also a terrible feeling when you make that call and then the hand somewhat proudly gets spread
Yeah,
by Jason. You know, I prefer when those just go in the muck, but obviously here does need to show it down.
Jason did proudly spread that 7-6, but it was not a flush.
But as though we needed to remind the boys, it shows you just how hard he's capable of going in spots here and in any other event that he plays at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Hence, the 10 titles.
The Tom Brady of Triton. And look, I'm personally more of a Mahomes guy. I like the style of play. Love the voice, the hair. But
Girlfriend.
Goats are goat. Not a big fan of the lady. Not going to lie.
You're more of a Giselle man. I know they're not together anymore.
Well, she showered Tom.
You know, I think he's all right with it, if I'm being honest, at this point. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
He'll say
you
that.
know.
He'll say that.
He's a
Ali,
guy that's
but
back on the market.
The jiu-jitsu instructor? They go like that?
Gesundheit.
She's a jiu-jitsu instructor?
No, apparently she, you know, maybe was getting involved, little extracurriculars with her jiu-jitsu instructor, while Tom was out there winning all those Super Bowls.
Oh, side pot. Queen 8-7, a gutter, and Jack 6 offsuit is the 7 deuce of short deck. Not performing well whatsoever.
Side pot, huh?
Yeah, not here, but, you know,
To the side.
in the Brady
No, I
household,
got you.
apparently. When did we turn into TMZ, Will? We're going down a dark alley.
Yeah, we gotta be careful here, Ollie. You know, when we're in here with Nick and Rast, we're balanced, but...
No, you and I are likely to careen off into space. This much we know.
We gotta stay focused in the early levels
There
here.
it is. Kiat focusing in on that open ender. Deems it enough to barrel and take one down. Now, earlier, I was soliciting some intel with respect to whether or not anyone was enjoying a home-cooked meal, as you know, I wouldn't say speculated, but put forth as a possibility. Only piece of feedback jumping out from the YouTube chat was from Jonathan Park, who says he's currently in a restaurant watching the stream from Houston, Texas, in the early hours. No home-cooked meal there. And based on the time that I've spent in Houston, probably not a good meal in general. But shots fired, meanwhile. I'm sure they can barbecue, and you know. But, I mean, Houston, it was a little bit of a slightly dusty food scene when I was down there. Just respect, Jonathan. Maybe you got a recommendation.
I mean, you've got pretty high standards, Ollie.
Super high standard. Don't get me wrong. I'll find a drive-through as Jason Kuhn finds the raise to 26,000 here and takes one down. But, you know, I like to do a little star collecting. World's 50 best.
Could have been ace.
No omakase out there in Houston?
Yeah,
Probably not the kind you want.
Catfish, omakase, maybe. You know, this is the dorsal nigiri. This is the, what are those antennae that they have at the front? This is a
little crawfish nigiri for you.
Antennae sashimi.
Ah, yeah, I can get it really in the way there.
Dude, now I can never go to Houston. Those guys have guns, Will.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, look, you got plenty of other places to go, but I wouldn't be going back to H-Town
You're
anytime
probably
soon.
right. You know, the good news is I'm not planning on it. Although I'm a United guy, that's a hub. I might have to fly through. So
Yeah,
careful.
better get in and out.
Meanwhile, RVK limps the jacks here behind Zhang's ace-10. Kiat Lee, ace-queen, in good shape. Raising it up.
Yeah, this has become a little theme for him. Limping with the nice pairs.
This one the least nice of them, though.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, another 8,000. The investment. Into looking up at the 1-over card, and it happens to connect with Kiat Lee's hand. Lee in the lead. Action check to him.
Great flop. Should almost always have the best hand. Plenty of stuff you can get value from.
$17,000 the bet.
And one of the big differences between this and Hold'em, with no deuces, threes, fours, or fives, a lot more straight cards available. Already an awkward spot for RVK, but do not expect him to fold.
Comes along and looks at another over card. And this one connects with Lee as well. Top two pair, 57,000 in the middle, and the action checked over to him once more. Things continuing to bode well for his holding. Second barrel.
Still 9.
Will shower the jacks.
So
What kind of restaurant is this guy in Texas? Isn't it like 3 a.m. there or something? What's
I'm sure it's a Denny's. This is, you know.
Respect, sir. Much respect. I've hit plenty of Denny's after a late night session.
Shout out Simplicity in the YouTube chat. He says, bad take, Ollie. Food is about the only good thing about Houston. Well, okay. I mean,
sounds like you didn't get into some of the other activities there.
I got into that wet blanket of humidity. I'll tell you that.
Jason now pretty short.
Pretty sure?
No, not. He's not a
pretty short.
He's not
What?
pretty short either. He was pretty short.
54,000. He's in there from the button. He's got bottom pair here. Behind the Jackson 8s of Zhang. Four-way limp pot. Note the double gutter for RVK. Round to knuckles. Let's see what's what on the turn. A board pairing queen. Counterfeiting Zhang. Unwelcome sights. Another round of checks. And now Jack's full of queens for Zhang on the river. Don't think he suspects that there's a queen elsewhere in the field after 3 players check behind him once more.
Pretty great run out.
$2,500 the bet. Ace high chewing on it, but 2 players still left to act behind us. And
you see both ace highs with the same kind of thoughts.
Well, let's see.
Is this just a steal? Maybe a counterfeited lower pair? Kiata's going to get curious.
Jack.
And that will be costly.
Hello.
Zhang rolls over the winner. And it looks like we just found out where Phil Ivey has landed. Kiat Lee, the chip leader, off the high water mark after paying off Michael Zhang moments ago. Has more than doubled with all 2 of his remaining bullets still available to him, worth 150K each. We saw RVK polish off a bullet earlier. Jason Kuhn clinging to the last 54,000 of his first.
Ivy getting a little short on that first bullet. About half his stack gone. Another big pair for Van Krevelen. We're going to see some action here. All in time for Jakun.
Ace King.
55,
Again,
yeah.
just a pair-rich environment for RVK this time, though.
Give or take.
Zhang with queens.
54.
And you'd have to think, Ollie, the person that invented short deck, they must have just been sick of getting all this low garbage dust, right? And said, let's just get these cards out of the deck.
100% that has to be what it was.
Pocket.
We're going to have a classic flip here.
I'm seeing
Ace
2
King
left
is the
cards
favorite,
from
though.
an ace or a king. I just feel like I already won. You know? Those might be famous last words.
You got 3 bullets, so it's okay.
So the Jacks ushered out of there, courtesy of button behavior from Mike Zhang.
Never ends.
Great flop for Zhang.
Yeah, note the way that he blocks The path to Broadway for Jason.
Okay, give that man a set.
Calling for Zhang to make the set
Feel like
that
you
would
could've
get
gone
him there.
above.
Ace would work as well, and instead it's a 7. So that bullet goes down.
1 down, 2 to go.
No, by the way, a set of jacks for RVK if he stuck around. Not really a possibility.
Made the right fold.
Yeah.
Got punished.
I'm getting punished, by the way, in the chat as well. Mario Arribas
Maybe 60-40.
says Houston has incredible
Just
food.
haven't
Ali,
played
known
this game.
well in Texas as one of the
What,
better
ace-king versus queens and jacks?
food cities.
No, I'm saying if he calls, he folds jacks face up with 2 dead jacks. I think it's I'm boosted to 60-40.
60-40.
I bet it's like a pretty significant boost to ace king. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 40.
Hypotheticals being discussed. You know, I've spent more time in Austin and Dallas than Houston, but again, that was the product of my experience in Houston. Shout out to whoever has my wallet. But I'm just kidding. This, again, shots fired. But I'm like a Franklin barbecue Salt Lick kind of guy, and that, you know, that's out there in Austin. I don't remember where I ate in Dallas, but there was some good spots.
You say you got robbed in H-Town?
No, I didn't.
Little pickpocket action?
I mugged like 3 people and got out of there, you know, because I stick and move. No, I'm kidding. It's all a joke. Not so funny, though. The ace-king on the button, making it 12 to go. Here at this 1K ante level, 2K on the button. Davies. We've reached the oil portion of the program.
Yeah, the massages are coming out. These guys are tired, fatigued. Already been playing here for 2 weeks.
I'm not sure Xiao Wu has been playing here for 2 weeks, Will, as I take a glimpse at his Triton track record.
No, he may be he may be a sniper.
Yeah, first ever Triton Festival. Played the 25K short deck, didn't cash. So he's fresh as they get. Second pair here for Davies, as he made the extra 10K investment. Out flopping to Overson Broadway. Battle of the massage recipients, by the way. Ooh, binks the ace on the turn to take back the lead. Davies picking up the gutter. 28 in the middle.
And Davies looks like he's thinking about a semi-bluff here. Blocking king-queen.
$34,000. Wu, of course, maintaining his Broadway gutter.
And maintaining his composure with those elbows in the neck, Ali.
You know, listen, don't pet me. I'm kind of a pain is pleasure when it comes to the massage. And pleasurable river here for the ace-king, which called to 34,000. Not really a sight Davies wanted to see, not just the turn call, but now this 4-liner on board. Will he be done with it?
I did not want to make 2 pair here. You a chiropractor guy?
You know I am. As we saw an alignment there of 25,000 on the river in position, ironing out the queens and tens of Davies. Love a little snap, crackle, pop. Will, you got to make sure you're in the right hands, though. I've heard some horror stories about, you know, some quadriplegia on the back end of a neck crack gone wrong. I know it's not often, but, you know, there's some dusty clinics out there. That's why we don't look for the cheapest chiropractor, FYI. Hot tip from the booth.
Yeah, one of those things you don't want to save on.
Spend on the chiropractor, guys, you know? I don't think
Snap, crackle,
spinal
pop.
I don't think we got that stem cell spinal replacement therapy in place quite yet. 9-6 offsuit. This is a very ambitious limp. Affordable stage of the event, of course.
He's got plenty of antes to flick in.
So the limp parade concludes with a check back from Queen 8 on Davies' button. Snowballing effects in terms of one limper, then two. Dustier and dustier hands are more incentivized by the price to come along. So the Ace-10-9 board is taken 4 ways. Bottom pair for Zhao. Checks over to Haxton's middle pair. Wu with a 9 of his own. Davies with the gutter. Nines and sevens now for Wu. Note the presence of the gut shot for Zhao. Not enough to motivate him, understandably. Gut shot for Haxton, the development as well here. He hunts the 8. Davies the 2-way draw. Look at Haxton. Posing the question of the field here. Doing so from relatively early position. A limper behind the under the gun 9-6. And Wu has activated, raising to 11,000. And this is just removing some 6-8, Jack-8 from Ike's range, perhaps even some aces up. And on the occasions on which Ike does have aces up, we still are able to rep a straight by the time the river comes in. Let's see how Ike reacts. No thanks for the extra 8,000. Shout out as the Houston theme continues, Will, to Leroy Hobbs, who perhaps has my favorite comment thus far with respect to H-Town, Texas. He steps in to sort of arbitrate the culinary debate by reminding us that if you put enough lean in your drink, anything tastes good.
Very sugary, syrupy.
Now, I don't know the first thing about lean beyond what a Spotify lyric, transcription provides me.
But you don't.
But
like
I know it messed Lil Wayne up. I know that.
You don't like to sit low, Ollie?
Nah, man. I stopped lowering my cars a long time ago. No triple gold
That's
Ds.
why you don't like H-Town. The
Yeah,
low riders.
The donk culture out there is big.
Badonk-a-donk-donk.
Yeah, we're not talking about leading the turn, donk. We're talking about 26-inch wheels, candy apple paint.
A little Paul Wall action.
There it is. 3 ways to the Jack-10-9 board here. 10s and an open-ender for Nielsen. Just the open-ender for Davies. 9s and a gutter for Zhao.
$3,000.
Davies now getting the elbows in the neck.
I'm jealous. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, you're a full pressure guy, huh?
Oh. So the 2 straight draws come along. 3,000. Of course, Nielsen, the man who fired. Ace on the turn. And that's a card that could still interact with Nielsen's limping range. Martin could just be there also already, as this second barrel of 10K is what Seth is going to have to grapple with. And the grapple is short-lived. Shout out Ghost of M, one of our Triton mods, by the way. He did advise Will that he's on team home cooked meal.
Yeah, Ghost of M out there. I mean, that's one of our best mods, if not the best one. Keeping the riffraff to a minimum so we can focus in here and do our job.
I do feel compelled, Ghost of M. I need a little riffraff in my life, so, you know, let a couple things slide out there. Give us something to chew on. Somebody makes a particularly ignorant comment that beckons to be showered. We're here for it. No need to delete.
You should have heard some of the showering I did on my first Live at the Bike commentary gig.
Uh-oh.
Not repeatable for streams of this quality, but very good times.
On the topic of quality, again, RVK.
This guy just
Big
doesn't have a
pair
raise
pre.
button, Ollie. Trap master.
Well, you know, he's already had one bullet polished off, and now these kings rate to get polished off by Queen Jack.
Nice cold
Kiat Lee under the gun limp. Top
Get back
two,
home, get
now
back in
sprinkles.
That's what I need.
5 into 7.
I need some cold water.
Definitely helps.
It really does. This time of day, too, you just come out like... Feels like it's like... kind of stay alert
This
longer.
is draining. Just all these lines.
Yeah. I know.
You know what I mean? That's what it is. Huh.
Gotta
Yeah,
have
I
a
try to-
hat.
yeah, me too.
RPK
Yeah, I try
is
to
going to
keep it-
raise.
It sucks you dry. It really does.
Now for Kiat, this is wet texture.
I got over there to the good table and they just instantly blinded. They took me off. Back here.
That table.
This could very well be some Jack 6, Queen 6 activation from time to time.
That guy crushed me, bro.
From
I mean,
RVK,
props to him,
although-
he had destroyed me.
Given the
But that
dampness of the
hand
board,
was
one wonders
insane.
whether or not he would be inclined to take what could be a whole variety of bad turns
Like, how did
and
we
a
get
line
here?
like this. But the check back, we don't assign kings, which have now picked up the open ender as added pathways to reclaiming the lead here. But Kiat digs in for the extra 11,000, bringing the pot to 39. Action on him. He will knuckle. And let's see. RVK wants to go 2 streets in a row.
Oh, that dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's crazy. He's aggressive.
So funny.
He's different to
Yeah.
the other guys. You think he's the same as the rest, but it's not.
Yeah, Danny's
he's
like,
way
"Oh, he's a
different.
pro." I was like, "What? This guy's not a fucking...
Oh wait, that's your. Wait, I think I know who he is. Oh, there's too many of
No way.
Woos and
No
Stars
way
and
that dude's
everyone.
a pro.
Which one are you talking about?
0%.
No, I don't.
30,000.
Not a pro.
Which one are you talking about?
The dude that lit me up earlier.
Which one?
Healthy bet.
I'll show you a
He's a
picture.
really friendly faced, kind of kid in a white t-shirt.
This one, mustache, Chinese mustache dude.
Yeah.
Awkward
He
spot for
goes- He
Kiat.
goes hard in the paint.
He
I
does.
wish
Too
I
strong
would
to
known.
fold, though.
I just fucking called him, but
Yeah, I said like 10 hands in a row or something when I on the 25.
4-liner on the river. Has
fun.
Kiat's choice
Everyone's so tight and
to
chill.
hang
It's
in.
nice to see actually someone actually play.
totally.
Was correct.
Actually have to think.
99 out there, and the kings do shut down. You know, I wondered whether or not with some
Kiat
blocker
Lee,
effects,
baby.
but the trouble is once we did raise
Yeah, what's your favorite hand?
No one gets chips like Kiat in these
Nobody.
early stages.
on the flop.
Yes.
Okay, he just
Is it
doubles
really?
up somehow randomly.
First
How
year?
many straights could we rep?
And then just
It just hangs around.
9-3 offsuit? God damn, that's an ugly favorite hand.
first 3 levels. He just has like 900.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ivy's played a lot of short
Like,
tech with
every tournament's
Kiat,
the same.
commending his early level
I
accumulation
think it's
skills.
good attitude.
I'm just
King
dying
Jack.
to get my chips in the middle of
Glimpse as Ivy confesses
wait.
he's looking for any excuse to rip.
Yeah, he's ready to get on to that next bullet, Ollie.
Maybe just ready to get off this feature table. He did touch on the idea that it's draining to be out there, he senses, under the lights.
Well, not just that, but remember last night, these tables were playing like a lot more like a home game with Tan Xuan and
sure
some different characters. This one is a very like serious tournament feel.
Well, let's unpack what we've got on our hands here, Will. Not just feel, but a four-way affair. Kuhn has the gut shot. He checked over to Zhang, who's got the open-ender, backdoor hearts.
I mean, this is a nutty flop for Kiat.
RVK, top pair checked as well. Gutter and diamonds, good enough. Everybody with a little interaction. Let's see if anyone's still interested. Third pot sizing.
Yeah, Zhang's definitely going to want to see a turn. At the very least. Might even consider a semi-bluff.
Queen on the turn. Would have been queens up for RVK.
This is just a super nutty draw for Kiat.
Yeah, now open-ended. Still with the flush draw. Turn card is a queen. You don't see it up on the board just yet.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him overbet here.
22,000.
As you
Gonna
suspected.
Make any bracelet bets this summer?
22K and take it for Kiat.
No, because I plan on playing, then I may not even, who knows what might happen.
Totally.
I don't want to be stuck playing.
Yeah, ugh.
Right?
Ugh.
Like, I plan on playing, but...
I plan on playing 4 tournaments. I'm going to play 4 tournaments.
Yeah.
If I get wild, I'll play 6.
Wonder what 4 tournaments Jason's talking about the World Series. Maybe a little Badoogie high-low, 1500 stud. He's probably just talking about some super high rollers. They do have some big buy-ins now.
I'm betting the don't on both of your first guesses. I don't think they were serious.
No, Jason, probably like the 50K PLO. But there's probably a $100,000 no limit or something. Jason flops straight here.
10-8, smashing this board. Interactions of varying degrees to all parties who have checked in front of him.
He's definitely going to get at least one customer. Probably 2 or 3. It's a really gross spot with King Jack, just with all of the potential hands out there. This is a good fold. Nice discipline from Zhang. I can't imagine Renee folding though.
Oh shit.
Kiat has the open ender. Obviously we can see it's in awful shape, but also has the backdoor diamonds.
Sizing and the presence of other money in front of him, a part of his choice, and now he shares a jack-high straight with Jason. RVK picking up a full house draw. Jason checking back, mindful perhaps of the presence of some king-queen, and now the 8 shows up. Everybody plays this board. But will we be allowed to get to showdown? I would imagine all parties mindful of some Queen X.
Yeah, RVK thinking about having to go at this.
That thought comes to a close.
Kiat will do the same, I'm sure, but might just get checked around. Although once RVK checks, it's a lot more appealing for Kiat.
And Lee does speak up, so Jason lets go, as does RVK. Nice activation to the tune of full pot as the value proposition evaporates. And Kiat, no sharesies on his watch.
46, 7. Come on.
You wanted it too bad.
Look at this.
This is absurd. Even with the increased frequency of big pairs being dealt in short deck, RVK has held said deck. It hasn't always worked out for him. And yet, I can't remember one time in which he
no pure limps
opened the pot for a raise.
Like what you do in a cash game, is you have to protect your own cards with getting reds again.
Especially when you play this private game like this, people
Yeah,
just
but
grab your card and
they
look
just
at it.
they're just too
it's
curious,
crazy.
right?
What do you have?
3 players to the Queen H6 board.
I can't fly. People have done that to me a couple times. That's not cool, man.
I mean, it's pretty common in a private game.
Yeah, it's Chinese culture, I guess.
So brutal. Like if they say, show me, I'll throw it to them and let them see it. But when they're
not asking you to show you.
And they start like talking about, they start whispering it, and you can hear what they're saying as well. And I'm just like, oh come on, it's like a huge fucking spot for me.
yeah.
It's funny though.
I don't think it's funny.
Coaches are funny. Just pick up his hand.
Flop was checked around. Now RVK with a little 3K sprinkle as Tales from the Felt short deck edition was underway there. Kuhn recounting some of his experiences. Zhang hunted the 9. 6 or 10 would have worked as well, coincidentally, but we know what the preferred outcome would have been. The 7, obviously, not a card that helps him with 14 in the middle. Just one pair, and RVK hunting value.
Yeah, he's done a really good job of this. Remember earlier with the aces, got a full value out of Ivy. Zhang may be thinking about raising here. Does have that 10. Like we said, can have a lot more 7s than RVK. But he's just going to pitch it.
That he is.
Fuck.
Very
Queen?
understandable. Didn't get delusions of grandeur with that 10 blocker.
Take off the shitty hat.
No, he showed 1 8. I don't know what's another one.
Yeah, it's okay. I got the 9.
Look like the ace.
You got it?
Yeah.
Haxton limping. Xiaowu with the Jack 8 suited did the same. Davies Ace 8. Jack 10 on the button. 4 players. 10 in the middle. 10-7-6 board. For Wu. 2-way straight draw. Davies just a gutter. Backdoor hearts. Top pair. For Zhao. That's the best of what's around, but just note the distribution of equities here. These are short deck phenomenons. And Xiao Wu, 3% shy of top pair with this hand. Backdoor clubs. Does bet 3 players to the turn as Davies came along. Board pairing 6. No second barrel there from Wu. And so with 2 checks in front of him now, Zhao decides to seize initiative, betting 6,000 and taking it down.
Yeah, just a small note, but this guy might be a sniper, Ali. The 6, obviously a much better card for his range.
Sure. I don't know whether or not he comes along on the flop, as it is massage day out here in the short deck streets. Look at Dvoris, double fists into the neck here. He'll be a part of the next feature table, and I got to tell you, there's no better advertising for him. I think I'm going to get one now from one of these gals.
Get out there on break. There might not be any available, though, Ali.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think these dudes want me tapping on a shoulder and being like, yo, man, how long are you going to be with the, you know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you in a hand? That would be your other feature table. Is registration open here in this 50K main. 22 total entries thus far. And now we look upon the newly arrived Wang Yang.
Yeah, Yang was actually a part of the first stream I did at Live at the Bike.
Okay. LA local?
No. Apparently
he flew to LA for a Live at the Bike. Ace Jack 10,
it was
four ways. Pardon me, don't mean to disrupt the Wang Yang story, but we do have middle set out there against top set, and the beneficiary is Yang, so we'll certainly be able to unpack him a little bit, but not native to LA? Native to where then?
I'm not sure. It was a big cash game, though.
Okay. Not afraid of the bleeds.
Trouble here for Wu.
7K. Called. Predictably, the only 2 to proceed from this point forward are set versus set, and both players have made the boat. Now, obviously, we proceed more cautiously in the short deck streets with hands such as tens full on a board texture such as this. But remember, this one was limped pre. The aces haven't revealed themselves, but those under the gun limps occasionally do contain said kit. Ace Jack, of course, the hand perhaps we're more wary of as we block all the 10x combos. I'll tell you what, unless Xiao can find a fold, this massage is going to be dampened shortly. 26,000. Bet call. Another 52 into the middle and quad aces on the river. But note the development of the board such that now the tens full could very likely get away.
Yeah, really interesting river. It kind of does a lot of things. Obviously now an ace is a boat. A jack is a better boat. But how many naked aces is Yang betting twice with? Just sitting there with the quads. It's going to go really milky.
$25K. I don't know, with a board such as this, whether or not we retain tens full. Only Xiao Wu knows the answer to that question.
Yeah, you see the smile on his face. He's just going to pitch it.
Yeah.
Does not like that run out.
And who can blame him? It is one that saves him money, though, as he was already cooked.
怎么顺的啊？你10啊？从来没有领先过。你
Well, on that note, players on their feet. Schedule break is upon us. Xiaowu continuing to maintain the chip lead here in the 50K main event at that feature table, which will give way to one of two new features. Davies on 60 antes as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Will Jaffe. And Short Deck just getting its feet wet. 22 runners in there. You know, it is what it is out there.
Early stages, massages, getting a feel. I think as we
Sure.
start to see the night ramp up, we'll see more entries. But already, these guys are playing seriously. You know, they're not messing around out there.
No, not at all. And as we pointed out, there are several specialists in the field. So we're going to pick up an idea or two, is my guess. Not just us here at the desk, but I would imagine many of you who perhaps are a little bit less familiar with this particular variant of poker. One of the ones that helped launch the Triton Super High Roller Series, and we've got more of it coming your way after the break, as I will step aside and Czar Rast will be back.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Now, with that said, the game continues to have pockets of enthusiasm, predominantly in the far east. As we see another three-way pot develop. Ace 8-7. Gutters for both Tai Ha and Nielsen. And for Zhao, he's got the gutter with an ace. 1,500 as Tai leads out. Zhao makes the call and makes aces up on the turn, which gives Tai Ha the nuts. This is a very bad development for obvious reasons, but there's 4 to a straight on the board. A reminder, of course, for those that are just joining us that the ace can play as a wraparound. So it takes the place of the 5, which is absent the deck. Deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s out of there. Other nuances of short deck. Of course, flushes beat full houses. Not something we need to think about on this particular board texture.
Yeah, I would imagine Zhao always just calls.
That he does. Board pairs, and that's unwelcome for Tai Ha in more ways than one, as it actually does impact the front runner here. Zhao making 9s full.
Pretty awful run out for Tai. Looks like he might still want a value bet. This is going to be costly.
$9K. Never had any hope. Another 12,000. Knows enough to let go.
They were playing outside. There's these great shots of him.
Oh, I remember.
Hair blowing in the wind.
It was pretty insane.
Yeah.
How the cards even stayed on the felt was.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Well, Mark, I thought we were going to have to put some tack out there.
160 antes, and I think the second stack had 20.
It was that extreme?
It was maybe not that.
I saw maybe 30.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikki. Let's do this one. I'll do this one. It was definitely like he had 130 plus.
Nielsen going to raise it up.
Yeah.
King Jack suited, the responsible kit. Extra 3,500 over the top of the Tai Ha limp. King, queen now. Blocker effects from the button here for Zhao. Kings, queens, the big ace-X. Decides to play it as a flat. Dominating Nielsen. Will, you've not said a word about Nielsen sunglasses, and I'm actually quite shocked about it. Well, more on that later, perhaps. 11,000 in the middle, and trouble on the horizon for Martin's top pair. Outkicked.
Yeah, awful flop for Nielsen. Could get himself in a fair amount of trouble.
I'll tell you what, those glasses suggest that you and I could get in a fair amount of trouble with that man. After play comes to an end tonight, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe a little EDM festival.
I'm just saying, fun is the order of the evening.
Look, we've been working very hard, Ollie. Might be time to let loose.
Nielsen lets loose with a 4K barrel here. The follow-up on the pre-flop raise. Zhao content to flat. See what's what on the turn. The ace, the old action freezer.
Yeah, actually a great card for Nielsen because it might save him from losing too much more here. Never mind.
11,000. As he just doesn't expect a whole lot of ace X to have called the flop after having flatted pre. Maybe some of the, I don't know, the ace 8 and ace 6 that would have been gut shots, but only Zhao knows whether or not a flat on the button in the face of a limp and a raise in front of him is within his range. But now that we've been called once more, Nielsen may have some concerns. Wet River. Won't be the last time we say that here in these short deck streets.
No, and Nielsen does have some key blockers here with the jack. It's hard for this hand to be good at this point when called twice.
41 out there. He will check it. Zhao content to do the same, and that showdown, he will be a winner. Nice call on the turn. First ever Triton Festival, first ever Triton event. Weigh in, chat. Who out there is enjoying a home-cooked meal while streaming us? I'm taking the under. I don't care what the line is.
Let us know. Are you guys some shrimp on the Barbie?
No, it's not. There's a top ramen that's bubbling over because you forgot about it. Smoke detector's going off.
You don't think anybody's enjoying a home-cooked meal while they sweat this?
I'm just saying, man, it's a dog. Meanwhile, Krevlin, not a dog, limping under the gun with naughty thoughts. Kiat Lee, ace king, limps alongside, and it is Ivy who takes us upstairs. With a hand in trouble here. Ace 10 off. On Krevlin, no. Given that the raise comes after limp under the gun, limp behind under the gun +1, just decides to play this one as a flat.
Yeah, this is almost a double trap. He's going to get Kiat to rip here.
There you go. You're back to your play. Got your play in there. There it is.
With kinks.
And you see in short deck, the king's not nearly the same type of favorite as they are in hold'em.
All-in moment.
54-43. Pretty remarkable.
I had ace king
The
off.
equity
Sick. Nice lay down.
for the ace king. Ivy trolling a little bit out there. What he did have was ace 10, which would have been an open ender. Instead, he leaves the boys to play for 293. Von Krevlin is covered. Needs to fade clubs.
Yeah, what do you think? I do.
Not after you say it.
I can't say it now.
Hello and welcome back to the Super High Roller Series. Triton here, Jeju, Will Jaffe, the Czar, Brian Rast, 6-time bracelet winner, 3-time 50K Poker Players Championship winner, Poker Hall of Famer, and also a final tablist in one of the few World Series of Poker short deck tournaments. Brian, you had a front row seat to the 25K, the opening short deck event. What can we expect here in the 50K main? Give us a little rundown.
You know, I mean, we're still in the buy-in period, and apparently these guys get bullets, so they don't have to put all their chips on. So still going to be some short-ish stack play mixed in with guys who are running it up and have a lot of chips. But, you know, I think if you watched the tournament earlier today, just a lot of really pre-flop all-in spots. All in, especially when Watson really had the guys handcuffed and just ICM jail. It's not going to be quite like that now. There's going to be a lot more antes that they're playing with, so we'll get a lot more post-flop play.
Yeah, we've seen that, a lot of deeper stack play. These players have a lot of antes. They have the 3 bullets. Some of them are already down 1 or 2. Let's take a look here on the app. Go to our feature tables. We've got a couple new tables here. If you want to show these guys up at our blue table, Ren Lin, who, I mean, look, when we saw him start last night, Brian, it felt like it might be his first short deck tournament. He looked like he might blind out. Ended up getting second, you know.
Yeah, really shocking difference as well when we were sweating him last night here in the booth versus earlier today. He just seemed a lot more comfortable today than last night. So,
did he take a crash course overnight or something?
I mean, I'm sure it's like, oh my God, I made the money. Like, let's figure this out.
Yeah, you see our red table. Looks like, yeah, there you go. Blue table pops up. Red table led by Tai Ha, Sam Greenwood, Lun Loon, Mike Watson. Then the blue table, Danny Tang, no stranger to short deck, looking to increase that Triton Player of the Year lead. Zhou Xuan, who dominated the PLO events, Winford Yu, Daniel DeVoris, and Lady Gaga himself, Ren Lin. So yeah, we see these guys are all very deep. We haven't seen a lot of these all-ins. I know you mentioned, but we're not really at the stage where these guys can lean on each other that way at all, right?
No, there's no ICM pressure. It's very deep, just a shove versus open shove or shove versus a limp. So we're going to get more raises there. Also, let's, you know, you probably remember this from yesterday, but remember how Ren Lin was like trying to coerce the guys like, hey, you know, if I make the money, I'll buy in. Well, he did make the money. He got second, and he did buy in. Here he is.
Yeah.
So
maybe a little gamesmanship there. We saw Lun Loon at that final table as well.
So I think you have to move your chips a bit to the right.
Yeah, he couldn't really get anything going. He went out pretty early at the final table.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. And that's Mike Mad Dog Watson. Great series for him. Almost 3.5 million in overall cashes at this Triton stop. He's going to be all in right away.
How much? 136.
And I can't imagine Sam folds this.
No. No, Ace-King is just so strong. I mean, we even just saw that with the Ace-King versus Kings all-in. Happened a little bit earlier before I got here, but I saw the replay.
This is Mr. P on the button. And we can't gamble, right? The Queen-Jack suited just not strong enough.
I think you're in good shape.
Arthur's going to gamble three ways here. And look at this, Brian. He's kind of got amazing equity.
Yeah, I mean, pretty awesome spot when your opponents are sharing cards in short deck. It's so massive. I mean, listen, he's got 51% three-ways. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, is this akin to like two players having aces in PLO and you having like a double-suited rundown type of situation?
Yeah, but like, yeah. Even in PLO, though, 51% is even kind of high in that spot, isn't it? So
yeah, three ways, 51 is really nice.
It's pretty similar. Oh, there's an ace.
Yeah, Mr. P still very live with the gutter and some back doors working.
Picked up two kings.
King could never come. Yeah, no king.
King 9.
Couldn't happen.
King 9. 6 out.
Clear the board.
Oh.
And there it is, 9. Drills it on the river.
You'd 150?
150, yeah.
The gamble pays off.
Seems fair to me. I mean, you know, 51% equity. It came through just in the most exciting way possible on the river.
Who says there's no justice in poker? Greenwood left with dust. We see all these players. I think pretty much everyone decides to just wait on the bullets, right? They're not using them until they absolutely have to.
It does seem like that's a very universal decision.
I want to
right?
protest.
It doesn't really feel like anyone's breaking the mold there. So
can I file an official protest? Is there a form for
feels
that?
like the players must think that it's nice being short. If you get short enough to move all in, you get an advantage.
Triton owes me $17,000, and a little less. 15.
And I think we just witnessed the chip lead pot because I'm looking in Arthur, who just won that, is the chip leader now with 443K.
Yeah, very nice quick spin from Arthur there. And we were talking in the PLO events, Brian, about how early on, if you feel like you have an edge, it makes a lot of sense to gamble more. Does the same apply for short deck?
I think so, because in the PLO, one of the points is just how nice it is being the chip leader on the bubble and, you know, deep.
10-5.
I think short deck is that on turbo. I mean, Watson just...
Yeah, we saw him put on a clinic last night. I can't tell you how many times he had like ace-8 offsuit, and we just saw these winners get folded behind.
Just all in, and people were folding great hands. I mean, at the final table, he made a move. Seth folded ace-king twice. Ace-king, you know? So it seems like amassing a runaway chip lead out of all the 3 games at the stop, I think it's the most powerful in short deck. So yeah, it probably makes sense to gamble early. So maybe we're going to see some of the guys do that in this stage of the tournament. I mean, it's still really early. I mean, no one's even busted the tournament yet. So, you know, who knows exactly when guys will start. But yeah, taking some chances.
We saw Arthur start right away.
Yeah.
And he's back in the mix here. Ten, 7-7. The ace-queen still out in front. Arthur is on the button, so he should have more 7s, although how many call the all-in?
Yeah, that's usually in like a limp check spot.
Yeah, most of them are just getting pitched, right? When there's
Yes.
there's action, significant action in
Yeah,
front.
but not in these spots where you have to call.
Ty drills the king on the turn. Way out ahead now. May want to bet for value / protection. And Greenwood here at risk of being our first player. Sorry, a few players are down to their last bullet. Mike Watson, actually our first player to have to re-enter so far.
That's okay. He just
He can
won
afford
one.
it, right?
I mean, he just won one. You know, could be worse.
Short deck main here. Have noticed some snipers. I do believe Arthur is one of them. His only Triton series before this played Madrid in 2022. Only played 3 short deck events.
King queen. Cannot beat that.
See at our other table, Danny Tang has flopped a set. Dan DeVoris has an open ender. And look at that, makes a bigger set on the river. Danny, no stranger to short deck. Won the 50K short deck main event in Cyprus last year. We will also have a 100K short deck event that starts tomorrow. One more chance for these guys. For some to get even, potentially. For some to win even more money. Let us know where you guys are sweating from. Maybe a nice home-cooked meal. Maybe some fast food. Look at this. Aces for Ren. Does just limp. You see this a lot in short deck.
And he was getting tricky there. He limped behind the limper in the cutoff, maybe trying to induce Danny instead of raising himself. And this is quite the action flop. Everybody has something here.
Yeah, open-ender for Divorce. Top set for Ren Lin.
It could be tricky for Danny as well because let's say Ren raises here. You know, maybe you just pitch the bottom 2 pair, but you think Ren really can't have aces. Probably raises ace-queen himself. Oh, wow, and he just calls.
Yeah, and this is kind of in line with his range, right? Daniel should
Yeah.
have certainly have more aces here, and that's going to bring Danny in, drawing almost dead. Very tricky from Ren Lin. Divorce now really with just a semi-bluff. Does he want to continue?
After getting called twice. Pretty dicey proposition.
Does check. And Ren gonna check. I would imagine, yeah, Danny quickly checks behind. And we'll look at that. Disastrous river for Danny Tang. Ren makes top boat. And Divorce may lead out at this.
I mean, after checking, I don't know. He's not repping too much. He doesn't have a full house here that often with the 9 pairing, I think, and leading flop. And what's he repping? He checked the straight. Wow, but he's going for it.
Music to Ren Lin's ears.
The small bet size, too.
Would imagine this goes raise, and then, yeah, Danny is going to be sick. And I assume Danny's not really beating any value here, is he? Maybe 10-9?
Yeah, maybe 10-9.
That's about it, though, right? Straights probably aren't taking this line.
Sure. You're beating bluffs. Your hand's quite a bit overplayed, but he might be able to get away from it. I mean, if Danny folds this hand, like the slow play turned into a massive disaster for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't think he can, but.
No, Ren, the slow play works to perfection. And what looked like last night potentially a short deck amateur, Ren Lin, is now short deck expert overnight.
Short deck is a scary game to slow play like that, though.
It really is. So many, yeah, like there's no little cards that are coming.
There's just no blanks. Like already on the turn, he had the 3rd nuts. There were 2 straights.
Scan that QR code. Get in this exclusive Triton merch giveaway. I mean, this gear is fresh. It's comfortable, stylish. Take it to the golf course. Trade some crypto in it. Sleep in it. It's cold out, right, Rusty?
I mean, it's really multi-purpose. Anything you want.
Yeah.
Triton gear. Here for you. And look stylish while you're doing it.
Winford Yu, another one of these Triton legends. No stranger to the short deck. Are there any like no limit hold'em short deck rotation games that exist where you play half and half?
I mean, I'm sure people have done it before, but I've never really heard of it as a regular game. It's kind of annoying because you have to change decks.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you got to keep changing decks.
So that's one of the tough things about including short deck in a mix is basically no matter what, you have to change decks.
Yeah, whereas with PLO and no limit, keep the same deck.
Yeah, or just about any other game. of poker.
Fair enough,
Short
Rusty.
deck's
You
on
know
its
'em. You
own
know all
path.
the games. Not all of us are well versed in every form of poker.
I have seen
like you
people
are.
play short deck PLO.
Oh,
yeah,
that
people have
seems like a crazy game.
yeah. In Vegas, there was a period of time where guys were playing short deck PLO. I never hopped in that, but yeah.
Look at this. Ren Lin, fresh off trapping Danny Tang, boat over boat. Now setting the trap again with the nut straight. Ren is just kind of in the zone right now, running very well. Does he want to pounce or just keep trapping?
Place.
Danny's had enough. Get out of here, man. Now, my feeling with short deck is someone was playing no limit one day, got tired of being dealt, 3-8 offsuit, and just said, let's get these cards out of here. Is it really any more complicated than that?
Probably not. I would guess that's exactly what happened.
Now, I don't know how they got to it with PLO. That's a little more complicated.
No, the PLO was just people have been playing short deck, and I'm sure some people are like, hey, let's try this with PLO.
But I'm imagining it hasn't really caught on.
But but doing it with Hold'em, it probably was exactly that. Like, one of the game VIPs wanted to throw him out, everybody accommodated, and people kind of liked it and just kept playing it. I mean, that's when I would have wanted to play it.
Yeah,
like the first time they did it.
At the inception.
That's when it's like the most fun. Like the first, just being in the game the first time they took it out. No one's played it before.
Yeah, before these guys ran it in their pseudo solvers. Would be a good time to be in the game. You see Zhou Xuan. Very good PLO series for him, winning the 25K. Trips for Danny.
Yeah, this flop is all one-way traffic. Winfred does have a 10 technically, but in a four-way pot. We can see actually he has the lowest equity with the 10. 8-7 of clubs is more likely to win.
Yeah, Winfred's, both of his Triton titles are in short deck.
Wow, and Winfred's just betting here.
Gonna stab at it. Hoping to take it down. Obviously not gonna work.
Which is interesting. Here we are. Daniel cannot lose this hand unless he folds, and folding here would take a 3-barrel blast off by Winfred to even get in that zone. And yeah, Winfred he was one and done on the flop.
Eight.
DeVore is there thinking he can definitely get called by 3 kings with a worse kicker. Maybe even a hand like Queen 9, Queen Jack. Wanted to go for some small value.
Busy series for DeVoris. Second place in the 30K PLO, 5th place in the 25K GG Millions. He's been crushing on these Triton series. In Monte Carlo, he won the 50K PLO, came in 5th in the 30K bounty there, 6th in the 100K, 10th in the 125K main. Go back to London, 4th in the short deck there, 8th in another short deck, 2nd place in a PLO. A lot of final tables racked up for Danny, really good player.
Yeah, he's a very strong player. His background, as far as I know, is sit and goes. I'm pretty sure.
Downtown's changed a lot.
Which translates really well to tournament poker.
But yeah, I mean, Toronto's still Toronto, but
especially in terms of
downtown
being
looks
good with
different, like, every
ICM
year, man.
situations.
Yeah, is that just like getting a lot of reps in, familiar stack sizes? Like,
Yeah, small stack size situations, so 5, 10, 15, 20 blinds. You just get a ton of those kind of reps, and you get a ton of ICM reps. In fact, you know, a lot of very extreme ICM situations come up in sit and goes regularly because you're just like snap on the bubble, right?
Yeah, and it's almost like if you play just regular tournaments, you don't get as many of those specialized situations nearly as frequently as you do in sit and goes.
Yes. So
Stephen Chidwick, another former sit and go player. You see a lot of these guys have a lot of success in tournaments, and look at this top set for Ren. Sun running.
And just never bets his hand.
No, he's been in trap mode. Winford does turn a gut shot. Does fire 25K now. Winford's out of there.
Yeah, he's just making massive hand. Nut straight. Full house, full house.
Fold to final table.
Top set.
但你这个比赛打2天还是打3天？2
天。
啊，2天。
2天。
See that main event trophy and the beautiful Jacob & Co. watch that comes with it. It's interesting, in these earlier stages where you can't really get your stack all in easily, you see a lot of limp pots. A lot less raising.
Yeah, a lot of people play a limp-only strategy when they're up front under the gun, which then causes limping behind. So, you know, then you get a lot of multi-way limp pots. And that's just because you're getting such a good price, right? If there's 6 people at the table, that means there's 7 antes out there. So the first person in is getting 7 to 1, and then everybody behind them is getting consecutively better price even.
Many die again.
Danny going to lead out with the gutter. Does have the strongest range, limping under the gun. You see these guys very conscious of range in short deck. Danny Tang looking to catch up with Jason Kuhn, who's out ahead with 10 Triton titles. Tang is leading in the Player of the Year race. Does have a couple close calls here. 2 11ths and a 10th.
Wow, how about his Monte Carlo 2023 stop? I mean, he only played 8 tournaments, and he final tabled 5 of them. Every cash was a final table with one win, 1 second, 2/3, and a 6th.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Like, uber ridiculous for... It looks like 2.9, 3.2, 3.9.
Yeah, he also had
like over 4.5 million.
Also in London, right before that, had a 2nd, a 1st, a 5th, and a 9th.
2nd, no, and a 1st, a 5th, and yeah, another win. So that would be why he's the Player of the Year leader right now, because those were the first 2. And this is this Jeju now is stop number 3. This stop has been not nearly as good as those for him. 3 quasi-final table, like, He just missed the final table 3 times, though, including 11th in the 150K. So,
yeah, that one hurt. I had a brief word with him about it. He said, you know, he's used to it, but he said that one he was really expecting. He could feel it. Look at this. Zhou Xuan fills up on the river. And he's been slow playing, trapping Danny. Looks like he wants to bet now. Danny's one of these guys, like his live, there's just a lot going on at the table with him.
yeah, I mean, some of this was a limped pot pre. Danny was the dealer button. He's kind of repping the 6. He can have a lot more 6x. And so, you know, Zhou can now beat a 6. Maybe he's worried the 6 checks back, wants to bet it himself. You know, he's going to have a lot more king X than Danny, he feels.
It's a weird line from Zhou. I wonder if Danny's confused. I'm having a tough time figuring out what he's thinking about here.
Yeah, maybe he thinks Zhou's now turning missed clubs, which have to be lower than ace high, into a bluff. There's not a ton, and I mean, the 10 isn't the...
Feels like bad blockers to hero with.
I mean...
I guess he could have a hand like queen 10 of clubs.
I mean, the bet on the flop was super small. So, you know, maybe Danny's thinking he has queen 10 here sometimes. But yeah, but then the 10's not a great card to have.
He is going to pay it off. Wow, Zhou Xuan. Little glimpse into how he's had success here. Gets max value there from Danny.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly max value on that one.
Danny, no stranger to hero calls. We see the dark side there. And kings for Sam Greenwood. An ace-king from Mr. P.
Yeah, this is
going in.
Yeah. Let's see if he even has the less than all-in sizing here.
Feels like it's just going in with 76 behind.
Yeah.
Ace-king, a much stronger hand in short deck. You'll see the equities here. Not far behind the kings. Great flop for the kings. Still out in front. Has the clubs covered, so just 2 outs for Mr. P. He will be using that second bullet. Triton Super High Roller Series, 50K short deck main here in Jeju. How you feeling, Rast? You get to the gym today?
I did. I went on this last break. Didn't have a ton of time, but got in a brief workout and 15 minutes in the sauna. So just trying to stay sane.
Who'd you see in there? Ivy, Chidwick?
Nobody this time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They were all in the tournament by then.
Yeah, they're all playing. I feel like you're either here playing short deck or you're out.
Yeah. A lot of guys I know heading to Seoul for a few days. Check it out while they're out here.
Yeah, I think our compadre Schulman just took off the Blaze. You know, some other people. I think those the Portuguese contingent took off to Vegas to play the Poker Go PLO stuff there, but the real grinders, they're still here. They're ready for the short deck. They're not going to leave before the last ounce of blood has been extracted from their enemies.
Greenwood is one of them. He's going to go all in here with the ace-king.
And these guys are a little bit deeper here now. We're talking over 100 antes. So all of a sudden, ace-queen for over 100 antes becomes a bit of a tougher proposition. Let's see if...
How much is
Ty can
Greenwood
figure
doing
this
this
out.
with like a smaller suited ace, like an ace-9 suited?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I would say it's kind of a minority play. You know, he could maybe also do this with like 10-9 suited. But then again, 10-9 suited, it's like the pseudo flip against ace-queen off. So, yeah, you can have, queens, kings, aces. Those hands, ace-queen's not doing good against. So that's the issue there is that, some of the very best hands kind of have him in worse shape than he's really doing against the quote-unquote bluffs.
Equity's very close in short deck. But yeah, ace-queen, not a great hand, especially offsuit. Arthur still reaping the rewards of that early gamble with the 10-8 of clubs.
Yeah, look, see, they're just playing for a lot of antes. That's also the key. Like, later tonight or tomorrow when you're watching this and that exact limp, raise, shove, call, they'll be like 40 antes deep and ace-queen just snaps.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what happens if a guy like, limp jammed on you for, I don't know, 50 bigs and you had, ace-jack off. It's just, you fold it.
Yeah.
Whereas, it's 15 bigs, you probably call unless it's like crazy ICM stuff or whatever.
Arthur gonna limp with the kings up front. And look at this.
Ooh.
Mr. P with the aces on the button. What a spot.
Probably comes with what, like 20K, 18K, something like that. Yeah, and Arthur, this is just what he's waiting for, really. Especially against the shortest stack of everyone. It's very easy re-raise here.
You see Ty folding one of those kings. Mr. P gonna Hollywood for just a brief second, and there it goes. Great spot for him to double. Aces versus kings.
So we can see it's 3-1 basically. So bit better odds, but this is about as bad as it gets in short deck, basically. It's even dimmer, right? Because you said a king got folded.
Yeah. Arthur gonna need to hit that last king or queen 9. Let's pick up some outs. Obviously can't hit the ace, but the 9s are all live now. Now, Ali was talking about how obviously in Asia, short deck's very popular, but not so much in America, right? Like, it's not a game you see spread in casinos much in Vegas.
Yeah, to my knowledge, little to none. I don't see it in Vegas or hear about it at all.
Ali mentioned some type of game that they run at Resorts World sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, like I said, what I remember hearing about in Vegas, and I haven't heard about it for over a year, but There was, I don't know, a period like a couple years ago where I think some guys played short deck PLO for a bit, but that game didn't last that long. Like maybe it was a couple months or something. I didn't play in it, but I think Sean Winter did.
He might have invented it. See Greenwood getting sneaky with the queens.
Which is curious because Sean Winter isn't here playing short deck. He plays short deck PLO though, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much short deck Sean plays, and I don't think the short deck PLO has caught on. Top pair, top kicker for Watson, over pair for Greenwood. Everybody connects with this flop.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. It looks like Sean Winter hasn't entered any short deck tournaments yet.
Yeah, I mean, knowing how much volume he plays, like I would imagine he just doesn't play the game, period.
Yeah. Here we are. Kind of everybody has a little something.
You see the queens just get pitched, obviously. Pretty scary board.
Yeah, what an outcome for Watson there with ace-jack. Now was in dire straits, but now has the best hand. And then Jack-10 just off the 8 and 10, like big-time equity. And there it is, top set.
Arthur now open-ended.
Watson's under the gun check call. Arthur decides to check it back. No designs on bluffing. And wow, what a run out for queens. Hard to really get paid, but definitely win the pot.
Yeah, great result for Mad Dog.
Ace is bigger. Just get you guys bluffing off the window.
Greenwood's not happy.
Sir Watts is happy.
Yeah, been a busy series for Watson. Still very early in this 50K short deck main event. Triton Super High Roller Series, Jeju Shinhwa World. Tens for Mr. P.
I think he just limps behind here. Yeah, not a hand you really want to raise. You're kind of just set mining. We got a 5-way pot. Let's go. I think that's everybody at the table, so family pot. All right, Greenwood's got 7s. Open-ended straight draw. 10's currently the best hand. Nobody wants to take a stab. See if Watson does. It is a board where, you know, he's kind of has the 7-10 and some other stuff a bit more.
Straight comes in for Arthur and Mr. P, and Greenwood makes a set.
And Ty makes a straight as well. It's the short deck wheel. Nothing to write home about here on a 5-way pot, where the 8 cards in your opponent's hands, pretty good chance someone has a 10.
There's the boat. Watson makes trips. See, both of the straights check the turn, so see how Greenwood elects to play it. going to fire. And this may save Arthur here.
Yeah, does Arthur overcall? It's kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just overcalling for a chop, right? Yeah, he is going to do it.
It is a cheap price. And Watson never calling.
No, but definitely considering a bluff raise.
Yeah. You know, he can maybe get straights to fold, and maybe even 6s or 7s full. He's blocking 8s full.
You can certainly have some 9/8s.
Yeah, he's the button. Can easily have 9/8, 6/8, 7/8. Doesn't go for it. And when he sees all these hands, you know, might have worked. I think I don't think a 10 is calling. I think it's either 7's full or bust. It's up to Sam.
Check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite player's outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. Get a bet on some of these guys. Maybe a little Ren Lin. Ride the heater. Mad Dog.
I wanted to bet the PLOs.
I thought you always forgot.
No, I remembered one time, and they didn't run the lines. But I know ACR will get that squared away. Us gamblers out there, we need our fix.
Yeah, we really do. Mr. P's going to get his fix here with pocket kings. And he is going to raise. See a lot of these guys just limp.
Yeah, let's get this game out of the muck. We've seen too many
limp pots.
4-way limp pots
Yeah.
where everybody just checks.
We'll see some action here. Would imagine Arthur's always just calling.
I don't know. Is he? Guess the answer is yes.
I'm here for a reason, Rasty. Remember that.
I'll take note.
Does a hand like Ace-Queen suited kind of benefit from bringing more people in, or is that not really applicable?
I mean, it feels to me like he could kind of go either way with that one. I mean, it depends how wide you think Mr. P is raising. If you think he's isolating with some like King-Queen suited, Queen-Jack suited, like Ace-Jack stuff, you could 3-bet. Some of those hands might peel. But, if you think he's really bladed, just raising the limp, then yeah, no calling 100% makes sense. Also kind of depends on how high variance strategy you want to play. So far, the speculation that maybe these guys would gamble it up for stacks, definitely not what we're seeing. You know, maybe some respect put on the 50K buy-in.
Yeah, don't just want to flick it in there. Easier in the 25K.
Kings comes with the check call. Pretty awful card for 2 black kings here. And, you know, Arthur is beating quite a few hands. I mean, the ace helps him out quite a bit. He's now beating kings, queens, any kind of like queen jack, queen 10, you know, jack 9, any hand like that that check called. Obviously, flushes got there. Very hard to make a flush. You know, Mr. P may or may not even check call. A lot of the flushes that got there, many of them are quite big at this point, either with straight or flush draws.
Another ace on the river for Arthur.
Sorry, obviously with flush draw, I mean like they would have had a straight draw with it, like king, queen, queen 9, etc. King's gonna go for a cheeky block, little value, or yeah, he wants the block. set the price. Maybe potentially get value from a jack.
Block actually might have saved him some money there.
Yeah, I guess when checked, ace queen probably bets more than that in position. Especially like in position, you generally don't see too many super small bets.
Yeah, we've seen these guys setting the price effectively. Something to take note of.
Yeah, it starts to create very cool dynamics when play gets advanced, where when people block the in-position player, if they're, on the ball, starts raising it quite thin sometimes for value. And certainly he was not thinking of folding there before he called, 10K. He was thinking of raising. But, yeah, I agree. It shows the power of setting the price with a block. But, one of the adjustments is to start raising them thin, thin for value, relatively speaking. Like, obviously, trip ace is half pot. It's just always calling. But versus, 15%, maybe you raise sometimes. And then that opens the door when they raise for value. Sometimes you go the block for value, but then 3-bet bluff line, which that's a classic.
Yeah, these are the thoughts that swim around Rasty's head on a regular basis. Enter into the matrix. What do you want, the blue or the red pill?
I want the truth pill. Which one was that again?
I forget.
Yeah. The one where I'm not eating chocolate cake. The one where I'm waking up with slime all around me in like a terrible world where the machines have us.
Mr. Andersons.
Yeah.
A million Mr. Andersons coming to get you.
Yeah.
Look at this. Tai Ha flops 2 pair, but Greenwood has flopped the nizzles. You kind of see some of the negative implied odds of playing a hand like 9-8 off here.
And Queen 10 flats here. Sam's going to play it slow, hope for a safe turn.
Yeah, may bring in some more customers as well.
Yeah, might bring in everyone, but maybe Watson folds. Multi-way.
You see a lot of respect for the strength of ranges when bet.
King Queen let it go. Draw to the nuts. What a card for Mr. Greenwood. One of the best cards he could have asked for. Does 9-8 bet again?
OK， 可以啊，尽量。
There's some hands like, 9-10, Jack-10, etc. that he can charge, but he's behind all 2 pairs, so he's slowing down. Greenwood certainly betting the nuts in position.
你保人咯 ，SK 咯，然后你刚刚讲他选的 pick up 咯。
He's going to bet, it's like 29,000. Gross spot for tie. I mean, are there just enough semi-bluffs out here that we have to see a river?
Yeah, curious to see what he does. I think the semi-bluffs have a lot of equity. He's probably not really ahead of value very much. Like maybe Greenwood can have Queen Jack and is kind of betting and going to check back. Possibly Jack 10. He might check that back himself.
Interesting river. The 6 pairs, and now tie is counterfeited.
He is beating King 10.
Beating King 10,
yeah.
Also beating 10-9, 10-8 type of hands, but...
No, 10-9 and 10-8, exactly.
But he loses to basically everything else. May want to take a stab at this.
No, well, To me, this is a good like check raise bluff candidate. Maybe occasionally you win check lines, and then the problem, the thing with check raise is you're kind of repping a full house. When you just lead, I mean, you're not.
Can he have some? Yeah, I guess he bet the flop, so he's not really repping nines or jacks after check calling the turn, but he's going to go for it.
He's going to go for it by just leading.
Yeah, bet's almost pot, putting Greenwood in a pretty gross spot. Thing that Greenwood will be trying to figure out is what hands does Ty lead the flop, then check on this 6th turn with, and just check call. Is he really doing that with? Yeah, I think Greenwood figured that out too quickly.
The 9-8 though.
Oh, I think Greenwood thought he had a boat there. See that? He flipped his cards like he was going to muck.
I thought it was on 9-9.
Yeah, I thought he had pocket nines.
Wow, that was almost a pretty crazy moment.
Yeah, that was awful close to the muck there. But yeah, I think the line just didn't make sense. Sam Greenwood, one of the best. We see some of these guys, you know, Greenwood, Sir Watts, they play the no limits, they play the PLOs. Some of these guys, you know, they're in the no limits and then they're out of there. Is there anything in particular you think that makes some of these guys want to play all the games? Some of them just want to focus on no limit? Just kind of random?
I mean, for most of the guys, it's up to kind of what games they play or study, right? I mean, some guys just don't play some of the other games, and I think it's just that simple.
Now I assume, well, you got aces here for Greenwood. Very fortunate turn of events. Just won a nice pot off tie.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, I assume he's going to bet his own hand. Not going to see the Ren-Lin limp behind in the cutoff here.
Yeah, once we get to the cutoff range, we're starting to raise this a lot, right?
Yeah. You know, I mean, Ren was like ultra sneaky on the other one, limping behind in the cutoff. 10's probably, I mean, they're pretty deep.
Yeah, I can't imagine 10s is folding here.
Yeah, he probably calls here. I mean, the thing that's the most uncomfortable is Watson's limp. You're worried, you know, you put in the 16, you just got to fold.
You really don't want to get limp raised, but.
But, okay, so now he's happy. Even better, Watson folds.
Bad flop for the 10s.
Yeah. Yeah, really dusty flop for 10s here. But, I mean, that happens all the time in short deck. 10s, again, they feel like a big pair coming from Hold'em, but really, you know, in short deck, they're the pair right in the middle. Four cards above, 4 cards below, so.
Mr. P hasn't folded quite yet. There it goes. Greenwood scoops another one. Sam Greenwood, 13 million in Triton winnings, 1 title. Looking for his 4th cash at this series. Not going to be able to catch his buddy Mike Watson, who's had a monster series. Shout out to anybody in chat who's been watching from day one. In the final days here of Jeju. And a great sweat. Late Reg still open for a while. We're really in the early phases of this. The main events have slower structures here. Greenwood with big slick, and he's just gonna rip. wonder what Watson will do. Doesn't have a ton of antes. Only about 80 behind. May just want to gamble. Yeah, he's going to gamble here with Sam. Mike Watson won the opening short deck event here earlier today. Looking to spin it up. Pretty good flop. Greenwood needs an ace, king, or jack.
Okay, that's fine too.
Clear the board.
Now Watson needs to catch 9 or an ace to make a straight. There it is.
157.
157.
The classic, just who's in the lead, flip-flopping every street.
I mean, it's been that type of series for Mad Dog.
So, if I'm correct, you prior to Triton, you didn't have much short deck experience, right?
No.
What are your, now that you've been here, been in the booth, doing a couple days of it, well, how do you feel about the game? What are some of the things, key
what
takeaways?
I would say is, like, I think it's a, I can see why these guys like playing it maybe some of the time, you know?
Yeah.
Like, as, like, kind of like a variation, because Hold'em, PLO, if you play a lot, you can burn out, you know, and it's a little bit more relaxed. There's more gambling. The equities are closer. I think it makes sense to me as a game you kind of play, like, a little bit more sparingly, basically. But,
yeah.
I can see why these guys like playing. And it's just like, I don't think any of these guys, outside of maybe, like, you know, Alex Kulev or someone, want to play 20 days of no-limit Hold'em tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it gravitates towards cash as well.
For
like
sure.
A very relaxing kind of cash game.
But also, like, almost as a variation on Hold'em or PLO. I can't see people wanting to play this all the time. But maybe, I mean...
Well, there's probably a couple guys in this
there
tournament.
probably are, yeah. I mean, no, there are definitely some snipers that do play all the time.
Yeah.
Interesting to see some of these European guys, like this guy, RVK from the Netherlands. Like, I'm curious if he's playing, you know, some underground short deck games in Amsterdam or something. He's second in chips right now, Rene van Krevelen.
Here we go, and we managed to find 10 cards in 5 hands that have 0 clubs.
Another family pot.
Right now, it looks like Ace-Queen is ahead. Still ahead.
Yeah, top 2, good for Ren.
I wonder if Zoe, you know, blocking the straight.
Yeah, blocking the straight with no one really biting at this pot.
Is he going to go for it?
Zhou Xuan.
Oh, he's going to win this pot.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, still has to get through Ren.
Oh, Danny does have a straight, actually. Danny has, he's blocking the King 10. But yeah.
Oh, he's got a straight. Oh, wow, gets through, though. Zhou Xuan, who won the...
Oh, he bet big. Did he bet 70,000? Is that what is it? No, 18K.
But
okay.
big enough. He won the 25K PLO, got 13th in the 30K PLO bounty.
That's a nice little find right there.
Yeah, you always wonder how the PLO experience maybe helps there with the blockers. Obviously, much more of a thing in PLO than Hold'em.
Maybe thinking, I mean, you obviously can't block a club because then you actually have a flush yourself.
Yes.
So, like, what would I like to block? And maybe the, you know, the next best hand being King 10, which may or may not call, but let's go.
Shout out to Greg in chat, says, I've seen 2 flushes in short deck, 3 years of watching / studying. You don't make flushes in this game.
3 years. 3 years. I mean, you see a little bit more frequently than that, but I get what you mean, Greg.
Yeah, and just so you know, the straight there, the ace plays as a 5, so Danny had a straight to the 5, but obviously...
Yeah.
A lot of hands that beat that on that board. And here's some action. Nut flush draw for Zhou. Open ender for Ren. And top pair, top kicker for Daniel Dvoris.
Zhou just takes it off, doesn't bet the flop, the nut flush draw. Maybe worried of getting check raised. They're pretty deep, though.
Yeah, and Ren makes a 10.
You know, Ren is kind of the only person who can have ace-king, which is a pretty big deal now. So this is actually a pretty great spot to bet. And let's see.
Yeah, look, the short deck experience piling up for Ren. Looks like he wants to bet it. He will.
Yeah. So, like, Dvoris is going to fold. Winford is going to fold. And now it's up to Zhou if he wants to peel here with the gutter and the nut flush draw.
Can't imagine he folds here in position.
Yeah, I don't think so. And now it's a situation. Let's see if Ren can just fire again on a blank.
That's not a blank, though. Really interesting river. Gives Zhou the nut flush and Ren a straight with the king of hearts.
Yeah, maybe Ren just checks here, right?
I would imagine he's checking a lot, just hoping to get to showdown.
Yeah, maybe you try to induce, get someone to bluff the chop. We have the king of hearts. So, I mean, you want to call now. You're blocking flushes with the king of hearts. Even bigger deal in short deck.
Yeah, and remember, Zhou Xuan checked back the flop after being checked too, so the flush a little bit deceptive. Oh, and Ren's going to bet. This is going to get really costly. And the raise incoming from Zhou Xuan. Question is how much?
Yeah, the way Ren bet turn in river, it kind of implies he doesn't have a flush himself, more like he has either an ace or king high straight, right?
Yeah.
So, you know,
The tough thing here is what bluffs does Zhou have? Like, it's kind of hard to find a naked ace of hearts hand here that calls the turn.
No, it would probably be something like 10-9 with the 10 of hearts that had a straight on the turn.
But the check back
Oh,
the
it
flop.
didn't check. Like, how about 8-9 with the 8 of hearts? You know, that's one that has a decent chance of playing this way. Maybe like 10 jack.
Yeah, two pair, I guess, with a
10
a
jack,
heart.
queen jack with the
Yeah.
10 of hearts.
Yeah, Ren is going to think about this. Obviously, the king of hearts, a very helpful blocker for him to have.
Yeah, also some hands like Zhou can have king jack, king queen with a heart that might check back the flop 4 ways. You know, Ren is blocking those hands. He's, you know, Zhou could also have king high flushes that check back the flop as well. So the king of hearts blocking some value, might be blocking some bluffs. Well, actually, they wouldn't bluff, right? Sorry.
Yeah, that's
king
what I mean.
10,
It's kinda
king 10 just
yeah,
calls
it's kind
in
of hard to
position.
find bluffs here.
Yeah. So king of hearts is good then because it's really kind of only blocking value.
You really have to search for him. So Xuan won the 25K PLO here. His first ever Triton stop in Monte Carlo. Second place in the 30K PLO there. And 5th place in the 125K main. From China.
Yeah, but you definitely have to think that your opponent is being pretty ballsy here finding
This would be
bluff
yeah,
combos.
like this is a pretty ballsy bluff.
That said, though, I do think Ren kind of played his hand very face up here.
Yeah, and
right?
when you do that, sometimes you feel like you're inducing almost. You're telling them what they have, and then they're potentially trying to take advantage of that.
So, which might be part of why Ren talks himself into calling, if he does.
Like if Ren bets pot here, right, instead of 25K, his bet looks a lot stronger. The raise looks stronger. It's a really big raise, though. Zhou basically went for all of it. It's also the quietest I've seen Ren ever be at a feature table. I think he'll be talking after this hand regardless of the result. Does make the good fold, though, yeah. Just kind of hard to find bluffs.
5. Ah, yeah, too much.
Gives himself a little slap on the wrist to maybe prevent future greed. Now, you've obviously played all the games. Like, how quickly in your career did that happen, or did you start for a while playing No Limit?
Yeah, there was a long time early where I did play a little Limit Hold'em in the first probably 2 years before I stopped playing. I would play Limit Hold'em live and then No Limit online.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found a place where you could play No Limit live and kind of just quit playing Limit altogether. But then I played Hold'em for
game ball 1 time.
a decent number of years before I started playing PLO. Trying to think, maybe I started playing PLO something like 16 years ago. So it was quite a bit before.
Yeah, it was still way ahead of the PLO boom.
Yeah, many people did, but
Dvoris limps with the aces, and Ren might have just enough to see it turn. Does not want to see a queen or a 9. And we see Dan has aces, but we know he's conscious of range. He has a big range advantage. Could be repping that with a much wider array of hands. Gonna be real tough for Ren to get away now.
yeah, he's ahead of some value here. Not a lot, but like Ace King, Ace Jack.
And he's just gonna put him in drawing dead. Big misstep for Ren there.
Wow. Nice hand.
Dan's gonna get the double up.
So, yeah, sorry. 1045.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ace is very dangerous. Just limp?
Yeah, because you did it to me. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
Remember, I limp and then you limp aces?
That was nice. Daniel showed a little personality there. Didn't let Ren just run over him verbally.
No, Danny's got some chops.
Yeah.
He's not a chirper, but he won't back down. See Danny Tang maybe firing one of those bullets soon. Seth Davies, one of our only players eliminated so far. I'm sure he'll re-enter.
Yeah, Seth got third in the tournament the final table earlier today, the short deck tournament. So I'm sure we'll see him again.
Yeah, he's had a lot of short deck success, as I've been playing for a while. Assume he got into it basically through these stops, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so.
Both the Winfried's Triton titles coming in short deck events.
And Ren with a hand he could have stabbed with there for sure. A lot of value in blowing out Broadway stuff that Winfried's check folding. And he has a pair and a gutter.
Winfried going to take it down, though.
But my vibe on that is Ren was kind of wanting to take one off
yeah,
there.
after the last two, I mean, you saw him slapping his hands, you know.
Yeah.
Hand in the cookie jar a couple times. You really want to reach back in.
You know, if you're just going to take it off, though, don't even play the hand to begin with. It's not like you're missing out that much not calling the 9-7 off. But
these guys like to gamble.
Level 8, I believe.
Level 8?
I believe.
Good morning, everybody just waking up out there.
I believe it's level 8. Usually it's for short that level 8 put in the bullets, and of level 9 is the...
Yeah, but it's a level later for this one, right?
Could be. You have so many chips in it.
Oh, it's actually completely different for this one.
Possible.
On.
wow, just rip it.
Look at this.
Gambling time now? What time?
And Winfried has jacks. Can he sniff this out? It's a dicey spot, though, and that's kind of the beauty of the rip.
Too early.
Also, just got to give credit to Devoris, right? It's easy for people to limp aces or kings there to trap. Analyze the situation correctly.
Hey, you think?
I gave you the best ones.
Thank you.
One of the advantages someone like Devoris has had is like sit and goes used to be a real big thing online. They're not anymore, right? So you could play them at a very high volume for good buy-ins for a while, and now you can't really. Like, they're just not available.
Oh, are they pretty much done?
Yeah, they're pretty dead from my experience. So, like, all of that experience, right, that guys like Devoris and Stevie have gotten in these sit and goes, not so much available to people that are newer to the game now.
That's pretty interesting.
John Jaffe, another guy just like known for the, you know, crushing heads up sit and goes way back in the day.
Be careful with this hand.
Be careful.
Super
Why?
nice.
You got something good? No? If you have to check, I mean...
Something good?
I think he used to have something good, and now not so much.
Not lately, right? Okay, I'll check see what happened.
Look at this. Everyone makes a straight. Devoris does have a flush draw.
Ren's like, okay, well, if you guys think I don't have something good, I guess I'll check. Don't think Winfried's going to check this back. So let's see. Nope, he does. Nobody likes betting the straight on the turn in short deck. That's what I found out.
Yeah. Unless it's the nuts.
We have a straight on the turn, just check.
Yeah, not sure why sit and goes kind of died out in popularity. I know spin and goes became a thing. Just kind of the natural evolution of poker, the demand for certain games.
Oh, good. Donation. Donation. Okay, chop it up.
啊，你说 donation， 你用税跟我说 donation 啊，没事拿回来。Say donation, I think he was like a hair.
I thought you had a sex.
I told you.
To me, that's chopping is already donation.
No way, I got king jack. King jack turn a pot.
So I play bad. I should ship you at the river then. No way you got king jack. Okay. I thought you were trapping Daniel.
I thought he was trapping me too.
So that's why I jacked the river.
Yeah,
Check the turn.
It did feel like everybody was worried about the other guy trapping them there.
He doesn't even care about playing the hand right. He just wants to trap me.
So that's totally a jacking flop.
Yeah.
Divorce with a
That's
sick
right, that's
burn.
more suspicious.
Yeah, because he wants.
He doesn't
me to
care
bet a
about
jack.
playing the hand right. But
And I call and he raised.
Yeah.
Saying it's personal with Ren.
And he's just staring Ren down as he throws in his 2K. This is your chance, Winfred. Just lay down the hammer on these guys.
不到，42500后面。
Zhou Xuan gonna raise
Yeah.
the boom here.
Here we go.
He's seen enough limping.
Yeah, Zo knows what's going on here. These guys are just limping garbage nonstop. Are they gonna? Is Danny gonna gamble?
Danny might be ready to gamble at this point. Does have a bullet left there. Yeah, it's time. Can't wait forever. 2 bullets actually for him.
And out goes Ace Jack, and here we go. 9-8 suited versus Jack 10 off. Jack 10's actually doing well. I think 9-8 suited does better against Ace King than Jack 10. Jack 10 just interferes too much, being so close. Ooh. Oh. 6 of hearts look good, but the rest of it pretty
First one was so good.
dusty.
Yeah, Danny's a little steamed about that.
Oh.
There you go.
The short deck. There's always outs around the corner.
That's not one of them.
Oh, we're looking at the future blue table.
Yeah, we had that table earlier. We'll have it again. Make sure to download that Triton Poker Plus app. Just a real easy way to follow these sweats. You see our other feature. Boss Man over there. Makita in the mix. Lun Loon. Michael Zhang. And one of those short deck snipers. Rene van Krevelen, the chip leader so far.
Yeah, Madrid 2022 came for short deck only, and here he is in Jeju.
It's interesting to see these little kind of like, you know, specialists, right? Had them for the PLO, have them now for the short deck. Winford with middle pair and a gutter. So Schwen continues to chip up.
Just running over these guys.
Oh, okay. That's good. So I can bluff. Can bluff a T-way table. 现在我们要换桌。
Yeah, how much of the PLOs did you watch, like the one he won?
Sorry, the one.
The one Joe Schwen won, the 25K.
Oh, I didn't really see much of that one.
Yeah, same. And I remember Nick saying he was very impressed with him.
Yeah. He's taking a look around this table and has ramped it up.
Yeah, it seems like he's
he's just like, wow, these guys are just playing like nits right now. I'm gonna pour on the pressure. Just like everyone is just limping and no one's raising. It's other than, I mean, Dvorak did rip that one time with the Queen 10, but like just limp. And it seems like you know, people are limping quite a lot with not good hands. He's kind of picked up on it.
Yeah, he's been punishing the limpers.
Let's just bet. Ren didn't want to get tricky, but does Danny?
Yeah, I believe this graphic is wrong too. I think he only bet 5,500. Danny just gonna pass, and
we could just see Zoe's got the turbo pack on.
Yeah, he's blasting off.
Seems like quite a good adjustment right now. I wonder if people are going to pick up on it and play back at him. So far, nobody has.
It's one of the interesting facets of these tournaments, right? Obviously, you have, you know, your ranges, your solvers, but so much of it seems like adjusting in game, right, to how the table is playing.
Yeah, which is that's really the kind of the highest level, the hallmark of a great player is your adjusting in game. And like right now, he's just terrorizing these guys. So far, it doesn't really feel, I mean, maybe someone's thinking about it, but no one's shown through their play that they know that he's just ravaging. It's like a wolf is loose in the hen house.
Dvorak is not a hen.
No.
He's some type of creature for sure. Willing to fight.
And he's just like, no, Dvorak, he's a fighter. We're going to let Dvorak win.
We'll pass these sheep around.
Yeah.
Plenty enough meat.
He knows a fellow wolf when he sees one. Zoe's thinking, I share hens, but only with other wolves.
I thought you were a vegan, Rasty.
Oh, I'm definitely not a vegan. What made you think that?
I don't know.
I'm not a vegetarian either.
Big steak guy?
I do. I love steak.
Medium rare?
Yep.
You get tilted when someone orders like a well done?
I mean, not really, but I do notice.
You don't love it.
Don't love it.
Rasty doesn't tilt much anymore.
Especially if it's like a really nice piece of meat too.
Yeah, that's
then it's like, wow, man,
you're just gonna cook that thing to the max.
But everybody's got their own style. Some people just don't like eating meat in the most delicious way possible. That's their problem.
Yeah, some people just don't like great things.
Yeah.
Look at this. Zhou Xuan flops the straight, checks it over to Winford, who does have a 10 himself. But not a great board for his range.
And Zoe got the information he needed. His hand is definitely best.
Yeah, he's really locked into this table, right? We've seen him bet these guys off with nothing. Now he's trapping when he knows they have nothing.
Yeah. Now let's see if Winford, I mean, he's nope. Winford's playing pretty snug.
And now they're going to chop.
Donation. You forgot. You should just raise him, then set donation. Then they open up 2 clubs. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think he was going for the check raise on the turn.
All right.
Not on the flop, though, but once everybody capped their range to really, realistically speaking, not having ace-10. That was probably why he checked again.
How does he want to play this Jack-10 of diamonds on the button? Yeah, this is pretty on par with what we've seen. He does not respect these limpers.
Danny's not going to fold King, Queen of Hearts here.
Yeah, he get at least 1 customer, maybe 2.
And yeah, maybe Dvorak's overcalls, right? We'll see. A lot of times guys really don't love putting in a lot of money with the 1 gap, it seems. People have different little theories on that. See what Dvorak thinks.
It does lay it down.
Gamble.
Great flop for Joe. Top pair.
He'd love to get King, Queen to fold here. And might, because...
Why am I keep getting these fucking flops?
Yeah, Danny is getting a little tired of flopping nothing.
All in, I get this flop.
Only 1.
Then
No
oh,
gamble.
I get this flop.
With
Mm,
2,
yeah.
maybe gamble.
Continues to be the Zhou Xuan show.
Oh. What's Winfred gonna do?
He's been pretty patient. He's just going to limp.
Took a little bit longer there, though, to call. Wonder if anybody picked up on that. Okay. The only diamond, Dvorak's queen.
2 perfection.
Zoe with 2 pair. And Danny with a straight. And as per the norm, everybody checking in the 5-way pot.
They're all waiting for you, huh?
I know. Very, very tight now.
Wow, Winfred just betting his ace queen here. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, Danny still has the best hand. He's actually way ahead now.
I mean, bottom two pair, snap called him with 3 people behind. So, kind of curious bet with ace queen there. Yeah, Danny comes with the raise. And he's gonna get the diamond out, which is massive. Now he basically can't lose. I mean, Zoe has 10% equity.
Ace jack no good? Yeah. Ace jack no good?
I don't think so. Could be dead.
Danny Tang, killer instinct on display there.
That's a little bit, that's all. Just a test. Doesn't go.
All right, Ren with king, queen suited. Raise, rip it. Looks like he's coming with raise. And Zoe's going to gamble with him.
我一直在，只是你眼里没有我。好久不见。
Ren out to the lead with top pair. Zoe does have a gutter.
I think this is a pretty bad board to continue at for nines. Like, wow, he's going to come. It's really dicey, though, because if our opponent has ace-king, the 10's a very bad card. He has ace-king some. He does have the heart, which is working for him right now. Maybe one of the factors he considered. And he's going to get to realize his equity here if Ren checks back the turn.
Pretty scary turn for Ren. But he diagnosed the situation perfectly. And Joe Schwen does not want to let any pots at this table go.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty tough one to call. I mean, you know, you're ahead of like ace-king and ace-10 with a heart. That's pretty much it. Maybe king-10 with a heart. He might not even, the way this game has been going, Ren's probably not even raising king-10 off versus limpers. Wow,
he's really thinking about this one.
Yeah, he went time bank, so.
I also think the way Ren shoved is not putting him on a lot of strength. You know, I think he might have assumed Ren's with stronger flushes, even straights might.
I think this would be a pretty, I mean, I guess with the heart,
yeah,
we can see his equity. It's pretty close to the right price, but I mean, Ren doesn't have too many semi-bluffs there, I think. Yeah, he doesn't like giving pot. He likes winning pots. I like that.
A wolf never likes getting beat by a hen. But Ren, obviously, no slouch. Second in the opening short deck event here. Danny Tang. Frustrating start, but still very early. Late reg open for a while. This 50K short deck main event. We're going to take a quick break, very quick, about 4 minutes. I'm going to hop out. Ali's going to pop back in. Rasty's going nowhere, so get caffeinated. Stay around. Be back in a sec.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know how to identify good range bet boards? Cutoff versus button, 3-bet pot, 40 big blinds deep. Which of these flops should button c-bet 100% of their range? Ace-King-King, Ace-7-3, King-Jack-6, or 8-7-3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. Do you know how to identify good range bet boards? Cutoff versus button, 3-bet pot, 40 big blinds deep. Which of these flops should button c-bet 100% of their range? Ace King King, Ace 7-3, King Jack 6, or 8-7-3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Short deck streets are upon us. And Ali Nejad back in the booth now alongside Brian Rast, the 50K short deck main event. Rasty took a little bit of a pause, back down here with you. You got a glimpse of the last couple of hours. There's some real operators, as I like to refer to them, snipers, who have shown up and kind of begun to reveal some aptitude out there. Anybody standing out thus far as we got a couple of new feature tables upon us?
Well, certainly. I mean, Zo Kwon was at the table, and he was someone who was really, I don't know if he's a sniper per se. He's been playing events already, had at least one deep run.
Right.
You know, he was really ravaging at the table, kind of taking advantage of people who were being a little bit lackadaisical, and he was in there. We called him a wolf in a hen house, trying to steal some pots.
I like it.
And then I guess what you're referring to, the chip leader. So we haven't seen him yet, but I believe he's on one of the feature tables now. And so we're going to see Rene Van Crevelen, because he's a sniper.
RVK?
Yeah, he was. He came out, I think, in 2022 to Cyprus, played only short deck events, I remember checking, and now he's here again, playing only short deck events, chip leading. So let's see what he's all about.
I found these. I don't know whether or not anybody needs them, but you know, apparently right now, no, because we're playing short deck. Deuces through fives, gone.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. Flush is better than full houses. Double ante format. If you're just joining us, obviously glad to have you with us. The Dutchie up top. RVK, 614,000 in front of him. Quick dive into the Triton Poker Plus app before we get back into the affair. Michael Zhang, another one of these guys, aforementioned snipey character, perhaps. We say this as a compliment. Xiao Wu also just joining us. Late arrivals, these tend to be giveaways. And you talked about Zhou Xuan, 7th, wolf in the hen house factor, 315,000. Note, by the way, that RVK is operating off of just one remaining bullet. Ike Haxton also just one bullet. And Sir Watts, Mike Watson, coming off of victory in that last short deck, the 25K, he has no further bullets remaining. 290K, 3K ante, 6K double ante. You got a glimpse at those two features. Let's just zoom in real quick because Martin Nielsen is a guy who kicked off today's coverage. He comes strictly for the short deck business, doesn't play anything else whatsoever. 150 in front of him, looks like a fresh bullet, and his last, and that's the company that joins him out there. Xiao Wu on the left. This table here, nothing too much to talk about. Maybe 179 for Wu, 164 antes for Haxton. Ball stack behaviors.
Yeah, we're just still, listen, we're in the early stages of the tournament. Guys still have their reload bullets.
Not all of them.
No, not all of them, but I mean, most of them do. You know, guys can still re-enter the tournament. So, you know, I think one of the more interesting things to kind of look at is, okay, I think we've seen that you can wield a lot of pressure when you have a big stack in short deck. It's worth a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, is anyone going to gamble, trying to get that short stack early on? Maybe, you know, take some rough spots. I mean, we saw the Blez do it in PLO, and I think the big stack in short deck's worth even more than PLO.
Okay, interesting. A glimpse then back at the action as Haxton has a couple of 10s. Resumption of play. Queens behind.
Only.
3.
19吧，19吧。
Those queens have ripped. And now Sun Yachi. Ace queen.
19吧。
Mulling.
Annie just went up. A pretty significant level jump here. 3K Annie.
190. 190.
Might still be too much for 10s though.
Luck, my man.
Yeah, I lost a bullet in the last hand.
Last hand, last.
Yeah, before the break. Against
This is
like,
a big rip.
I ISO, Ice 9. He limp calls
Paxton
empty.
does release.
46K.
Wang Yang, by the way, might be
have
a solid short deck player, but he plays other stuff as well.
My stack.
Hero.
Saw
I don't
him
think I need.
I have ace
Thank you.
throughout the course of this Jeju festival.
Queen.
There's Nielsen on his
7,
left.
6, 2 spades.
Xiaowu
I
in turn.
bet 1/3 pot. He races around
On Nielsen's left.
3x. I jam and
Sure, yeah.
call king queen.
King queen. What do you have?
Ace 9.
It's nine spades, right?
1 spade.
Wow.
So, I don't know.
14%.
I mean, I'm in pretty good shape, but I don't know if my play is good.
Ace Jack. Nielsen. Ripping. Note, by the way, that all these bullets that players have on reserve will be forced forward once we reach the conclusion of registration. End of level 10 is when we will draw the curtain on that business. Jam and take it for Martin. Martin playing under the Faroe Islands banner, by the way. I believe he's the lone delegate ever to join us at a Triton.
Okay.
From that part of the world.
You don't see the Faroe Islands banner too often.
No, that you don't. I've gone to some corners in search of action, but I gotta tell you, I don't think yourself or myself will be making any trips to the Faroe Islands in search of some local card room with some legendary, you know, opportunities.
Yeah, I doubt that. I mean, you know, I guess unless Triton makes a stop out there, but
I'm sure Nielsen would be happy to host.
That feels a bit unlikely.
Yeah. I don't think our players are ready for kind of the Airbnb. I don't think there's any big major 5-star stuff happening out that way. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? In any case, 2 queen 10s, a king jack, and an ace 6 walk into a flop. King, king, jack, and jokes on the other 3. 2 open-enders drawing dead against kings full. Look at Sunyachi lying in wait.
The Faroe Islands is a self-governing archipelago that's part of the Kingdom of Denmark. I didn't know any of that. Oh, and I guess it's just north of Scotland and a little bit southeast of Iceland. Okay.
Well, the 2 open-enders are a little bit south of in good shape. 42,000. They both did come along at the price. $20,000 as Xiao continues this exercise in futility. Doesn't want to see the 9 or the ace on the end here. Does connect with the queen, however.
Good
Does
enough
not
to
hesitate.
stop bluffing.
Yeah. Knuckle down, and Sunyachi's efforts are going to have to come at his own hand. By the way, we haven't seen him for a while. London 2019, the last time he joined us at a Triton Super High Roller Series. He dates all the way back to 2016 in the Philippines.
Wow. That's a break. 2019. Well, welcome back.
And welcome to a 40K bet on the river here. Xiao paying it off, Brian. Perhaps we're targeting Jack X getting desperate?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Jack X to bluff very much
Nor
there.
would
Seems like a adventurous bluff catch, but here's a question for you, Ollie.
Okay.
So this was a 2021 as estimate or consensus or whatever. In 2021, what was the population of the Faroe Islands?
I would take under 1,000 people.
No, that's incorrect.
I would take under 100,000. No, I know it's low.
Yeah.
All right, under 10K.
No, 50, just under 53,000.
Oh, that's a lot more than I would have anticipated.
I don't know. It has its own flag. I mean, how few people, can it be?
They had me at self-governing archipelago, by the way. This sounds like a place that's right up my alley.
30.
Haxton governing this Jack 10 as he takes us up to 30,000.
All right. Doesn't look like anyone behind him has much. What about the Jack 10 off? Maybe Jack 10 off lets it go, plays the Jack 10 suited, or is it gamble time?
No gamble on display.
No gamble, no future.
Too much gamble, no future sometimes.
Yeah.
You got to find the sweet spot in terms of the gamble continuum.
Yeah. No gamble, no future. Too much gamble, no future. Just right gamble. Good future.
That's the fortune cookie you want. How's that Perrier treating you, Rusty? That was
it's wonderfully.
I quenched my thirst after you had a swig there.
It was so refreshing that I couldn't let the swig go without some form of acknowledgement.
Pocket six is under the gun, acknowledged by the limp. Ace nine. Haxton choosing to limp it. It's the equivalent of ace five in long deck. The dominating ace jack off suit, deliberating.
Yeah, he sees two limpers, and he wants to attack.
$36,000. And these pretty ones, these Jack 10 suiteds, tempting.
It's a pretty big raise in front, but they're not that deep. But we could still peel. Yeah. All right, this table's already a little bit more interesting than the last one.
Well,
sorry guys, I just
you've quenched your thirst, both literally and proverbially, courtesy of this Nielsen flat, it would seem. Nielsen, by the way, 23rd of 26 remaining runners, and no more bullets behind.
Six is pretty weak here. Same with ace nine off.
Yeah.
So get it heads up.
Note the domination from.
Yet, noted how close the equities are for a hand that's dominated.
And therein lies an unlocking of what might feel like the mystery of Jack 10 suited. Queen 8-7 monotone board. Flush draw for Yang. $40K, the follow-through bid. Gut shot straight draw. Just lets it go.
Tochi?
Seems reasonable.
Inquiry.
Bad colors.
Toji means bluff. I wonder what the literal translation of it is, because I suspect it's not an actual word that's, you know, been conceived as the term bluff, but rather some sort of, you know, like inauthentic effort or something, you know what I mean? Like,
or yeah, some other word that's been appropriated for
Sure,
bluffing.
sure.
From something else.
Ace-10 offsuit now for Nielsen.
Yeah, maybe like a word that would be appropriate would be, you know, the English equivalent of a fib or fibbing.
Right.
Because, you know.
How much?
Nielsen's ready to rip.
I bluffed. I fibbed.
Ace-10 offsuit, still in search, rather, of his first ever Triton cash. Of course, we won't know what the prize pool is or how many will make the money until the close of registration. That doesn't happen until the end of level 10. And people can also reg to start day 2, max late reg. So, you know, there's untold folks lurking, perhaps, maybe just looking at this day 1 of the main and saying, I'm going to take it off, and then I'm going to come back and try to spin. Start of day tomorrow.
Well, that will bump up the number of entries for sure. I mean, because we still have quite a few levels left today, if I'm not mistaken. We have 10 levels on day 1. So I believe this is level 5.
Those levels are 45 minutes in length apiece. Here's Jack-10 offsuit, and Nielsen really beginning to ramp up the pressure. 2 10s for Xiaowu. Didn't give it much thought. Couple of dusty ones behind it. And enjoy another helping of Annie's, sir.
Yeah, with big stacks behind, you have to fold.
Calvin D in the YouTube chat has stepped in a very useful way here. Rast,
yes.
Believe it or not, answers are available to our sort of curiosity with respect to what does Toji mean. Calvin says it literally means stealing chicken.
Yeah, see? Something like that.
That's definitely not a term that was conceived with the purposes of...
It seems weirdly specific as to what you're stealing, but I guess maybe it's kind of the connection of two words, like one of those sounds is, one of those syllables is stealing and the other's chicken.
Well, I know about G being chicken.
Okay, so that must be it. Do
So
is
for
stealing,
sure-
and G is chicken, and doji.
Yeah, Toji.
You're stealing the chicken.
Well, Nielsen, you know, this is legitimate pursuits of chicken as he takes that one down. Now, here's the thing about Mandarin. Far be it from me to educate the masses on it, but it's a language spoken in multiple tones. So the same exact word stated in a different tone can mean something entirely different.
Really?
Now,
okay.
I know that the word feiji, pronounced differently, let's say feiji, is a completely different word. Now, the only reason I ever was introduced to that word is because I wanted to know how to say airplane. But when you say airplane wrong, it actually is fat chicken. So, you know. And oddly enough, fat chicken also is one way to describe perhaps an airplane anyway. But it was one of those A380s. King
Okay.
Queen for Haxton.
That's quite interesting.
It's an incredibly complex, I mean, reasons are obvious. The alphabet, you know, consisting of effectively hieroglyphs, thousands upon thousands of them in Chinese, really incredibly challenging. But then also the spoken word has its own complexities. Not unlike short deck, which on the surface seems like a game of just spin and go, let's roulette, let's rip it all in there. But we have seen some very artistic behavior thus far, having crowned Sir Watts champ in the 25K. He gave us a glimpse.
With the doji thing, I could see some, you know, some colorful characters, maybe have fun with that. Like, let's say someone tries this bluff, big bluff. Guy thinks about it, calls at the end, scoops this huge pot, you know, calls him pretty light, just like stands up, does the Hakim finger wag,
The Dikembe Mutombo, yeah.
And he's like, you know, whatever in Chinese, like, you're not stealing my chicken.
Yeah, I love that.
It's my chicken.
Haxton laying claim to a bird here. Ace King 9. Nielsen involuntarily a part of this procedure here, courtesy of the limp from Haxton. His kicker has problems. He will peel for the 15K, and he will pick up a gut shot on the turn.
Yeah,
He's
pretty
playing as a
decent
5.
card for him. Yeah, decent card. I mean, Ike is going to be betting this a lot as the limper. Ace King, just, you know, he's the only one who can have aces, kings, and ace king. He can be trapping them as limps, even in the hijack. And Martin can never have those hands. And given Martin's stack size, he actually can't have like ace queen really either. So
has picked up some equity. You see he's got 25% against his king queen. There are paths to a chop. Little does he know all of this. And he can't afford to put a foot wrong at this point, given that he lacks any further bullets.
And I feel like with this bet, Ike has pretty clearly stated to us, the viewers, that he's not polarizing his range here. He just feels he has a strong enough range advantage that he's just going to go ahead and bet most of his hands. You know, a lot of flush draws that can be charged, gut shots potentially, so we're even going to bet second pair again. And, you know, it was a thought process that paid off. He denied his opponent some real equity and actually had the best hand.
Haxton.
Thank you.
Always a threat, no matter what form of poker it is that we're playing. Cash, tournament, short deck, PLO, long deck. Not the most welcome sight at your table in terms of people that you're going to need to get through on your road to victory. And on the topic of roads, the road to Vegas, where one can qualify for the World Series of Poker main event for as little as $1. I don't need to give you directions. GG Poker. It's a simple single turn off the internet from April 1st to June 6th. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, our official partners.
Probably
One
you
can
were
also qualify
behind,
for
but
Triton
would have called
events.
if you knew my hand.
What?
I think probably you were behind, but not by a lot then.
Yeah, I definitely had equity.
Yeah.
But I had one of those hands that even if I make my hand, I might be dead.
Yeah.
Eights, limping, ace queen suited. On the button here. Ooh. Takes us upstairs. More than enough to cover Yang. And so he lets it go. If I'm not mistaken, earlier during a frame, prior to my break, Jason Kuhn and Phil Ivey were engaged in a discussion with respect to a character that was less familiar to them, but had been going, quote, hard in the paint. And based on the description of said character, I'm almost positive it was Xiao Wu that they were referring to. He didn't cash in the 25K, but has already caught the attention of some of our Triton greats. There's Stephen Chidwick. King 9 offsuit. He ventures forward. RVK and Michael Zhang also involved to the King 10-6 board. Top pair for Stevie, best of what's around. Second pair for RVK. Zhang. Checking.
Zhang, the only player who can have pocket kings. That said, feel like equity spread distributed pretty reasonably between the three of them. I think all the players can have 10s and 6s.
And I commented earlier on about how this particular setup where you have a limper, you have a second limper late into the pot and then the button. The middle position player in the face of a check from the pot opener, the first to limp, a lot of times will feel as though they can, on certain board textures, sort of safely fire and expect to be targeting only the under the gun limper in doing so.
Yeah, I think this is generally not the best board for the dealer button. Yeah, they have some 6x, but that's kind of trash. And this is a nice card for Chidwick. Doesn't fill in any of the straight draws Renee could make. Gives Chidwick one. Preserves his top pair being good.
And in spite of obviously 9-7 being possible, you say the straight draws that he could make because you don't anticipate him to proceed in the face of the c-bet with the player left behind post-flop?
Yeah, I think 9-7 can probably be discounted some.
He's blocking it, is Chidwick. Nevertheless,
Yeah,
cautious check.
I think he's protecting his range here a little bit with a hand that I think can pretty comfortably check call versus most bet sizes, at least. And this is a card that doesn't kind of could be good for either. Chidwick can have some aces up now, or even, you know, like the nut diamond draw just made an ace. Both can have that. Both can have queen jack. Chidwick's particular hand probably really likes to check and get to showdown, but it might not be able to get to showdown a ton. So Chidwick takes all that and comes with B25.
Quarter pot bet.
Feels kind of hard for him to get a ton of value. Like, let's see if Queen 10, which is realistically speaking almost the next worst hand, even calls this. So
does lay it down as Chidwick finds a barrel there on the river with what was the best hand.
Yeah, and really the next worst hand on the rankings decided to fold even to 25%. So, you know, possibly too thin.
King 7 was
King 7's possible, but you know, okay, so there's one.
We're threading the needle.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that there's actually one hand between them that really doesn't disprove my point.
No,
more or
not
less.
at all.
Yeah.
Wasn't pushback on my part whatsoever. As boss has arrived here, Rasty, ace 8 suited under the gun. He'll kick us off with a limp. Lun Loon also joining the ranks. Sitting this one out. Perhaps they were there this whole time and I just had overlooked it, by the way. Not impossible. RVK. Here's a healthy rip. 656K in front of him. Overall chip leader in the event. Concession all around him. Early on the day, he was just getting smacked with big pair after big pair. Queens, kings, aces, and on every occasion that he could open a pot up front with it, he was doing so in the form of a limp.
I live
Very early
Japan
on.
and Thailand. I live
Super deep
yeah,
stack.
spent some time there. North of
Had
Tokyo.
that
Somewhere it's very
trapper
quiet.
vibe.
It's Noda.
I think it's
Yeah,
more
no
just
one's heard of it. It's so small.
how
I have a
he's
friend there, so-
playing in that spot. I think there's a lot of guys when you're really deep in short deck that they just always come in the pot for a
Yeah, I like
limp when they're up front, like what Zhang just did.
You spend most of your time in
Regardless
Malaysia?
of their
Regardless, they're
hand.
doing with everything they're
Well, it's so
playing
much
there. So
traveling
you just
from
saw it with a bunch of big pairs, but maybe he probably did that with the other hands that he played up front as well.
And obviously it protects your limping range and it keeps people in line when they're aware that top of range is a part
Trouble,
of the equation.
Yeah, you get the chance to limp re-raise with your aces or ace king or whatever, and you're getting such a good price
gonna be
on
some
calling,
competition.
right? You're getting 7 or 8 to 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, depending on exactly how many players are at the table. But yeah, in a 7-handed game, you're getting 8 to 1 calling up front.
Pot odds get better and better with each successive limp. 4-way affair to the King 9-7 board. Top pair for Zhang. Same story for Chidwick. Inferior kicker. With a willingness to continue the limping, do we begin to kind of feel as though the continuum is stronger hands up toward the front as we see the round of checks, and then a player's willingness to limp 3rd, 4th, 5th into a pot suggests that maybe their range is lighter and lighter?
So are you talking after someone's already limped
Yes,
ahead?
each successive limp. If you're unwilling to raise those limpers, then maybe we range you down.
Yes. Yeah, usually that's pretty true that after, like, say, 2 people have limped, now you're in the hijack or the cutoff. It's not impossible, but very rarely does that person limping have aces, kings, or ace king.
Right. With that in mind, Chidwick lets go of the King 6 after Michael fires here. Boss wants to peel with the Broadway gutty. Nope, the jack would be a problem for Mike, even though it would give him the King high straight. Instead, it's an 8 on the river. Both guys are blocking 10 jack in case something heroic were to unfold. Pua does have position.
I mean, Paul has a very natural bluff right here. It's one of the very few hands that doesn't have a pair. Stone bottom of his range. Ace 10, you know, and you can make an argument that sometimes Ace 10 or Ace Jack might raise the limpers pre. Obviously he didn't here, but maybe some percent of the time they do, especially Ace Jack. So this feels like a pretty natural bluff candidate.
Okay, cannot bluff too little combo.
He decides, though, that he
Yeah.
went through that thought process and one-upped it, deciding don't have enough combos.
So Michael Doesn't have to face anything uncomfortable on the end there. Zhang is quite young, by the way. I remember spending some time with him when we were out in Cyprus. This was 2022. Got involved in some conversations, was very impressed with sort of his commitment to study in the game in general, and also his balance in terms of ensuring that he didn't get too caught up in just 24/7 poker. I know you and I, when we were younger, it's kind of the eat, sleep, breathe it all the time, excitement, the novelty of it, the upside of it, even the social aspect of it. But for Zhang, he truly isn't falling prey in any way to that sort of disposition. That's what,
Yeah,
you
good
know,
for him.
these young guys now, a lot of them, Rast, and this is, you know, making blanket statements or presumptions or, you know, putting forth sorts of stereotypes, this is always with the acknowledgement that there's exceptions to every rule and that this isn't even a rule. But I do feel that on the whole, they really have it together as a poker playing demographic relative to, you know, a lot of the people that were in our ilk coming up a generation ago, let's call it. You know what I mean? They're approaching the matter in a far more sound, far more committed. And granted, we're observing some of the finer cuts from that.
Yeah, I was thinking that exact thing. You're just qualifying it.
So
with
there's still
is-
some blaster punter psychopaths that are out there in their 20s right now.
I'm sure. You know, given what poker is now and with the wealth of information and solvers and videos, it's probably attracting even more. Like, there's been a just general evolution of that, I think, if you go back from our time or even people older than us. At some point, it was more gamblers.
Uh-huh.
And then, you know, it transitioned into more kind of nerdy academic types.
Agreed.
And, you know, who are going to approach it with more discipline. And I think that's only ramped up every year that goes by. And then, yes, take that on top that now we're talking about the top, you know, fraction of a percent that have made it to play Tritons.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to get some guys who have their act together, I think.
And you're going to get some king high straight if you're Lun Loon on the button as a straggler who closed the action with a check back. Ace Jack does lurk, of course. Note, Zhang with the spade draw. Ace of spade blocker for Chidwick. Bottom pair Gutty. Lesser holding for RVK, 2 checks. And these flush draws don't get as excited in short deck in spite of the strength of them, just based on the sheer infrequency of them. A lot tougher to get there with that kit.
All in.
Loon's going to jam 73,000. Over 2x pot. Taking his chances that Ace Jack isn't out there.
Oh, man.
That will be that. I would imagine. I mean, Michael can afford to make the call. Doing a little bit of math here.
Yeah, for a 2x pot jam, it's basically putting in 2 units to win 3.
I can bet for 2K.
So he needs like 40% equity.
I guess you're gonna
We can see it's not quite there. $40, $60.
So 73, 70 divided by.
It's a little bit worse than that. Oh no, actually, well, that's really confusing. On the thing it says he has 43% equity and the other 68. I think it's double counting the 11%. So yeah, he's probably around mid-30s in terms of equity percent because they do chop sometimes. So
Well,
he went in the
mid-30s,
tank, did the
you know,
math, and came up with the right answer.
2 to 1
I'm
is
so
what you need
confused if you
when
shouldn't
you're
do that.
at
Still don't know what to
33%?
do.
No.
What do you
Well, yes, when you're at 33%, but that number wasn't really good because it was like 32.57 because there's chops. So you'd have to go a little deeper than that and figure out. Basically 11%, you half the time, so you get half that equity. So he's probably around 37%, and he needs 40. I would say that's probably a better guess.
Sound decisions are what we've grown accustomed to seeing out of Mike saying there.
Because that 32, that was just his win percentage. It isn't actually his equity.
Got it. Nielsen, again, looking for a spin. 94,000 hijack, ace jack. King, queen with all the blocker effects.
Call. Good luck. Man.
So, Xiao Wu decides to be a customer, and now Nielsen will play for 200,000.
It's
His
hot.
very last bullet.
Okay.
He's calling for the ace of hearts. It's an odd card, but it's the classic call for your opponent's best cards.
The reverse, maybe, as instead it comes king of hearts, and Xiao Wu is poised to haul this one in for the time being.
9
And that
space.
poise is maintained.
9 space.
On the turn, although extra outs, 4 of them to be exact, courtesy of the gutter, which does not come in. And so this massage is going to have to be put on hold as this 50K buy-in
So see you tomorrow.
comes to a close, and Nielsen's like, see you tomorrow. No, no, no. I'm re-entering now, Xiao. I don't want to be weird about this. I know it might be a nitty question, Rasty,
One
but
back.
do we pause
You
the
wanna go back?
clock in this spot on that massage? You know, it's $2 a minute out there. I'm just saying. It might take 5 or 6 to, you know, head over, reg, find our new tables, sit down, unrack,
You
get
know,
situated.
I bet there's some girls in that spot who do pause and some that don't. And out of the ones that don't, sometimes it might even be a mistake and sometimes it might not be. I believe the correct play is to pause. Like if you go to the bathroom, for example, it should be paused.
That's fair.
Just, you know, you've busted. The massage is paused right now, so should the clock.
Yeah,
And
I
I
like
don't,
that.
you know, I've never asked a girl to check, but I do think that's the right thing.
Well, listen, if you're never asking, Rasty,
Well, I'm just
you know,
living with it. I'm trusting, I guess.
You might have been shaken down for a few minutes over the course of your life.
It's definitely possible.
Poker's been good to you. I think you can write it off, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like your question wasn't nitty, but asking the girl if she's paused the clock is nitty. Let's put it that way.
That's where they benefit from that social self-consciousness. They can leverage that. It's an exploitative situation. King, Jack, and Ace-7 here. 18,000 a man. Wang Yang, the raising party. Sun Yachi, the caller. Top pair for him. Up against the Broadway Gutty. Backdoor hearts. And a jack.
But he's under the gun. This flop definitely better for him. Not in the sense of King 10. Both can clearly have King 10 here, but he definitely has more sets, more aces up. And Sun Yakui, who has normally been taking his time to act, just like snap called that.
Queen pairs on the turn. Sometimes pace of play can skew us into thinking certain things about what's out there. And you see the 20K is not followed up on. Okay, well, I do appreciate that whatever that was, it was flicked away from the table. Check back here. Well, you and I have played with some people that would have flicked that right on down onto the felt or not even bothered, by the way, Rast.
Certainly. Now after a little check on the turn. Wang thinking about bluffing with his hand. He's pretty certain that it's not going to win at showdown.
Little does he know that he's good. Yeah, there was a lot of demonstrative sort of stuff going on there. I think the check back is probably most prudent, just given that a bet would have seemed a little bit strange. You never know, though. There's been some reverse tells thrown around there through the years. Nonetheless, the check back. And some dissenting opinion in the YouTube streets, Rasty, with regard to massages.
Yeah, I
now,
saw it. I was going to let it go, but, you know, I can address it.
Stocky, we're looking at you.
Here's a
he
question,
says your
Stocky.
time is less valuable. Their time is less valuable than yours. You're paying for time. It's up to you to be there for that time.
Yes.
Go on, Rast.
So, if that's true, do massage girls keep the clock going during breaks? The tournament goes on break. Does the clock keep running? What's fundamentally different about that than if you go to the bathroom or you rebuy? You know, I think there's a limit to everything. There's never a hard set rule. If you're getting up every 5 minutes and walking around, you know, and that's probably ridiculous. Realistically speaking, you know, tournaments go on break every hour and a half. Usually, actually, you go to the bathroom during that. Or if you're playing a cash game, there is no break, then you probably go to the bathroom every hour or two anyway. So, you know, what you're paying for is her time massaging you. Saying you're just paying for her time. She's not an escort or whatever. You know, you're not paying per hour for her to hang out with you. So, you know, what you're paying for is a massage. So therefore, that I don't know. Ollie, why don't you step in and tell me where you... And again, I've never asked a girl, so I'm not saying I even enforce this, which was the whole point. But if you're going to ask me what I think is fair, this is it. I think $2 an hour for the time you're massaging is good, and it can go on pause during the very limited time that you're not abusing, that you're going to the bathroom.
It's so good, in fact, Rast, that I've actually, you know, tried to run the numbers and see whether or not in my game I wouldn't be better served massaging the rest of the players as opposed to playing against them. Queen Jack here for Wang Yang. Limps. Flops himself top pair and a gutter up against second pair for Xiao Wu, who checked back the button, heads up.
Or excuse me, $2 a minute, not $2 an hour, obviously. But
yeah, if you ever get a $2 an hour offer for massage, I'm going to tell you, it's really going to be bad. Yeah. 12,000 ahead brings us to this turn here. And let's see once called on this coordinated texture by this button, whether or not Wang Yang is going to find another barrel.
30.
He knows he's got equity no matter what, as we can see 82% in particular against the 10s, and 30,000 now on request from Xiao.
King 10, pretty dicey spot for King 10, but continuing anyway. I mean, you have to think he's considering some bluffs here if he's calling the turn with King 10.
I agree, and one wonders whether or not representing 9X as a call on both flop and turn upon the arrival of an improving card technically speaking, queens and jacks now for Wang Yang. Doesn't open the window, and as we can see, indeed it does. A drafty 200,000 deployed here. And note that Wang Yang doesn't find the snap muck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't see snap mucks too often in these spots. This is a gross position, though. I mean, 200,000 as well. It's a massive, I mean, it's 2x pot. He's not even coming close to beating value. So, yeah, he ends up folding, and we can see that he had some designs on that pot floating. The king 10 seemed a little bit light on the turn, but makes sense in retrospect if he's going to start
50, 60, 70,
bluffing a lot of
80,
rivers.
90,
Pretty cool
blah,
play.
blah, blah.
Obviously, it did require an assist in terms of board texture, but the best hand ends up in the bin, courtesy of that activation. Kosei Ichinose.
And he's the chip leader, it looks like.
Here, who are we talking about? Kosei?
Zhao Wu.
Oh, Zhao Wu, okay.
Who just rifled off that 200K bluff.
Ichinose, on the other hand, 144,000 in front of him. He very well could have just recently rifled in 50,000 and joined the party. He has 8,000. Brings him in from the hijack with queen 9 off. Bads in there. Pua closes with a check back. Queen, jack 9. Queens up against jacks with a gutter. As the 1, 2, 3 running order goes Ichinose, Pua, and Bads. Checked over to the ladder. And here he is. Knowing that Pua has 2 random cards, there's quite a bit that we can remove from his range as the check back. And so he's sort of targeting Ichinose, but Pua coming along, and this is unwelcome for jack 8. For Ichinose, he's going to proceed with caution.
He's not too deep, but yeah, maybe just deep enough that he will proceed with caution, it looks like.
Did you feel as though the check raise was an option there?
I wasn't
Repping the
really
king 10?
I wasn't a little bit, yeah, but not really sure. That would be how I would put it.
Look at this turn. Everybody with 2 pair now as Bads joins the brigade. 4-liner on board, and the discomfort is quite evident. Round of knuckles now with 56 in the middle. Will anyone fill up? Yes. Yes, they will. And unfortunately, more than one party if you're Paul Pua. 9s full of jacks against 9s full of queens. And let's see how pricey Ichinose is going to make things. He is trapping, checking, hoping someone will hang themselves here. Perhaps announcements from a 10X that were delayed in nature. Or, of course, as we can see, an inferior full house.
And maybe Makita bluffs at this with a double blocker here, jack and 8. He was thinking about it, but doesn't.
And of course, 2 checks in front of him. Pua is going to pursue value. He's got 166K back. Most of it looks loaded. Downsized caliber there to 42,000 did Pua, and well served.
Jose almost certainly has a nice and comfy just check raise, shove all in.
Can we remove the jack-jack from Paul's range here, that which we unblock and fall to?
No, but that's one hand.
Yeah, that he isn't worried about as we see the check jam.
It's not so much that you're not worried about it. It's just that, you know, at the end of the day, if every time you go for value, you have the actual stone nuts, you're just never going to be going for value enough. Like, you just need to lose to value sometimes. It's just part of it, right? Like that. If you never lose when you value bet, you're not value betting enough. You know, and this time isn't even really that close because it's basically one hand. Paul can't have queens, which we're blocking anyway.
You hear Paul working through it. Queen 9, crossing his lips.
This would be a huge laydown. I think Paul's going to end up paying this off, I would guess. You know, he's got to think that maybe he's beating a worse 9's full, tying 9 jack. Some of those hands might check raise. You know, does he have 9-8 suited? Hard to say. There's only one combo of that anyway.
Second one or first one?
Well, I guess Paul's blocking 9-8 suited. You know,
he's blocking Queen 9 as well. What he isn't blocking, of course, is pocket queens. One could see a world in which queens behaved in exactly this manner. A limp up front, check on the coordinated board, and then all of a sudden the 4-liner's out there. We end up checking
Queen Jack
once more. And Paul does end up making the call, and that will leave him with just 38,000 as Ichinose gets max value from boss.
Oh, cover?
Yeah, that would have been a huge fold.
Oh, no cover.
I cover you.
No bounty.
Still 2 bullets left for Pua, but the first one is looking lean after he comes up on the wrong side of what was a very unfortunate river.
Bet more, don't bet 8K at 4.
How you fall super?
Yeah, bottom too.
And note that Paul, holding Makita slightly accountable for that one, says bet more than the 8K on the flop. Help me get out of there. Interesting. So here he is, man from the land of the rising sun, Kosei Ichinose. 78 antes now, 312K. First bullet going well for him. Chidwick, $250,000 plus in front of him.
Let me just comment on what you said. I didn't hear Paul say that. Thank you for bringing it up. I'm not sure that your interpretation was correct, and let me explain.
Okay.
I don't know, like, let's say, because he bet quarter or whatever. Let's say he sizes up, bets half pot. Bottom 2 probably still stays in there on the button. But
Well, I'm talking about on the flop, though. He didn't have bottom 2 until the turn, right?
No, he had
or
it
he
on the
flopped
flop.
it? Okay,
but
forgive me.
What I think it means is that it helps Paul narrow down Kosei's range more. Because I think now it's like, okay, a lot more likely he does have a set, you know, maybe he also feels that versus a really small bet, he might raise queens or jacks on the flop.
It was Makita who turned the 2 pair. I was incorrectly thinking Paul had involuntarily kind of, well, not involuntarily because there was still an 8K bet, but made the 2 pair on the turn. But yes, with 2 pair on the flop, it would have certainly helped create a better sense of what was going on out there.
He felt like maybe Kosei's range was a lot wider given how small the bet was and he was calling to close the action.
Well, far from small in terms of holding, but small in terms of chips. Pua wakes up to 2 queens. Flops top set. Vulnerable now against both the flush and the straight. 82,000 in the middle. And queens full will get it done. So he bounces off the low point here and leaves Lun Loon with just 55,000 in front of him. Lun, by the way, 1 bullet remaining.
89可以冚我，8個 in there。
唔冚啊，咁咩鬼？ 我咩牌都有，
係啊，太短啦，
咩牌你都夠賠率。
積六咯，除非嗰啲我好差嗰啲牌，積六積七嗰啲就極唔溝啊。
Unclear second card for the time being for Koze. Takes his ball stack into battle.
No, like that.
Two limps in front of Lun Loon.
Just for a few seconds.
He'll take a swing with the offsuit Jack 9. Pua with the suited version. Chidwick with ace queen. Are these candidates from the button in the face of three limpers?
Yeah, I think Chidwick is going to come with the raise, potentially even an all-in here. Okay, no, it's not quite, because Koze has a lot, so I think he's curious what Koze does. You know, maybe potentially he's folding versus Koze, and just that's enough to put the other two all in.
Yeah, Ichinose covering stack could be trapping up front. Now you see Lun Loon wondering how the heck he got himself into this little spot. Pua calls the 54,000. 28 back, and two of the cards he seeks in the bin.
Yeah, those two cards, very bad news for Paul.
But he does find jacks up on the flop and doesn't waste any time ripping.
我都有隻，哇！
Chidwick
同你一樣
knows ace
牌
queen's got some
一模
equity,
一樣喎
39% on this occasion, a 3-2 dog and 184K pot. And Pua find it again.
Chidwick with two overs, 39%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hashtag short deck. And now add cards. There's 4 kings. Bring Chidwick to 10 outs. But the 8 is not one of them, as Pua ends up with the jack high straight.
Chop.
I like when the deck doesn't give you an opportunity to lament, you know, that full house that you fell to. Just instantly spins you back up. You know, all is well for boss. 46 antes deep. Still 2 bullets remaining. Bads, by the way, no bullets left. So he's had a couple fired from the chamber already. Lun Loon, 1 bullet. All others are fully stocked here in this 50K short deck main event. 4K Annie, 8K button double Annie.
Yeah, we just moved up. Koze chip leader at our old table, but at the new table, looks like it's Michael Zhang. Oh no, yeah, Michael Zhang, 700K with 2 bullets remaining.
Sticking here at this one, though, we find Lun Loon again with Jack 9, deciding to rip it in. Chidwick, ace Jack. He'll make the call. No, he'll move all in just to make sure Ichinose doesn't get any ideas behind him with that boss stack here at this feature. He'll pull most of that 173 back, leaving 47 of it to enter the pot, bringing us to 110K and a dominated Lun Loon. Look at this board. King, queen, 10. Loon flops the second nuts. He's up against the nuts. Now he hunts running hearts or an ace. Queen is of no service. Take the flush draw off the board. 3 aces left in the deck. Loon can't have a clean winner, but he can find the chop with it. Instead, Chidwick polishes off bullet number 2 for Lun Loon as he joins Badziakuski in the no more bullets left department.
Yeah, at our 2 feature tables, very different from a chip situation perspective. This table, nobody's currently over 300K, and at the other table, 4 of the 5 players have over 400K. So, pretty wild discrepancy in chip stacks between these 2 feature tables. Yeah, including the 2 top 2 guys in chips, Michael Zhang, Xiao Wu, both at the blue table on the Triton Poker app.
Paused upon Kose, cut off ace-6. Announced his raise. 25 the figure. 10-7 suited here for Makita.
Seems like he probably defends. It's not a great hand, but he's in position, getting a good price. And again, it's the cutoff, which is, you know, like the small blind, not folding very much. Out of position, getting an even better price than in no limit hold'em in that same spot.
Queen, queen, 9 board. Neither player with anything to speak of. Kose, no follow through barrel.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like he's definitely one and doneing this with the pre-flop stab on this board, and so Kita susses that out, it looks like, and takes a stab.
Ishinose not looking for any trouble in that one. Makita's not afraid of a little bit of trouble out here, and I think a lot of times, Rast, we observe a greater willingness to enter multi-way pots, to get involved with hands that are murkier post, out of the people who just trust their instincts and feel very confident with post-flop navigations, and that's certainly a prerequisite if you are going to approach things in that way.
Yes, certainly.
Lun Loon approaches King Jack as a jam. Under the gun, Ace King Chidwick with medicine.
Yeah, Chidwick going nowhere other than all in for 228.
Remember, by the way, that Loon just activated his last bullet here. Jack for Ichinose. That makes things even worse for Lun Loon in terms of card removal. Where does he go from here against Ace King?
Yeah, it's pretty awful. He's definitely doing way worse than this 63-34 with 2 jacks being removed from the deck. But quite a good flop now, because he doesn't really need the jack when he can make it straight.
Yes, indeed. And there is that straight. As the 2-way draw fills in and the Ace King draws dead. Could chop with a jack, but as we know, there was only one of those available. So then, Lun. Now, doubling up to over 300,000, and this is as good as having 2 bullets in some ways. Just both of them are on the table at the same time. In the little bit of short deck that you've played, Rast, was there a frequency with which you ever saw somebody redeem multiple bullets when outside of the forced to redeem window?
No more bullet.
I no idea.
Finish.
I mean, weren't necessarily looking to see whether or not that was going on, but
really just, I've only played a couple short deck tournaments and I was not paying attention to that. I can't remember.
I would imagine, though, just given the amount of attention I know you're always paying when you're at a poker table, that if that was going on, it would have caught your attention. That's what I suspect.
I think it's possible. You know, I think it's possible I redeemed them in a spot where I was in position, table seemed soft, some people had a bunch. We were in the rebuy period at one of the WSOP ones that I played. So
that's an interesting approach.
Yeah.
But considering obviously what was going on, felt like the table was good. Had
Also,
some
it's
deep stacks.
re-entry, and I wouldn't have mind. You know, if I get it all in for huge and lose, I'd rather rebuy than have the 3 bullets. Have a chance to really win a big stack. I mean, none of the guys are taking that approach here, and this tournament's obviously way tougher than a short deck tournament in America. You know, let's be real. Because like nobody plays the game in America really.
Well, Chidwick playing the game again for all of his chips. This time he is covered. Dominating once more. Will the ace-queen do better? The answer for the time being is yes, as he goes up against boss's ace-jack and looks to fade a 10. Broadway gutter brewing. And there is the Broadway gutter, but no diamonds have arrived.
Hello.
King or queen would do the trick as well, and instead it's running 10s. And that means redemption time for Chidwick, and not in terms of lose one, win one, but rather literal redemption of another bullet. Boss has been on quite the spin ever since he got whittled down 9s full over 9s full.
Oh, yeah. Trying to find him here on the chip list. He's 17th now, 270K with 2 bullets behind.
Flipping back over to Sun Ya-Chi and company.
Zhang coming with the limp.
Pocket 8s. Fishing for a set. Wang Yang, King Jack.
He's got to put in 60K to win just over 90. So pretty good price. Needs 40% equity. He has 41. So
math checks out as pencils are sharpened, and another 60K invested by these 2 8s, bringing the pot to 152,000. King 7 6, and out flopping the 2 8s is the covered stack.
8's still 25% equity. Hearts, straight draws, and there's the gutter.
Yep. The ace playing as a 5 here. 9 or an 8 would polish off this bullet for Wang Yang, and the 8 is the card that comes off. And you see Yang ready to redeem. So with that, Yang will have no further bullets remaining, I believe. No, he will have 1 bullet left. That's his first redemption. Zhang with kings. Now, moments ago, people realizing up front he's willing to limp with pocket 8s. But here he is doing the same with kings. So those limping ranges are protected by behavior such as this. New bullet goes to work for Yang's ace 8 suited.
And we see the attack coming from late with the ace 10 off. which is
61差不多。
going to
总
be
共
met
总共60多了。
by violence almost assuredly.
How do we feel about this choice from Xiao Wu?
It seems like a pretty good call. Like ace 10 has that kind of ace 5e type vibe, right? Like ace, and he's, yeah, you know.
Well,
you
he's
don't-
sick, is what he is once he hears Zhang move all in. But I
Yeah,
hear where you're
you-
coming
you-
from.
You don't hate it though. Okay, he's got a big hand, whatever. It's only ace 10 off, right? You know, you have a hand like ace queen suited there. It's just a lot, a little sicker when you have to fold. But yeah, no, he's just finding some kind of like weak, good blocker, whatever. I mean, you know, everything has equity in short deck hands to attack the limps. You find people do choose a lot of ace 10 and ace 9 hands for that kind of job in short deck.
Haxton limps up front with 10-9 offsuit.
Another hand that comes for it sometimes is like king queen off.
Yeah, blocker effects. Wu and Chi follow Haxton. Ace-7 offsuit for Zhang.
比赛像选手，一会儿再扔筹码，这玩意儿有用吗？这个东西，有用。我怎么觉得好像没啥用？中间有用，合拍有用啊，想挺长时间。刚一开始这玩意儿好没用啊。
Trip aces for Zhang. Wu with the gutter. Ten into 36. Note 2 of the 7s that he seeks are occupied. One in the muck and one right here. In Zhang's possession. And we know he isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, which means Xiao Wu is 0% to win the hand, because should he make his straight, it gives Zhang a full house.
God, you're always so negative, Rust. Just kidding.
Yeah, and he's coming for a cheeky little raise here that maybe trying. It's very interesting because, you know, I guess he can have ace-6. He can definitely have, both of them can have pocket sixes. So, get some raises, and he can't really have ace-king. Maybe not ace-queen.
Note that he just walks away from it. Paired flop factor, the ace in particular. It's all bad.
Yeah, when you're stabbing with 9-8 there, you're really not looking to get raised.
Nah, just trying to figure out whether or not the ace is lurking or not. Sometimes those tests come back positive. Rast. Yeah. Meanwhile, Chidwick, things haven't been positive of late for him, operating off of.
And that's when you Google Planned Parenthood.
126.
126 out of Chidwick. Pua 10's on the button. Let's spin, he says. 264K. Look at Chidwick, a favorite with the suited connected overs. By 9%.
And 8 of spades.
Oh. Top set against the gut shot and the flush draw here. This deck likes to keep things exciting. 7 is safe. Stevie needing help. And he makes the flush. Oh, so rare. And note the board pairs filling up, Pua, but Not good enough in short deck, friends. Flushes over boats. First time I've seen it so far during our short deck coverage.
Yeah, first time this stopped for me too, seeing that actually be expressed to show the people watching at home what we're talking about. Flushes beating full houses.
You have the A6, yeah, 4-way all in.
I remember this hand.
Yeah.
We were sitting in the same seats.
Yeah, I didn't play it right. But no gamble, no future.
That's what they say.
Eights for Chidwick.
Check.
And 8 busy for Lun Loon as Stevie plays it as a limp. Still has 1 bullet back as he escaped having to redeem that one by making spades up against Pua. Here he is. Paired flop against 2 random cards. So 7K barrel and take it down.
It actually would have been disaster for you with just 10x in this spot.
Yeah. I don't know.
Would have been a pretty nice outcome for me, you know, if you have 10x, you fold in and I'm like putting it against Kiat. But yeah, the issue is that I'm not really that much ahead versus Kiat.
Oh, QB in the hand too.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. In 10, yeah, I remember.
Yes.
In 10. And who have 10?
Tang
Danny, no.
Doing that, no?
Danny.
Oh, Danny, 9-10.
9-10.
9-10. Doing that.
Bads. 6s.
The guys sound like they're talking some shop. Little hand history discussion between Makita and Stevie and a couple of the other guys.
It feels like there's still ideas to be explored in short deck. The game's still in a slightly evolutionary part of its lifespan.
Yeah.
More so than, let's call it 2-card at this point, the long deck rather. What do you think? You think Hold'em still has some evolving?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, short deck is a simpler game. I'm certain that people out there have solvers
it feels like
for
I'm
it.
dominating
Easy,
with
even
ace-8,
easier
but
to
actually
write.
I'm like flipping
solver.
probably.
It's got
Just the flipper.
16 less cards to
16
consider.
less cards, yeah. It's much smaller state space.
No further
Feels better
consideration
than it
for
is.
Bads. As shot it up with a couple of queens. And we shoot you a reminder that our official staking partners are the team over at Poker Stake. Scan the QR code or head over to pokerstake.com today to enjoy rake and transaction fee-free opportunities to buy a piece of your favorite Triton players. All winnings guaranteed.
No gamble, no future.
And, you know, in that
That's
sense,
yours?
maybe we don't guarantee the winnings just to give people a sweat. I tease. Let's keep the winnings guaranteed, guys, but, you know.
The winnings being guaranteed. That feels like standard procedure, though, right, for betting somewhere? Like
You would think, Rast, you know,
walk
the-
up to a casino betting window and you're like, hey, I'd like to bet on the Steelers -4. And they're like, sure, just so you know, though, the winnings aren't guaranteed. You'd be like, well, thanks. I guess I won't bet.
Right? The weird thing is that, you know, in those sorts of outfits, they don't really make that disclaimer. They're like, I'll give you all the action you want, Rasty. What do you want to get down? And then you win the bet. All of a sudden, the texts don't get responded to, the phone calls don't get picked up.
When you're lying in bed at night, you hear car driving by, the headlights on outside.
It's getting a little dark. What are we suggesting here, Rast? You
The
won the bet.
mailbox.
You didn't lose the bet. 120, by the way, is Bads. Covers, but has a pretty dusty one here.
I guess I fold in this position.
Guess I fold, he says. Puts it in the bin.
No,
Ace Jack snap call.
You know, this
King
discussion
Jack.
reminds me of a form of gamble that I was presiding over when I was in college. At my fraternity house, Rast, I was responsible for the soda machine. We had our own soda machine.
Easy fold.
And, you know, we had all the greatest hits, Coke, Sprite, you know, Orange Crush, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I would stock that all properly. But then I changed out one of the buttons as the Sigma Alpha Mu surprise button. Now, you could end up with any of the aforementioned soft drinks. You could get yourself a nice cold beer, perhaps. Or there were 2 cans where all the profits from the previous week were split in change in the can, an empty can, which I, you know, resealed and put in there. You also had some duds. A Stone Cold empty can was also available. I would put some Yoo-Hoo in there. I mean, you know, things that people really typically didn't want. That was the most popular button.
Yeah.
And science has told us, based on the happiness level of mice in the experiment, where you either get zapped, you get cheese, or you get a little of both, you know, or nothing at all, I think was another option. It's the one with the most diverse outcomes that the mice are really all about.
Yeah,
Our little furry friends have gamble too.
You were just running the experiment for for the scientists in your dorm room, in your frat, or
I was kind of Kubrick with it.
yeah. That sounds pretty fun though. No doubt everybody spun the wheel on that one.
Anytime someone rolled up on the machine and there were some other people around, they knew they were going with the surprise. Everybody would gather around.
Yeah.
It was, you know, this is back before broadband. I kid, actually. I
How
think we
many
did have a
how
little
many
bit of broadband.
cans were? I mean, only so many cans could fit in that slot.
Stop trying to solve
It might have
for
been
the
plus
surprise
EV
slot.
to try to win all the coins from the previous week.
See, this is why we can't have nice things. Rast is going to freaking fire off the entire surprise sleeve because he realizes that the upshot is there. You're right, Rast. It was plus EV if you just barreled through.
Yeah.
But no one ever did it because that would ruin the fun.
Yeah, that's true. At
Rast,
least
what are you
nobody
doing,
did it-
Rast?
Nobody did it during daylight hours.
Right, yeah, Rast, what are you doing? Huh? What? Nothing. Rast, why do you have $12 in quarters with you right now? I don't know, man. Just leave me alone. Ace Jack here for Loon. Limping in. King 10, Ichinose. Joins.
Nice good one. Thank you.
Top pair against middle pair here. And Pua just
Anyone water?
steps away from the 15K barrel. Loon will take down that one and inherit the button. See, that's the difference, by the way, guys, as I go back to the soda story. I went to Cal. Rast went to Stanford. We Cal guys, you know, it wasn't an easy school to get into by any stretch, but Stanford was a tougher school to get into. And there were some smarter kids over there, I would imagine, on the whole. So, you know, it worked for
Purportedly,
us.
theoretically, but we'll never know how that actuality.
And by the way, there's different types of intelligence, of course. But for Rast, it's...
I'm not saying I would have fired through the whole slot. I was just asking because it seemed like that was potential, and maybe somebody did it.
I never saw premature exhaustion.
Okay.
It all seemed to be timed properly. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from. You can get. I should have had it where you can get upside down in the surprise slot. You know what I mean? You fire through the whole sleeve and you're a loser. Unless you're a big fan of like Yoo-Hoo. Capri Sun pouches. Jack 10 started this party. And Paul Pua looking to end it with pocket kings. Cut off rip. Couple of ace 10s. Caught in the crossfire.
Nothing that seems really good enough to stand up. Pretty close maybe, but I mean, we're talking 30 antes.
Oh, Ichinose wants to re-rip here with his ace 10, perhaps sensing something fishy is afoot. Can you unpack this choice here?
I mean, maybe he feels Paul's doing it pretty wide, and he'll have decent equity given all the dead money. That's the best I can figure.
41% equity. Is that which we know him to have?
I mean, we can see Paul isn't all that deep, right? And there's all the dead money, and he's not that big a dog against kings.
Especially here. As he flops himself the open ender. Board pairs. And now the advantage swings back into Pua's corner. Can he hold on and pull in 280? No. Queen on the turn. Ichinose showering the 2 kings as Pua will be forced to redeem another bullet.
There.
Pua. 1 bullet remaining.
And the bullets are 150?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ichinose, 2 bullets remaining, by the way. His ascent has been prompt as a late registrant.
Yeah, that pot certainly didn't hurt.
Stevie, what do you take?
No doubt.
305,000 chips or 150 plus bullet?
射先。都可以啦。會啊，呢個都好多㗎啦，可以大咗 fold 啊嘛，人哋推你肯定大咗。50個可以。
Nines for Koze. 8s for Bads. 1-8 busy. 7s as we keep ticking down.
Okay, I think break. Yeah, I can go on.
150 plus.
Seems like this flop's probably going to be all big cards, given the distribution we just saw here.
9-10 king. Bottom set for Ichinose. Case 9, by the way, given Chidwick. Holds 1. Round of checks. Now 9's full. The development on the turn, and you do feel like a little bit of King X could be a part of what's brewing behind us. If you're Ichinose. Hearts, an unpleasant arrival, of course, for any full house, although as we can see, a non-issue against the field.
Yeah, he's got a decision here. There is protection in getting hands with 1 heart, potentially to fold. Some value, maybe bet, maybe a king calls.
It's kind of wild that Ichinose has all 3 of his opponents drawing dead on this turn. That's a rare feat. Board texture such as that. as Kosei takes that one down and continues to work his way up the leaderboard here in the 50K short deck main, where racks are being distributed. We bring you back to the desk now. Alina Jad alongside Brian Rast at the top of the leaderboard. We didn't get a chance to really feast our eyes on him during that frame much. RVK, Rene van Krevelen, the Dutchman with 896,000. One bullet remaining. Kiat Lee of Malaysia, second. Xiao Wu. In third, we saw some of Wu's navigations. Nielsen as well, who managed to spin up to fourth with 2 bullets remaining, but this is his second 50K that he has invested in the event. Scheduled break apparently for the players, if I'm not mistaken, Producer James. That means about 10 minutes, and then Rast and I will be back as we march on here toward the late hours in Jeju in the 50K short deck main. Keep it close.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
It's just his win percentage. It isn't actually his equity.
Got it. Nielsen, again, looking for a spin. 94,000, hijack, ace jack. King, queen with all the blocker effects.
Call.
Good luck. Man.
So, Xiao Wu decides to be a customer, and now Nielsen will play for 200,000.
It's
His
hot.
very last bullet.
Okay.
He's calling for the ace of hearts. It's an odd card, but it's the classic call for your opponent's best cards.
The reverse, maybe, as instead it comes king of hearts, and Xiao Wu is poised to haul this one in for the time being.
9
and
space.
that poise is maintained.
9 space.
On the turn, although extra outs, 4 of them to be exact, courtesy of the gutter, which does not come in. And so this massage is going to have to be put on hold, as this 50K buy-in.
So see you tomorrow.
Obviously, it did require an assist in terms of board texture, but the best hand ends up in the bin, courtesy of that activation. Koze Ichinose.
And he's the chip leader, it looks like.
Here, who are we talking about? Koze?
Xiao Wu.
Oh, Xiao Wu, okay.
Who just rifled off that 200K bluff.
Ichinose, on the other hand, 144,000 in front of him. He very well could have just recently rifled in 50,000 and joined the party. He has 8,000. Brings him in from the hijack with queen 9 off. Bads in there. Pua closes with a check back. Queen, jack 9. Queens up against jacks with a gutter. As the 1, 2, 3 running order goes Ichinose, Pua, and Bads. Checked over to the ladder. And here he is. Knowing that Pua has 2 random cards, there's quite a bit that we can remove from his range as the check back. And so he's sort of targeting Ichinose, but Pua coming along, and this is unwelcome for jack 8. For Ichinose, he's going to proceed with caution.
He's not too deep, but yeah, maybe just deep enough that he will proceed with caution, it looks like.
Did you feel as though the check raise was an option there?
I
Repping the
really
king 10?
I wasn't. A little bit, yeah, but not really sure. That would be how I would put it.
Look at this turn. Everybody with 2 pair now as Bads joins the brigade. 4-liner on board, and the discomfort is quite evident. Round of knuckles now with 56 in the middle. Will anyone fill up? Yes. Yes, they will. And unfortunately, more than one party if you're Paul Pua. 9's full of jacks against 9's full of queens. And let's see how pricey Ichinose is going to make things. He is trapping, checking, hoping someone will hang themselves here. Perhaps announcements from a 10X that were delayed in nature. Or, of course, as we can see, an inferior full house.
And maybe Makita bluffs at this with a double blocker here, jack and 8. He was thinking about it, but doesn't.
And of course, 2 checks in front of him. Pua is going to pursue value. He's got 166K back. Most of it looks loaded. Downsized caliber there to 42,000 did Pua, and well served.
And Kose almost certainly has a nice and comfy just check raise, shove all in.
Can we remove the jack-jack from Paul's range here, that which we unblock and fall to?
No, but that's one hand.
Yeah, that he isn't worried about as we see the check jam.
It's not so much that you're not worried about it. It's just that, you know, at the end of the day, if every time you go for value, you have the actual stone nuts, you're just never going to be going for value enough. Like, you just need to lose to value sometimes. It's just part of it, right?
Like that.
If you never lose when you value bet, you're not value betting enough. You know, and this time isn't even really that close because it's basically one hand. Paul can't have queens, which we're blocking anyway.
You hear Paul working through it. Queen 9, crossing his lips.
This would be a huge laydown. I think Paul's going to end up paying this off, I would guess. You know, he's got to think that maybe he's beating a worse 9's full, tying 9 jack. Some of those hands might check raise. You know, does he have 9-8 suited? Hard to say. There's only one combo of that anyway.
Second one or first one?
Well, I guess Paul's blocking 9-8 suited. You know,
he's blocking Queen 9 as well. What he isn't blocking, of course, is pocket queens. One could see a world in which queens behaved in exactly this manner. A limp up front, check on the coordinated board, and then all of a sudden the 4-liner's out there. We end up checking
Queen J
once more. Let's welcome you back with my audio, shall we? Welcome back to the desk, continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad joined now by Will Jaffe, back in as we continue to carry things toward the deeper part of the evening. Just took a stroll out there in this 50K short deck main. We were talking about it. There are some tired-looking faces. It's been a very long festival. We always knew it was going to be longer than average, but I think the internal clock, Will, of sorts, that a lot of these guys who've been, you know, with us at Triton is going off and saying, why are we still here? How are we still playing poker? But the flip side of that is if you've got the stamina, if you've managed to kind of make the preparations that you needed to keep yourself strong and healthy going into this field, maybe there's even more opportunity that presents itself.
Yeah, I mean, longest Triton series ever. Yep. A lot of buy-ins, a lot of tournaments. You can feel the burnout in the room.
Sure.
Also, I mean, the snipers are fresh. These guys from the Netherlands, you know, like they're walking around like floating on a cloud. And, I mean, it's just a lot of poker to play, you know.
Yeah.
3 weeks almost.
And when Jaffe's saying these guys, he's talking about one in particular as we peek down at the app and find RVK, Rene van Krevelen. I went really hard at that one that time. 880,000 in front of him, 176 antes. We're going to have a chance to watch him operate over at the blue table as you get a peek at he and his combatants. And then over on the red, Joe Chen was a man who caught Rast's attention earlier on. We'll continue to have an opportunity to look at Wu and Nielsen, and we'll have some new dynamics as we will send you back down for the 5K ante level. 10K, double ante, stacks thinning out, but obviously still within the rebuy period. Something Martin Nielsen, unfortunately, knows something about. Believe that Nielsen is the missing name there on the red table, if I'm not mistaken. 759,000 in front of him, and there is the Dutchman. Ivy. Neither of them involved in this one. Aforementioned snipers. Late arrivees. Rivals.
Oh, Rives works.
I'm sure.
Nice little plural on it.
Pretty sure that's not a word. But King 9 suited is a limp. Jack 8 for Kiat Lee. Speculations. Now the two queens of Arthur Yap have made it 156 to go. No takers.
Sorry for getting.
Phil Ivey gonna rip it with the ace queen off here. Look at this. Pocket kings for Zhao.
172, ripping over the top. An insulating effect in terms of how much hand would be required for participation, although RVK with an ace-queen of his own, he wants a little count. He can well afford to try to polish off these bullets. And by that, I don't mean the kings. Those are cowboys. I'm talking about the lammers. Worth 150 apiece.
And this is
RVK
about
decides to do it.
Yeah, he's getting a good price. This is about as good as it gets for Zhao.
Yeah. Phil and Renee blocking one another here. Ivy, by the way, does have a lammer left behind. If this doesn't work out, which so far it has. Ace-Jack 6. And the kings look like they're going to get carved up here. Side pot of 65K between Zhao and RVK. Board pairing Jack on the turn. And the king is faded. So RVK will take down that 65K side and polish off Zhao's bullet. Ivy will chop up the main. We flip it back over to one in progress. Daniel DeVoris all in. Just a modest 42 with queen 10, which turned into top pair on this flop against the gutter. Ace on the turn. Danny hops in front. Only a queen would save DeVoris. Instead, it's a 7. So Lammer redemption for Daniel.
Come on in.
I said, like, you don't give me a seat behind someone.
You have to be behind him.
Yeah, Danny was having a tough time getting anything going earlier when I was in the booth. Looks like he's picked up some steam, and there's one of those snipers.
Martin Nielsen. He's already in.
Who busted me? I gotta get
2 barrels.
He busted all 3 of my bullets.
Second 50K investment.
3 in a row. Just bang, bang, bang.
So far seems to be going a little bit better. If he makes the FT, he could end up in for like 102 to 103,000 just based on the length of this massage.
Yeah.
Started the day with it, and it's still rolling. 789,000 in front of him. As I mentioned, this second 50K working out quite nicely for him. And when you consider that each of the lammers associated, 3 of them with a buy-in, are worth 150K, he's actually only 111,000 shy of the full 900,000 that those two 50K buy-ins would be worth.
Regular hands. We both just had good hands.
Winfred Yu of Hong Kong. He and Danny Tang know each other well.
That's some strong ink from Nielsen. Did not expect that.
I'm more focused on the strength of this ace-king in the face of limp and call for the time being. You're not wrong, though, Will.
Yeah, don't get
Nielsen takes us to 45,000. Woo.
From who?
Flats.
From Mr. Ben?
It looks like Winfred wants to gamble.
Well, another 35,000, and it certainly feels as though with all these calls in front, maybe you'll even guarantee yourself a Danny Tang come along, but Tang's King 10 fades into darkness. This one will be three ways. 155 in the middle. Tang would have flopped top, 2 pair. Instead, Nielsen's ace king is the best of what's around. Winfred has just 105 back with this gutter.
Yeah, I think Winfred might be pretty tempted to gamble here.
Bluff. I have top
Never mind.
2. Bluff.
75K C bet and take it, and that is a healthy haul.
Top 2, then I make a bad fold.
Well, the man's second in chips overall right now. All stack behavior here, although ace king is always gonna lean. Tens now for Nielsen. Continued opportunities to enter the fray. Ace queen now for Dvoris. We saw him redeem a Lammer moments ago.
I'd imagine this is going in here.
Rebuy would be a nice for the price pool.
We're gonna get plenty of rebuys. Promise you that.
We're hoping for a
I mean, it's still a long way to go until registration closes.
Dvoris
First level
did
tomorrow.
jam that 145, and he's going to spin again as Nielsen
55,
calls
60
the
would be a
extra
nice
105.
Yeah,
And you can see the very gambly nature of the affair. We've approached kind of that portion of the program. King, King 7. The 10s
Jack.
intact as a leader. Did you see Martin
For the sweat?
shooting a look over? 6 outs twice for Dvoris. The 9 doesn't make anything interesting. Kim Nielsen. Fade the overs to the 10s. Yeah, in fact, he's going to fill up.
Good on day one, man.
And that was Dvoris's last bullet.
Are you playing the 150? No. Oh, 100. Nice.
Bracelet gave me superpower to sell.
Oh, yeah?
Nice.
Nice little jersey number there for Dvoris.
Caught that. Not so nice.
Danny, you book your flight?
Polishing off.
You book your flight back to Hong Kong?
50K.
我跟羅世記翻香港。
佢幾多號啊？
Guessing we'll see him again.
誒，如果我22走，我咪唔使
These are
買
good
機票。
guesses, Will.
你問下。
I don't think that was his case.
We're gonna be
50.
able to have a Triton in Macau. Isn't things happening like there's still
WPT. WPT.
Like, isn't that like a big step to having
I hope so.
Triton in Macau, right?
That would be unbelievable.
I've never been there. Never been to Macau before.
Crazy.
That's almost unbelievable for that. You
Isn't
said
that
you
crazy?
never been. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Just like if I tell you I never been to Vegas,
Yeah.
you say like,
Have you never been to Vegas?
Yeah.
You've been to Vegas, yeah.
when I live in Canada, I'll go there all the
for
time.
sure, yeah.
Oh, you guys are gonna merge?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah.
We got a cross pass.
Chips.
Oh, right
This
now.
hand now cut off against button.
King Jack suited now for Winfred.
Everything.
As
Everything?
discussions about the prospects of
That's not a good
possible
start.
I way
Triton
prefer
Macau,
it.
that which the
Oh,
boys
that's not
way
good. That's a
are talking
terrible.
about.
I don't think I can do it with that one.
Only he will go.
So it's basically Vegas, like in terms of like gambling and stuff, but then the food is much more my preference.
But Macau have lots of good food. International good food.
That's
I
what
think
everybody
Vegas
says.
food is not.
There he is.
Yeah, it's
What did I say, Ali?
Vegas food. You just kind of get everything. You kind of get like
Reload.
like when it comes to
New
Asian
seat,
cuisine, I don't think it's
same
very
table.
Did you go to
Or
Chinatown?
divorce, now in for 100,000.
Not very good.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't find any good food in Chinatown?
It's acceptable.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Where? Chinatown where?
Chinatown, Vegas.
I think like, yeah. Yeah.
I think the Asia food that I do in Vegas, probably the Vietnamese. Vietnamese noodles are very good, especially very good in LA.
In LA? Yeah. LA's got good kind of all kinds of Asian food, right?
Yes.
Large Far Eastern diaspora in Los Angeles. Indeed, plenty of
120 or
high
something?
caliber cuisine can be found, and I'm not sure whether or not that's how to describe 2 10s, but Winfred, happy to snack on it for 120,000. Davies
Ooh.
looks like he'll be the customer.
Just us, right?
And sharing a 10 is pretty poor, but note how much equity Davies has. This is just staggering
I like the king.
to consider
So annoying,
in
like,
this
most of the time 10 does
265K
one out.
pot. Only a 4% dog.
Yeah, 10s is a hand that's good, but you feel like you never win with it.
Well,
7, 8, 9, and both players have the open ender. A king is a clean winner.
I had a straight.
6 or a jack for a chop. He's on the turn. By the way, Danny would have flopped the joint with the ace-6. And both players have the 9 high straight, 10 high straight, rather, forgive me.
Yeah, take it back.
So no harm, no foul.
Huh? What?
What happened?
Oh, okay.
Well, if you're out there streaming us, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app, which, let's face it, by now, you very well should have downloaded because the viewing experience is absolutely not the same without it. A very robust ecosystem filled with archives, highlights, player bios, hand histories, and intel synced up with the delay from our stream, or on Twitch or on YouTube. Glad to have you with us. I'm here at Shinhwa World Complex on Jeju Island, South Korea. Ali Najad alongside Will Jaffe, $50,000 buy-in short deck main event. The last of the variants as part of this protracted kickoff festival for season 3.
If you fold, then maybe I got Danny.
Of the Triton
A6.
Super High Roller Series, at least in
Maybe
terms
we
of the
got
Ivan Liao Player of the Year
You
award.
folded, I could have got him.
That's true.
Danny Tang, current
Even
leader.
easier.
That's the only way we could have got him.
Limps 7s and catches
I wanted
Nielsen
to
with a
get
7 in hand. Heads up. Cutoff button. Paired flop.
get him.
See if Danny wants to sprinkle.
I
Answer is
donated
no.
my ace king suited to his ace queen off for 1 bullet.
Yeah, Nielsen is so dusty, he might just want to take a 0 equity stab.
Well, he's got 9%, which is a lot for 6-7 against
These equities
2
are hard
7s.
to calculate in short deck.
They're just hard to comprehend. Danny does peel. Wet turn. Let's see if Nielsen was one and done about his business, as he's got a second check in front of him.
So I guess besides Triton,
answer
they
is
absolutely
no.
got nowhere to play short deck.
Backdoor spades in the
Not that I
open-ender,
know of.
or
Not-
four-liner
at least
rather,
not in
on
the
board.
U.S. Like nobody is playing short deck in the U.S. Everybody plays PLO in the U.S. It's like all the cash.
Yeah, Danny gonna bluff this, I think.
Don't even ever talk about
I
that.
mean, you,
for
can
it.
get you can even get a
I've been
queen to
trying so
fold
hard
here
in-
on this
in
type of
Taiwan.
run out.
Taiwan people a lot of them doesn't want to play Hold'em because they think it's boring.
Right.
And they cannot beat the pro, so they play PLO. So I figure out all this, like mainland China players like to do that. So I figure out maybe Taiwan players will be interested.
Not.
I tried 2 years. Nope.
Really?
Nice 28K activation there on the river for Danny as we lay out to listen in on Winford
It's a really good game.
and Seth.
You should play a lot of hands if you want. Short deck's a good game too.
This one is very simple to tell recreational players.
Do you think
know,
like 50 or like 55 in this, it's good enough to keep the game going? That's pretty good, right?
55 entries?
I mean, I hope they don't just wipe this game out completely. Because it's like a Triton thing, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I hope so. I hope not.
But then, business point of view, you can obviously see. Like,
Yeah.
Forrest.
Yeah, I guess that comes down to
Really
how
mini scheme.
badly Paul and Richard want to keep it going, right? Which I think they really do like short decks, right?
Davies.
Me too.
Putting a bow on his conversation with Danny Tang with respect to the future of short deck, and then looking for a future with an ace-king of his own, covered by
Maybe like
Divorce.
The rate generated and all the no limit events is just so high now. Maybe that'll
And there will be no other participants, as this one rates to be a chop 98% of the time.
Yeah, diamond and a spade. Heart and diamond. You're not finished?
don't you have a Taiwan girlfriend? Korea.
667. Free roll for Divorce.
Don't you do it. Don't you dare.
Seth threatening the dealer. Runner hearts, and that's it for you.
She ended that free roll pretty quickly after that.
Yep, Jack of Clubs coming off, and this one is uneventful. I did begin to embark upon the solicitation of that which I think is not much to ask in exchange for this free top-shelf production value that the good people at Triton come together from all parts of the world to bring you tirelessly across day after day. 17 total events here, free of charge on our Triton Poker YouTube channel, and all we ask of you, if you're enjoying what's going on, and truth be told, even if you aren't, just click like and
If you're
click
in there,
subscribe.
Just do it. I know it's hard. I know it hurts the ego, but
mouse over. Make it happen.
No,
like a
50K
big,
is
like a
super,
big,
like a Prague super high roller.
A 3-day, like
some of the words you use, Ali, like solicitation. It's just you take us on a journey, a verbal journey every time.
There you go. So
Yeah, I actually learned about that through the Nevada Penal Code. You know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
I
always
no
a
contest.
It's always a ride.
You know what I mean? Like everything else kind
Yeah,
of
I'm here
feels
for
like,
it. I like words. You know.
No,
Well,
you're
like
good.
the
You're good at
fanfare
saying
kind of
words,
thing,
man.
you know,
Will,
which is
2
cool.
decades I've had to
But,
come
like,
up
this
with
just feels
ways
like
in
our
which
little
to express things that take place on the screen
imagine you
with
just
great
slipped the
frequency.
20,
You know,
25,000 short deck.
you better
in the
sharpen that
early-
knife
no,
if you're
the-
going to get
the
this deep in the game.
25,000 in the
Nielsen
early
sharpening a
stage
knife,
when
courtesy
more
of Ace 10.
Players willing to try.
40,000, the slice he's looking for from these 2 limpers. Divorce, couple of hooks on the
That's fun,
button.
you know, then
Yeah, it's
especially in
He's
this
might solicit
location
an all
where,
in here.
Like the other 20 China players,
Yeah, it's really
Asia
easy for
players,
Chinese guys to
Asia players.
Seeing a lot more collisions than we were earlier. Stacks getting a little shorter.
So Divorce going to
And
rip.
now Malaysia, no need
Decisions made
visa
simple.
for China players too.
Yeah, Nielsen's just going to be priced in.
Thailand, Malaysia, no Chinese play, no visa needed for China.
I mean, can we play Triton in Malaysia? We can't do that, can we?
hunting again, man.
Triton, Malaysia do not allow broadcasting,
Oh, that's okay.
so it's not suitable for Triton.
Yeah.
10-10-8 trips for Nielsen as things continue to go poorly for Divorce at this particular table. But how's that for a wet turn? Spades, a 9, a jack, all of it would work. And instead, it's the 6 of clubs. And Lammers continue to be burned through over there by Divorce, who just can't get anything going, it would seem here. Opposite experience for Martin Nielsen.
Yeah, this is getting expensive quickly for Daniel.
Way too good on day one, mate.
We're at the phase of the tournament where there's still plenty of time to late reg, but the antes are getting shorter as the what are they, 5,000, 10,000 now, so they'll be flying in there.
That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, but WSOP 10K short deck is like, I don't know.
That's the softest tournament on the planet.
It is.
It's truly like the softest tournament you'll find anywhere, any game.
10
The
short
10K
deck in
short
the
deck
best
is
of
SOP. You'll get like
Yeah, they
200-300
fucking put it away
players.
this year.
What's that?
It's gone this year.
Yeah. It's not. They're not having it.
Yeah.
No,
short
that's
deck this year.
that's sad.
Where'd you find this from?
We cut up another one. Yeah, it looks super cool, huh? Just took one of the like long ones and cut it off. But yeah, it's like it'd be like
So there's no chance for me to win a bracelet then. They cut
you win a Hold'em bracelet.
Winfred suggesting his only
I'll
out
go play like a senior tournament.
There you go.
at a World
There you
Series
go.
bracelet.
They're having,
Short
they're having
deck.
a seniors high roller this year. I think it's just a 10K.
Your ROI is pretty high in the seniors. No joke.
So maybe I can sell markup.
For sure.
Now he's trying to sell markup in a seniors event. Go on then,
Craziest part
Winfred.
is the seniors, like you don't have to be that old to play the seniors. It's 50. Yeah, like I have friends who are like a couple years away.
Super senior.
It's 50, and then
This is a touchy subject, Seth. Yes, the
it's like
senior
he's
event
40
being
something,
50
right?
plus
46.
is kind of
Oh,
wild.
I didn't know he's 40. I thought he was like early 40s.
46.
46.
Also wild.
Yeah,
having two jacks on
I
the
knew
button
he was
up
older,
against
but he
this
kind of looks
active
our
boss
age.
jack.
He looks, yeah,
But
he
like,
looks very
I assumed he was like
Nielsen.
41 or 42.
Yeah.
I
46.
can't imagine a world
He's-
in which
he's like
Winfred
almost
gets
ready for the
away.
seniors event.
Does just start with a call though, potentially saving himself.
Like, I remember when
That
everyone
is a
was
good
19,
start.
Like every pro poker player was.
Do they have a like a 50 and a 60?
Yeah, there's this. I think the super seniors is 60 plus. I think it's 50 plus. and
Inside
60.
board,
there's
not a
a
welcome
super
side for either
seniors?
party. Nielsen
Dude, they're like the biggest
perceived
tournament
range
of the
advantages.
SOP. The seniors event gets like 5,000 entries. They're like the most. Yeah, they're super popular. Like poker in the U.S. is just so different. It's like
Here we go.
there's just so many players.
You can have it. You can have it.
Nielsen sprinkled a quarter in there. Winfred said, come and get it with these two jacks, obviously hoping that that board texture was not involved with Nielsen's holding. And you can see that, well, it wasn't. Queen of Diamonds working. Price was right, though, and Nielsen in such a great way. Turn. Misses Winfred, as does the river. The needed jack not arriving. How many pots are we going to see pushed toward that man? Will?
The sniper is on the range.
Yeah, he is.
Can't miss.
They're dropping like flies, these lammers.
No
Nielsen
short jacket though. This would be, huh?
continues to absorb chips. Now, he's just 31,000 shy of overall chip leader Rene von Krevelen, who is here with queens of his own. Kiat Lee aces played as a limp from mid position. Mr. P, Jack 7, he's involved. And don't you dare even try to get me to say that amalgam of consonants and vowels that precedes the P. We're going Mr. P, and that's all there is to it.
Even if I knew what any of those words you just said meant, I still wouldn't do it.
Well, RVK's doing it. 50,000. Kiat loves to see it. Let's see how he wants to approach the matter. He's reasonably deep. 439. Good for 90 annies. Full payload delivered here.
And Renee gonna snap. Great spot for Kiat to double up.
Yeah. Didn't give it much thought whatsoever, even though he recognizes that some king-king and ace-ace does lurk, especially when unblocked by these two queens. But off to the races we go with just 26% equity. Almost 1 million out there, 923 to be exact.
Oh.
Oh. What? It's just two pair. I'm better than that. I'm
You
sorry.
really are,
I'm
Ali.
sorry. Jaffe,
I don't know if you're
you
kind
deserve
of dumbing
better.
it down because Nick's gone, but I deserve better.
Quad aces on the flop, and Kiat will take a big bite out of RVK. That'll send him reeling down the leaderboard. And maybe that was a bit rich of a statement, as actually he only slips down to second behind Nielsen, and Kiat Lee is now 4K shy of RVK.
Kiat second in the short deck in London last year. You know he wants a title. Ivy's still in the mix.
They all want a title, but only one will eventually claim it. And by the way, that one may not even be in the field right now, as registration is open through to the onset of play tomorrow. Got to reg right away. But obviously by then, the 150K will be even more lean than it is here and now, as we see Hongjun Zhao, queens, limps under the gun. Ace queen for Mr. P. And he's going to put it all in there, a covering stack. Let's see how queens feel.
They're going with it.
Yep. And now we suddenly play another big one, 705,000.
It feels like the amount of chips these guys had, it's like a pressure point here. Just starting to fly in the middle. And look at that.
Ace 7. Mr. P has this one all locked up as Zhao with the queens draws dead. And his last bullet will require redemption after that exchange.
A lot of aces in that deck.
I suspect just 4 of them, but I know what you mean. They're running hot.
Mr. P, very healthy now. We will decipher that first name if he makes a run.
I find it strange that you used the pronoun we, Will, which
We're a team here,
implies that the two of us are going to be doing deciphering. I'm going to leave you to do the code breaking on your own. And by the way, I look very much forward to that moment where you're left to navigate. Just remember, you know, it's on the record now, Jaffe. Nines for RVK. Raise and take, or was it a walk? No, raise and take. Confess I'm a little buried in catching up on the YouTube chat. We see you out there, guys. I know it's the wee hours in some parts of the world. Appreciate you staying up with us here as we wind down this Triton Jeju Festival.
Twitch as well. Nick wanted me to give you guys a shout out. Really loves you.
That was pretty funny when Nick tried to suggest that he had actually watched stuff on Twitch before, and I reacted with such surprise, and then he just couldn't leave me on the hook and said, no, I've never watched anything on Twitch either. I confess it doesn't feel like, for our generation, the platform of choice. Maybe we're a bit boomerish in terms of the YouTube. Maybe the young, cool kids are all on Twitch. Unclear.
I think we missed the boat.
What is clear is a sense of urgency, though, for Hongjun Zhao. No more Lammers. Just the ones associated with time banks, of course. Final bullet in play. Mr. P, he's going to play under the gun, ace-queen suited. In what fashion?
Kiat definitely going to play too. A lot of Annies behind. Pretty action flop. Top pair for Mr. P, open ender for Kiat.
He was the only customer of the 30K. And then with the open ender, he faces a C bet of 25K out of top pair. Pair of jacks, the development for Kiat Lee, who still trails behind quite significantly. And Mr. P picks up the gutter and the flush draw. 71% equity for him now.
Great turn for Mr. P.
No doubt.
Interesting spot for Kiat, facing a check. Let's just check. And River's another jack.
Running trips. How far behind was Kiat Lee? Not far enough, as Mr. P didn't barrel at this turn, and in having declined to do so, one wonders if there might have been a price that would have left Kiat Lee less interested in things. Perhaps the presence of that big stack, larger than Mr. P's own, is what was responsible for this. Now here we are. Trips in our hand and a second straight check in front of us. It does feel like value is available with 135 in the middle to Kiat.
This is real milky. A little bigger than a third pot. Trying to target hands like this and get paid.
$45 is so tempting here with this ace-queen. Just in terms of price being laid, but we do kind of ask ourselves in terms of what would flat, peel, flop, check back turn, and then come out swinging on this river that we beat, and what is it that we fall to?
A really nice bet size from Kiat there.
Good lay down too from, or forgive me, call from Mr. P. I'm deep in this festival too, Will. You know,
I know. I was going to say
understand-
it's good for Kiat for sure.
I understand these guys have been at it for a minute. Maybe, just maybe, I should pay a visit over to Commentator Wizard. From the folks that brought you GTO Wizard, no. No, I'm kidding. But imagine having the insights that you need to make optimal decisions in high pressure situations. GTO Wizard AI allows you to study these niche spots and review your play using the exact bet sizes from played hands. Make it the perfect tool to prepare yourself for critical moments. Check it out at gtowizard.com. You remember the first time you got involved in the solver streets? You're still waiting for the first time? Is that what you're going to say?
I don't know how those things work, man. That's what we got Rasty here for. A lot more raising from these guys now. Remember, Renee was limping everything early. An ace-king for Kiat.
$180.
40 becomes 180.
Big 3-bet here. Interesting spot for Renee. They are deep. 2 of the chip leaders. They want to take a flop here. You see the equities there, basically a flip. No, good sizing from Kiat again. Very experienced short deck player.
Yeah, Kiat's right at home without the deuces and the fives in the deck. He's a hell of a long deck player as well. Is Kiat?
You bluffed me.
Second in chips overall with these 226 antes.
You have queens, queen jack then?
Ace queen. Set.
No, Kiat does not play the PLO events.
We'll see you soon, right?
Ivy all in. Jack 10.
And Mr. P going to look him up with the king-queen here.
So here we are on our backs as the roulette wheel continues to spin out here toward the latter part of this first day of our $50,000 short deck main event. You can see Ivy feeling it. Second place in the 50K PLO the other day. Here he is with an open ender. He's actually the favorite with 2 to come. And there's one of the paths to the lead, and he is left to fade. 6 outs, Mr. P asking for Ivy to make 2 pair, and instead it is the king on the river that will put Mr. P in front and polish off that bullet. And that looks like Ivy's last slammer being redeemed.
You.
Ivy's so close in that 50K PLO yesterday.
In Poland.
Same. Love.
$99%.
It's hard to find a bluff.
It's ridiculous.
Eights and ace jack. Both limping.
There it goes for Ivy. Very quick all in.
Yeah, that lammer just got redeemed, boys and girls, but the power of Jack 10 suited is irrefutable in the short deck streets. Mr. P is the man that's going to give him another spin here.
Yeah, he's going Ivy hunting. Maybe he wants a story to bring home.
He might not know who Phil is, Will. I just hate to break that to you. Ace 10-6 as top pair against second pair. Really poor board texture now for Ivy. Just 7% with 1 to come. It's got to be a 10. Instead, how about the second nut flush on the end for Mr. P. And Ivy eliminated. Wonder whether or not he's going to register again, or maybe just wait until the beginning
Yeah,
of
maybe
tomorrow's
take the
action.
night off.
Unclear. Did you watch Squid Game, Will?
Of course.
Do you remember the voice, just kind of the chipperness of the tone?
Oh, on the megaphones?
Of, you know, when somebody was eliminated, how like happy that tone. Maybe I'm thinking of the reality one that came out. I can't remember now whether or not
I
the
don't
actual
remember
Squid Game. The reality one that Netflix did.
I didn't watch that one.
Every time someone got showered, the update would come in from like a woman's voice, and she was so like gleeful about it, you know.
But they weren't getting showered like they were in the show, right?
No, they had these little ink packs on their chest and whatnot. Kings, by the way, for Yap here. He says all in. RVK ready to go in aces for Zhao.
Yeah, what a time to wake up. Zhao on his last bullet. Not many chips left.
So far, I lose every all-in. So against you.
That's me.
RVK has both of these guys well covered. A very tiny side
play good post flop, so
between he and
Except
Zhao.
against you.
Yup.
Lucky post.
In a bad way, plays for the 321K in the middle. Top set as the case ace reveals itself. Yap knows. With no further lammers, it's time to reach for the mic. King on the turn. He's got the underset. One-outers do come in short deck more often than long.
Great card for Renee, too. Can catch a jack now.
No, sir.
Much, 150.
Wrap of the table, signifying the departure and the sportsmanship, all in one gesture. Yes, top set will enjoy a triple of sorts there. You know, it was weird. RVK said, so far I lose every all-in.
I was under the gun last time.
He held the chip lead for a very long time. Back end of that exchange sends him down to 5th overall. Now no reason for panic.
Yeah, but sliding.
Yeah, trending in the wrong direction. That much is sure. And now going to have to contend with Ike Haxton, who
He bluffed at me.
joins the ruckus.
I don't know.
Kind of a bloody little orbit there.
It's getting bloody out here, Ollie. A lot
Calling station.
of action. Felt very slow earlier.
Almost, almost.
Now the chips are flying.
Very close.
I'd love to see a Squid Game with
RNG
poker
thing.
players in it.
I don't bluff calling station.
Maybe throw producer James in the mix as well.
I don't know how he would perform, if I'm being honest.
He's quite a player.
In the Squid Game.
Or was back in his day. Ike would have to be a favorite in the Squid Games.
These things are unclear. RVK and Zhao both limp. Kiat wags his finger for 65,000 and now.
Wow, Zhao.
Zhao
going for it here.
Limp jamming. Fresh off of that triple, you thought maybe he would show a little bit more sense of things aren't urgent, but he has run into the ace-king suited.
Maybe thought Kiat was making a move there. Like a snap jam.
Certainly, that has to be the case. Ace 10-10. Just 1% for a clean win. That would require running sevens. And on the turn, only a 10 for a chop, 11% of the time. Or I guess the ace works as well. Instead, it's the 8. And boy, no sooner did Hongjun Zhao enjoy a triple up, and he got showered by Kiat Lee, who continues to be a fixture at the top of the leaderboard. And after that altercation, he will reside all alone at the top of said leaderboard.
When?
Ante now up to 6,000. Button double ante 12.
1K.
Two, is that 1.1?
Oh, 1,600 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But this trip, we guarantee 2.3 mil.
This is in Malaysia?
Yeah,
It's
2.3.
coming up, right? It's like a month away. Later this month?
Yeah, 28.
28.
They have a short deck. $3,000 short deck.
They have a shot there.
$3,000 short deck.
No, in poker.
Malaysia.
Yeah, Poker Dreams Faroe Islands.
Yeah, you should do that. Daniel would come. I know it.
Poker Dream, Letterkenny, Ontario.
All right, so full, fold, call, full.
I think Danny's going to be all in here.
I always try to give me an excuse to go play the WPT in Niagara so I can go home.
Oh, you should, man. It's like, well, I don't want to oversell it actually, because it is what it is. But you should come out. It's a soft tournament.
Yeah, but it's just like
it's fun.
Danny's looking to avoid another trip to that re-entry box.
King 10 diamonds.
I have an ace. Yeah, I have an ace.
Oh, that's great news actually. I kind of want to stay in this seat and finish my soup at least.
Did you get beef soup?
Yeah, I asked for extra beef.
Beef ribs.
With the ace-9, which serves as an ace-5 here, outflopped by Divorce, who's got top pair.
Hey, Dave.
Stays cozy and in front. Only the ace needs to be faded.
I'm so cold.
The downfall.
Clean river.
135.
Very rare sight there, Will, in terms of Nielsen not being a winner at Showdown in an all-in.
He made a joke about it, I think, said running so cold.
The one thing
He's been getting his cranium massage for a long time, Ollie.
It's just the beef ginseng soup, and then I asked for extra beef.
Extra beef for Divorce.
Same thing he got.
Extra chips as well.
And the period.
I think the WPT in Niagara, they limit the entries, right?
Yeah, it's actually, the system there is a mess because they, like, cap the number of people.
Give him one.
Yeah.
He doesn't play enough.
And then people, you can buy tickets, and then people like
You have to
resell
have
the
500
tickets.
in buy-ins
So
to
like
get
for the 1K, a lot of them end up going for like 1,300 or something stupid. It's actually a pretty awful system. And yeah, there's only like 600 can play at a time or something, so there's a long alternate line. But for the 5K, it's not an issue.
8-9 suited, limp from Nielsen. Off of the high water mark, running behind Kiat Lee.
Jason could be treated so poorly.
Yeah, he just has to pay like 5x for the hotel.
Divorce, fresh off the double, will limp the Queen 7 suited. Winfred likes the look of King 10. Davey says, let's see 3. Reasonable amount of interference between the boys. Clean 8-9 for Nielsen, pardon me. Oh, and the cleanliness is now fully on display as he flops the nuts. Top pair for Winfred.
Yeah, it's a real trouble for you. 10's going to be good here, decent amount. Nielsen got his last bullet, very likely to get this one
Next
too.
level's a shit level where you have to put all your chips in. Or is it the level after that?
9 is when you still get the 3 bullets. 10 is the
So next level is still the punty level.
yeah. Next level is the super punty level.
That's when the entries goes from like 41 to like 60.
Nielsen's got some real evil genius vibes going.
I'll tell you what, he's been looking like a genius for most of today, and here he is, having induced the 50K barrel from Winfred, half of his remaining chips, catching him, drawing practically dead. Just 7% in short deck is a very bad way to be in with 2 to come. Winfred, sensing that he's priced in, makes the call, and now He will draw dead as the ace gives him no escape. See, I get so kind of like down, you know, when, granted,
How about I
it
pay you
wasn't
double to stop?
50K showering, just a lammer. But I go back to that Squid Game. Maybe we should have somebody on staff who kind of comes in if you do get a bullet showered or you get showered at an event.
No, that was a full
chipper.
showering there,
Was it a
Ali.
full
Yeah,
showering?
that was a full
Oh my gosh,
showering,
he's still
yeah.
in his seat. I thought perhaps. No.
Yeah,
We've got chips coming.
I don't think so.
Yeah. He would have gotten up by now. Dealer. There
Oh,
it is.
sorry, one more stack. You're
Yeah,
right.
the lammer maybe was prepaid. But what I'm saying is, you know, you need that kind of cheerful, maybe.
You're gone.
Player 456 has been eliminated. Apropos of our geography, by the way, the Squid Game discussion.
Is he? He's trying
Definitely
to cut
know
down
what
the
that
smoking,
means.
Right? Is he going? Is he doing it?
I mean,
Nielsen with the pile of
Doesn't
chips.
sound like it's going very well.
he said he's not addicted. He just chose to smoke.
He's choosing to smoke 20 cigarettes a day.
But he's still better than you.
All in.
Tavoris going to be all in
Better
again.
than most people.
Looking to avoid another re-entry trip
Okay,
himself.
I needed to pair up.
288 is bulky.
Did not pair
Take a
up.
decent amount of kit.
Yeah, you see the power of the
12.
shove there.
And of the double beef order.
Thank you. There you go, Perry.
Thank you, sir. It's okay. Yeah, that one for him.
Thank you.
Yep, we're good.
Can I get a new Perrier, please?
All right, there you go. All right. No.
It's untouched. I
Takers.
promise.
You worried that it's touched? No.
It's right there. It's brand new.
It's right there. Give him water. I would wish there was lemon inside, but
Jacks now for Tavoris.
Xiaowu limp with the suited connector in front of him.
King Queen for Nielsen.
King 9-7 board. As the pot was 12K ahead. 4 ways. Nielsen has the best of what's around. Everybody with a little taste of some sort. Tavoris adrift with the jacks, perhaps. 3 checks in front of Martin, and he's reaching. 45,000, the number that he draws up. Tang, the only remaining combatant. Both 9-10 and jacks into the bin. The gutter wants to take a peek. Ace on the turn. Neither player really likes it. Remember that Nielsen on the button as a check back. Some of the ace-X's we removed from range, and obviously when firing on the flop, even off of the big stack into 3 other players in the field, we try to identify what the ace-X's are that would behave in this way. Maybe some of the gutters, the ace-6s, the ace-8s.
Yeah, Nielsen really kind of had a read there, just kept betting.
And he did.
He's been pretty locked in. The sniper, very fresh.
They loaded up with beef in there or what?
Yeah.
What else is in there?
Just like onion, ginseng,
Soup
but
stuff?
probably had like a solid like 10 ounces.
You put 10?
Yeah, there was a bunch.
Can we get that soup too, Ollie,
It's
or
like
is
a
that
bodybuilder soup.
players only?
Will, I was hoping that you wouldn't ask, so it's
They have
not
the
to
chicken one, which is like half a
allude
chicken.
to the idea that
The chicken one was a whole chicken.
there is a player-only
chicken?
menu.
Yeah.
and
A small
we're not
chicken,
players,
but
Jaffe.
whole.
We really aren't, Ollie.
With some rice inside, I think, sticky rice inside the chicken.
But we do crush a lot.
Pocket queens looking to do some crushing perhaps. 207,000 in front of Davies. Does have 2 lammers remaining. And designs on a spin. If somebody wants some, and apparently Xiao does. What is it? Kings? No, king, queen suited.
Could have triple
Look
up.
at those equities, though.
Yeah, 3% dog is Xiao Wu. With 5 to come.
776, Jack 9.
King in the window. And
呢啲對咗煙狗出去咪
here
靚咗咯。
nailed it.
Oh,
Xiao squarely in front now, hang tight. All of a sudden, instead of the lone queen, we have spades as well. Jack for a chop. And there it is.
Chop.
The red hook. Keeping that first bullet intact for Davies. Fending off Xiao
嗰隻
Wu.
長牌我好唔撚中意推啲煙3煙4。
Xiao, by the way, Ethan chips going into that pot. 100 annies deep. I am curious when we have players come forward who are unfamiliar to us here at Triton and are sniping short deck, where it is that they're managing to gain the experience. You heard Seth in a conversation with Winfred touching on the idea that there really isn't any short deck being spread in America. I would imagine in the Far East there certainly are some pockets, but at what stakes is the education being gained?
Yeah, I was
Is it
wondering
perhaps
the same
online?
thing. Where, like this guy Renee, like is he playing in like, you know, underground games in Amsterdam? It's just
Listen, a lot of things happen both over and underground in Amsterdam, for the record.
for sure.
But
Any short deck though?
right, these are questions, reasonable ones. As a reasonable holding for Nielsen, draws him forward. Form of a limp.
I feel like Nielsen's got a secret lab somewhere,
The color. What's wrong with the color?
perhaps in the Faroe Islands.
I tried to make it blonde, it became gray.
No. I mean,
Why is it that I envision like Dr. Evil's lair when you said that of Austin Powers fame?
I'm very badly burned.
But I'm still alive.
Just very badly burned.
Oh, and burning the boys here with Trip Queens is Divorce, but note the presence of hearts. A menace.
Yeah, the flush draw massive for Nielsen. Does beat boats.
Kind of hot in here, isn't it?
don't know. Like I
16K
said,
lead.
I'm feeling cold.
From
You
Nielsen.
feeling cold? My ass is sticking to the seat.
I mean, these pants are extra thick.
Yeah, these are pretty arctic.
Let's see how Dvorak wants to approach this very wet board and that opening limp range from Nielsen. Takes it up to 50. And let's see if we'll remain at that level or if Nielsen says, let's play roulette. Only Martin knows that answer at present. And now the rest of us do as well as he flats. Now picks up the gut shot as well. Added equity, but with one to come, slightly more of a dog. And once we do raise and we get called on this particular board texture, Will, we do have some questions as to whether or not some 10-jack doesn't lurk. Don't know whether or not bigger queens are on Dvorak's mind, but he will play pot control as he checks back and is downed by the face-up four-liner on the river and the presence of hearts. Nielsen with the ladder. This is just horrible texture for trip queens. No kicker to speak of.
Yeah.
Oh, Nielsen trying to induce here, hoping that Dvorak had a boat. Daniel managed to get to showdown.
Wasn't Dr. Evil's first name Martin?
You know, I never heard him referred to. I think he would have been ill-advised to refer to him by his first name, but in the film, I don't recall anyone going that route. Look at the chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Martin Nielsen continues to have a very tidy experience on his second 50K investment here in the short deck main. First one didn't go so well, but he got all the run bad out of his system, and now is all alone up toward the top of the leaderboard. I was going to say that, and then all of a sudden, an update showing us Joe Chen at the top of the leaderboard. 1.7 million in front of him elsewhere in the field.
Yeah, 300 deep.
But not here at Martin's table, and that'll be just fine by Martin as he continues to sort of drive the action to an extent here, I would say. Guided, aided by some pretty good holdings, and obviously some pretty good runouts as well. Here, Davies, ace 10 off, 219 if you do.
How much is it?
This might be enough for Dvorak.
219.
Queen.
Huh?
Ever so slightly covering.
Zhao Xun? What?
We got more chips.
Yeah, not surprised to see him go with it. Aces and kings will limp a lot in Davies' spot, so
reasonable point.
Plenty of equity for Dvorak against the shoving range.
Blocker effects, of course, as well. So
Ace 10.
the American and the Canadian
King
will square off for 468K.
Ace 10. Who needs to rebuy?
That man.
No one, because
I'm on your side.
he has lammers and I have more chips.
Yeah, I'm on your side.
It's always good to have some.
Astute observation there by Dvorak. Davies flops aces and tens, but needs to fade a jack for the time being. So far, so good.
There it is.
Exactly like what happened to me yesterday.
Well, that first bullet for Davies is polished off by Dvorak, who would have had just 25K left absent that river card, which keeps his 50K investment intact. Nope, by the way, it's the second
2 bullets and a beef stew.
50K. Much like Martin Nielsen. Dvoris hoping for a spin here. 100K deep.
Sir.
Approved by the best in the world.
Yeah, doesn't Rast said he had like a Mr. Bigglesworth type of cat? A Sphinx or something?
The hairless?
I think Rast has a hairless. But he said it's one of the cute ones.
Okay, hang on. First off, and I know there's poker being played. I love animals. I really do. A hairless feline.
I think he's got one.
He's really, literal, by the way, just a cat without hair.
Can't you picture him stroking it?
Out of context, absolutely not, Jaffe. And even within context, also not really.
Although going to raise it up here.
He would make for a great caster or streamer if he did have said cat. And, that was part of the
when he's running sims, when he's got the crypto up.
I'm just looking for a double up, and he's looking for a deep stack.
I have to confirm that.
Super greedy. 5 seconds.
Xiao Wu.
Winfred.
Stroking the ace-9. King queen again for Dvoris.
I think Winfred's ready to gamble here.
Yeah.
For the good guys, okay?
For the good guys, he says.
One of the best.
We've already got 45 in. It's a little strange with the presence of Dvoris behind us as a reasonably deep
How much beef's in there?
448 behind for Daniel. Might be more so the focal point for Xiao. Once he calls, though, 4 bets rather, forgive me, to 500,000. Matters made quite straightforward for Dvoris.
No, same as ace king.
Same as ace king, Winfred says. It is absolutely a powerhouse in short deck, but it's going to have to C5 against the ace-9 of Xiao Wu, who's got 43% equity with 297 in the middle. Pair of 10s for Winfred. Coin flip with 2 to come, though.
Mathematicians, who's ahead?
Diamonds. That which is responsible. Add 6s to the equation for Xiao.
50-50. Maybe it's 60.
GG.
And those diamonds do get there. And that'll do it for Winfred Yu. This investment comes to a close as the Xiao Wu Fund adds assets under management. Picking one up midway through here. This was a limp from Kiat Lee. Loon checked back on the flop of King 10-8. Kiat fired 36,000. Lun Loon called. Both players with a king. The turn went check-check after the ace rolled off. Broadway gutter for Kiat Lee. And here we are at the river with Lee barreling 40,000. And Lun feeling very much like a bluff catcher here. Playing the 10 kicker on board, which will be no good, and reaches out and pays Kiat Lee. Something many seem to have been doing on the day.
Yeah, great bet from Kiat again. Just perfect sizing.
He's sound out there.
Lun Loon's still very healthy. Did get an update from the chat. It looks like Dr. Evil's first name was actually Douglas.
Is that true?
I mean, doesn't sound like it.
Douglas Evil? No.
You kill guy with the
I don't think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust the chat.
Producer James saying definitely true. grunting going on out there.
Angry, angry, angry. Tilting.
Angry, he bluffed me, he bluffed
Tilting.
Tilting.
Tilting. Ready the 上头.
Toji no good.
煙女又贏唔到，積女又贏唔到。
Mr. P, King 10, limping. RVK does the same with the ace jack. Lun Loon 8-9. Kiat says, let's see 4 players, 54,000 in the middle.
You know, all these players very deep here. A lot of chips on this table.
King 7-6 monotone, the only flush draw belonging to Kiat Lee, involuntary participant, pardon me. That's bottom pair as well. Top pair here for Mr. P, Lun Loon open-ender. $12K. Only one caller. That is Kiat. Turn. Gives him queens up, and now an awkward path to the lead.
Great turn for Kiat. Spades would kill his action, but Mr. P may still think his king's good here.
Ike giving us a little glimpse under the hood back there. Ever so slight.
Little eye candy.
There it is. As producer James pointed it out. 50K. Dr. P. Gets called, and queens full now on the end for Kiat. And this is going to be interesting. You know, Kiat's got the spade blocker here. Huge value in that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a terrible run out for Mr. P.
I mean, here's the thing, though. He could try to rep kings as a limp up front from time to time. But this check will draw a bet from Kiat, and that repping opportunity not done. He could play this as a check raise, and then it would look a lot more like a flush than it would the king's full.
Yeah, I mean, this is just... He could lose a lot of chips here. It's also totally possible Kiat just has a lone spade.
135.
Obviously, the queen is one of them. Kiat looking to take more chips from Mr. P. Mr. P is in one of these spots where all options are on the table.
$135K, and the King 10 goes quietly. There is a lot more depth and elegance and artistry to short deck than I think it gets credit for at times. Now, granted, to those who have played it enough, I think these things are known. But to the casual viewer that might be taking it in for the first time, you might be thinking to yourself, well, this is all a pre-flop gambler's paradise. When you get deep down the streets, I've witnessed some absolutely heroic lines taken in short deck, and it's kind of a requisite process by which you're going to ascend to kind of elite tier and successful short deck player, is to be thinking about and finding those opportunities.
It's a cool game, a lot of room for creativity. And you see it from a lot of these really good players. Lun Loon being one of them. I think Ike will be all in here.
Two limps in front of him. Queen Jack suited, 265.
Never mind.
No, the check back here. 6 antes in the middle to start every single hand. The metric that Rast introduced us to in terms of the threshold for being short is 4 pots, so that would be 24 antes as it stands. Ike with 46, so perhaps not as much urgency. But, you know, it wasn't just about a function of maybe thinking that he was short, more so limp hijack, limp cutoff, maybe I can nab this, but obviously not now that the Jack 9-7 board comes off. Top pair for Haxton, 2 checks in front of him, and Lun Loon has the whole wide world. Dare I say, a good chunk of the solar system here with...
Yeah, I mean, the world is not enough to describe this hand.
Yeah. Spades. Not straight. Here we go. Yes, yes, Lun. It is what you think it is.
Needs a double check. He's just going to slow play. Makes a lot of sense.
Just so much hand.
Don't want to lose your customer.
Get out of the way. Pot up to 80. Board pairs on the turn. And remember, some of the 7X is going to be present in Haxton's hand as the check back from the button. Cards that perhaps would be more challenging for Lun Loon to try to represent, so he continues to play this passively.
Yeah, this is a really bad card for Ike. May want to keep betting it. Like you said, can have way more 7s.
Well, I'm not sure how bad he thinks it is, Will, just because the limp from Loon isn't supposed to have 7X. He can represent that stuff.
That's why it's bad. Doesn't seem bad, but Ike's already navigated.
Ah, I see what you mean. It's the fact that he perceives it to be bad. Forgive me. Didn't understand the intent, as we sympathize with the intent on display here from Haxton. 64,000. And you're absolutely right in that sense. That card does absolutely grease forward the second barrel. But I don't know that Lun Loon's going to do any rising up here in the way that he might have absent the board pair. I stand corrected, though. It's just 185 back, and Loon says if you want to keep going, it's going to be for all of it. Sinking feeling for Haxton.
Yeah, Ike did not want to see that. Did not expect it either.
Limp in, check call, check jam. That's the line from Lun Loon. What is it attached to? That's the process for Haxton.
Yeah, and even though Haxton doesn't have a ton of hand, it's unlikely Loon has a 7 lipping in from so early. But Ike diagnoses the situation correctly. Makes the discipline lay down.
You have straight. Good.
No, you have straight thing.
Gets the good news.
Straight now or straight draw?
Straight thing.
Very strong, very strong.
There it is.
Okay, yeah, I'm in pretty bad shape against that one.
A free peek for Ike,
Good
and
job.
yes.
Good job.
I'll take the over on pretty bad.
Straight flush roll. Straight ding.
Split it.
7 or a jack would have been needed for
It's just
Haxton.
snap call. No, I have.
Is he trapping you or trapping me?
Great question. I have, I think, 3 outs. 'Cause one of them gives you straight flush. Yeah, I think 3 outs.
You look pretty bad shape.
Good result. Good result. Well played.
You have 180 now?
185, yeah.
This one will be going in the middle, I do believe.
9-10 suited.
And Mr. P.
Oh, call.
He is the patron. Queen Jack on the button.
Yeah. That's the best I've got it in all day.
Did he flip it up before saying call? I didn't quite catch the sequencing there, but in any case, we do arrive at an all-in and a call, one way or another. The 388 in the middle. Haxton does have lammers. And he does have trips, but has to... No, never mind. 10
It's almost there.
is the required gut shot card for Mr. P. Oh, hang on.
Oh, someone else.
Suddenly from drawing dead to drawing live. Couple of jacks.
185.
Oh!
Okay.
Runner, Jack.
Welcome to Short Deck. Welcome to Short Deck.
Good to be here.
I'll tell you what, the
From
Short
almost
Deck
dead.
Board of Tourism isn't going to put that one into their welcome kit.
I mean, Mr. P stacked Phil Ivey twice, sent him to the reentry line, now gets Ike for one of his bullets.
But that one there was very much a welcome to Short Deck. I love Ike, by the way, the gallows humor. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. There's a look at your forthcoming feature table. They'll be on the blue, and look at the talents on display. 10-time Triton title winner Jason Kuhn will be back on camera. Sir Watts, fresh off a victory in the 25K alongside Makita. Triton co-founders Paul Pua and Richard Young. A double dose. Ichinose, and it would appear Sam Greenwood.
Jacks for Ike now. Time to go again.
Fresh 150.
That nub is going to be sailing.
All of it.
Yep.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And this is a distinctly tastier outcome.
Yeah, probably happy to get Mr. P to fold there.
I mean, that last run out was rancid.
You have Queen 7, huh?
Back over to the Martin Nielsen show.
I don't know.
Nielsen, second overall in terms of chips. Joe Schwan now breaking up and over 2 million.
Nah,
Almost.
Jack 8 suited.
No, I'm not gonna let
Martin
you know.
Nielsen, pride of the Faroe Islands. Did you know, Ollie, Sweden has the most islands in the world?
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you, chat, for that gem.
Careful, by the way, sinking your teeth too deeply into everything that comes into the chat. I've been on the receiving end of some trolls, but that one feels viable. It does also feel like I would have been steered more toward a Micronesian, Polynesian situation. But yeah, no, I can see it. Danny Tang, going to see an infusion of antes, courtesy of having seen Ace-King suited. He goes to work on the field as Seth goes to work on the beef noodle soup.
50 would mean 2.5 million, roughly. Would
Say
be
again?
which means like 800k top. No, because there's rake. Oh no, the rake is on top. Ah, yeah, so like 800k up top. I don't remember. I should know this. I won this before.
What's your favorite Triton venue?
Menu?
Venue.
Venue? Monte Carlo. Because it looks the best, and I had like 5 final tables there. Venue? No way. No way. When the sun is like about to set and then they open it up, it's kind of sick, you know.
Tang referring to the retractable roof over at Sporting Monte Carlo, which plays host to the Triton Super High Roller Series when we visit Monaco, and tend to agree with that assessment. As Nielsen will put a pin in the interview process to play a 3-way affair with Ace Jack 10 on the board. He's got himself a 2-way straight draw here. First to speak. 2 unders in the gutter for Xiao Wu. Just jacks for divorce. Didn't have a choice but to play this one, which was limped pre.
Divorce is stickier than most, but this would be extremely sticky. Nielsen just continues to vacuum chips from this table.
I like Vietnam much more. I actually like Montenegro the most. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, quiet. I don't know. It's like a small resort, feels homey.
From the ones I've
It's like
been
Monaco vibes, but like without all the.
But from the ones I've been to, Madrid was the best.
Madrid was so tight. And the
Madrid
casino was shit as well.
Yeah, the venue wasn't great. I liked it.
The casino's crap.
I liked it.
Another hand for Martin.
If you say the nicest ever looking wise, the whole thing, maybe London was very good as well. London Million was massive. They had a tunnel of like, they had a tunnel where you go through. That was quite cool.
Nines. Got chewed on for a little bit there by Divorce, and he was well served to get out of the way. Davies on the button with these aces. Off we go. Nielsen always ready with the king queen, and
He slammed it as if like he had a monster, man.
Danny did pick up on the manner in which the call did come in. It's so emphatically. The king queen does perform reasonably well against these aces, though. 24% equity. Not great. A lot better than it would be in long deck. And now that he is connected with the king, he actually gains equity.
Great flop for Martin.
Pretty dusty turn as he
Oh,
swaps.
you should have said that, man. What are you doing?
The kings and queens for just jacks. Oh!
The jacks have been flying on the river.
And again, Broadway issues a thrashing.
Sick.
Look at Nielsen.
And really running too well for day one.
He ain't wrong. He says you're really running too well.
The right number of outs to have going to the river.
That is a fair assessment. But Danny wasn't around when that first 50K got polished off in a hurry.
He just two out you.
Martin's been taking no prisoners ever since then, though, as we flip it back over to the other featured table.
Secret time.
RVK looks like he's gotten wind of the fact that this will be the last hand prior to the break. D-miking.
Sounds like 150.
Zhang, Jack 10.
IFO.
Shy of 150. Queen 8's
gonna
not going to
look
be the
you
one.
up.
Let's see if Haxton wants to give him a spin. The answer is yes. Covering stack.
What are these cards?
Check the aces. So terrible.
I think the 10 of hearts is a bit marked. It might just be dirt, but I think there's a dent in the back. I got excited. I was just looking at the backup, and I was like, I probably have at least one
12,000.
ace here.
In the middle. A dominant holding, which now is being thrashed by the Queen 9-8 board. Zheng with the nutters.
What a flop.
Start with the
Time.
king. No.
Only outs to a chop for Ike. Jack needed. Only 3 available. This time, Jacob does not pay us a visit on the river to create
144.
some nuisances for Zheng.
Did you set aside
That
the
will
10
be a
parts to see if
nice
it's
way
marked?
in which to end the level with just a couple left to play here on day 1 of the $50,000 short deck main. Accounting complete. And Haxton, conversely, slightly poor punctuation point for him. No bullets remaining. 29 antes. As we will be going to the 8K level. That glimpse brought to you by Poker Stake. Lun Loon also lacking lammers, but sitting 110 antes deep in a very different situation. As the Malaysians run 1-2 toward the top of the leaderboard, Kiat Lee toward the top of the overall leaderboard. As we bring you back to the desk, Will Jaffe, Ali Najad here, just about a few moments from going to our break. It's a 10-minute schedule break. Will, you know, things got a little violent out there, and in particular, it was the jacks on the river that were responsible.
I mean, that hand that Ike lost, just jack.
Oh, yeah. Mr. P was taking no prisoners, no question about it. That was the savagery of short deck. Everybody said welcome, you know.
I mean, the snipers are here. Martin Nielsen, RVK,
Yeah.
Mr. P.
Yeah. We're going to have a chance to continue to observe some of their procedures as we will step aside for just a few minutes. I'm going to cede the booth to Brian Rast, but don't go anywhere. And while we're gone, why not just download the Triton Poker Plus app? If you haven't done it, I swear I want to reach through this lens and shake you into doing so, because it's exactly what we're using up here, available to you free of charge. Make it happen, and then come see us in about 10 minutes' time for continuing coverage of day 1 of this 50K short deck.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Like that.
Two limps in front of Lun Loon.
Just for a few seconds.
He'll take a swing with the offsuit Jack 9. Pua with the suited version. Chidwick with ace queen. Are these candidates from the button in the face of three limpers?
Yeah, I think Chidwick is going to come with the raise, potentially even an all-in here. Okay, no, it's not quite, because Koze has a lot, so I think he's curious what Koze does. You know, maybe potentially he's folding versus Koze, and just that's enough to put the other two all in.
Yeah, Ichinose covering stack could be trapping up front. Now you see Lun Loon wondering how the heck he got himself into this little spot. Pua calls the 54,000, 28 back, and two of the cards he seeks in the bin.
Yeah, those two cards, very bad news for Paul.
But he does find jacks up on the flop and doesn't waste any time ripping. Chidwick knows ace queen's got some equity. 39% on this occasion, a 3-2 dog and 184K pot. Can Pua find it again?
Chidwick with 2 overs, 39%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hashtag short deck. And now add cards. There's 4 kings. Bring Chidwick to 10 outs. But the 8 is not one of them. As Pua ends up with the jack high straight.
Chop.
I like when the deck doesn't give you K button double ante.
Yeah, we just moved up. Koze chip leader at our old table. But at the new table, looks like it's Michael Zhang. Oh no, yeah, Michael Zhang, 700K with 2 bullets remaining.
Sticking here at this one, though, we find Lun Loon again with Jack 9, deciding to rip it in. Chidwick, ace Jack. He'll make the call. No, he'll move all in just to make sure Ichinose doesn't get any ideas behind him with that boss stack here at this feature. He'll pull most of that 173 back, leaving 47 of it to enter the pot, bringing us to 110K and a dominated Lun Loon. Look at this board. King, queen, 10. Loon flops the second nuts. He's up against the nuts. Now he hunts running hearts or an ace. Queen is of no service. Take the flush draw off the board. 3 aces left in the deck. Loon can't have a clean winner, but he can find the chop with it. Instead, Chidwick polishes off bullet number 2 for Lun Loon as he joins Badziakuski in the no more bullets left department.
Zhang coming with the limp.
Pocket 8s. Fishing for a set. Wang Yang, King Jack.
He's got to put in 60K to win just over 90. So pretty good price. Needs 40% equity. He has 41. So
math checks out as pencils are sharpened and another 60K invested by these 2 8s, bringing the pot to 152,000. King 7 6 and out flopping the 2 8s is the covered stack.
8's still 25% equity. Hearts, straight draws, and there's the gutter.
Yep. The ace playing as a 5 here. 9 or an 8 would polish off this bullet for Wang Yang, and the 8 is the card that comes off. And you see Yang, ready to redeem, is lurking or not. Sometimes those tests come back positive. Rast. Meanwhile, Chidwick, things haven't been positive of late for him, operating off of.
And that's when you Google Planned Parenthood.
126.
126 out of Chidwick. Pua 10's on the button. Let's spin, he says. 264K. Look at Chidwick, a favorite with the suited connected overs. By 9%.
And 8 of spades.
Oh. Top set against the gut shot and the flush draw here. This deck likes to keep things exciting. 7 is safe.
There you go.
Stevie
Well, that's
needing
covered.
help.
Oh.
And he
Welcome back to Jeju. The long deck is done. The 4-card is done. It's short deck time. $50,000 buy-in. Short deck main here in Jeju, Shinhwa World, Triton Super High Roller Series. Getting down to the last levels of the night, and we've seen a lot more action, a lot more chips flying, re-entries. What do you expect here, Rasty, as we kind of wind the night down here in day one?
I expect some action. You know, I think the antes are getting up there. The stacks, as people buy in, are getting short, and let's build up a stack so we can just hammer people on the bubble. Let's go.
Yeah, well, our chip leader is Zhou Xuan, just been dominating. We saw Martin Nielsen at the feature table doing the same. Check out these new tables, though. Stevie, Chidwick, Kuhn with 1 million chips, Taiha, Waikin Wong at the blue table, and then down at our red table, both of the founders, Paul and Richard, as well as Mike Watson, who's just had a monster series taking down the initial short deck event, Sam Greenwood, and Kosei Ichinose. Interesting character, Brian. I thought he was just a PLO guy. He's also here in the short deck streets.
He plays every game, apparently.
And he knew who you were.
That's the most shocking thing of all at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. It's just Brian Rast, 6-time bracelet winner, 3-time poker
I mean, they're
player.
just giving those things out like candy nowadays. So, you know.
Yeah, but
6,
you won
7,
them the hard way. You didn't
8,
win any online,
40.
did you? On that?
No. The online, you know, whatever.
You really worked for those, man. Give yourself
did.
some credit. You didn't win like an 80-person field, you know, in like Pennsylvania or anything, right?
Well, thank you, Will. Yeah.
Of course. Of course. Anyway, we're going to get you guys back into the action here, trying to hold it together on this day one of the 50K short deck main event here. Reg winding down. Players can still reg up until the start of tomorrow, so we'll see chips flying. Don't go anywhere. Let's get back to the action. See Kuhn leading the way on the blue table over there. Tai Ha, R3 App, Wykin, Stevie, Seth Davies, our short stack. He just re-entered too. Mike Watson, the Mad Dog at the red table. Kosei Ichinose, Sam Greenwood, Paul and Richard Yong, the founders, the boss men.
Pass.
And yeah, we watched earlier, a lot of limping, a lot of, you know, smaller pots. The chips are flying now. Here they go for Davies.
Yeah, that Annie's, woo,
I love how close
8,000 getting up there.
Yeah, it's
I mean, one bullet is only 150K, right?
Really?
So
Yeah. That's sick.
I was just like, felt
one
dirty
bullet's like
from this,
19 annies.
massage I had. I was like, I
Yeah, yeah.
just
You just have
wash it,
oil on.
Resaw.
Yeah. That's like, isn't that a Scott Clemens move? Wasn't he just like do all kinds of shit on the 5-minute breaks?
Would he?
That's what
Just, like,
I think
cook a meal and just-
Ramponi told me. That he like ran to the store and like he like got wine one time or something.
Yeah. See that.
睡了5个小时啊。
There's one of the short deck masters, Tan Chuan, joining this
他不会
feature
打
table
短
here.
吧？
So in the last segment, because he's off screen now, tell me, was the chip leader Zhou Xuan, were you guys watching him? Because he's got heaps now.
No, you and I saw him right earlier doing damage, but that was in the early levels. We didn't see any of his new come up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when it's like you could feel that one. He was looking around like a wolf in the hen house, just ready to go for it. And I guess it's been paying off.
No, he was just warming up apparently because he's got a pretty nice chip lead now.
Yeah, there's a good bet in the last segment of the night when they switch out the tables. We'll get him on and see. Hopefully he hasn't dropped down, maybe even increases it so we can just watch him punish. But that'll be later. You guys got to stick around, okay? You stick around, maybe you get that later.
Nice, Rasty.
Triton will reward you for your patience.
Greenwood with ace-8 off. It's a hand. Yeah, Watson did this a lot.
Just ripping it.
Watson did this a lot earlier and also last night in the 25K on his route to victory. I think Richard's going to want to gamble here.
Yeah, he only has one buy-in.
Does have that extra bullet sitting there, but not a lot of chips in front, not a lot of annies.
Getting a good price, Richard Young.
Yeah, he's not going to let the Mad Dog push him around.
10匹杂花就够了。
Okay.
同花更够。
Look, Queen 10 suited's a favorite versus
差不多
Ace 8
有赚
off. How about that?
输赢放一边。
55-44.
That's sick.
赚。
啊？可以退啊？
可以。
那你可以借，肯定可以退的嘛。
接的牌力更强。
退拿下来喽。
所以胜率你也是高的，多赢一点咯，对吧？
Great flop.
多赢一点。
多一点对。本来赢了几个 Andy。
How about a 6?
选。
哎呦，草花加蛋，7张。
Really bad card, but he does have clubs working.
哦，厉害。先推好一点。
肯定嘛。没有风险啊，这个。
Down to that last bullet. .48 players entered. More action. This is basically an every hand occurrence now. Stevie in a great spot versus Wykin.
The fucking nacho thing. Nah, he was like, I was at his table when the showman impression was on Twitter, and Nacho goes, "Look at this impression that Ali Najad does."
Oh yeah, you did tell me that. Unreal.
顶住。
Oh, look at that.
顶住了，兄弟。
I mean, we've seen Stevie just take some brutal ones.
Yeah. Feels like this stop hasn't really been super kind to him.
Oh.
And he's out of bullets here.
Nacho's mom is going to send flowers.
Did Nacho do something to him?
No, there was, when they were at the same table, really deep, either the final table or with 2 tables left, Nacho was just doing his thing. And he was actually, he found a way to berate somebody who had just lost a hand and the person who won the hand, and then this, and then someone, year of the Nacho, yeah. But then he's like, but then, you know, it's the year of Nacho, maybe this 2024, the year of the Nacho 2.4, but it's been the decade of Stevie. So he, in the midst of all of it, he just gave Stevie like the biggest props ever. And then there was some back and forth, and it, you know, then later he's all of a sudden he's like, and my mom watch you too. To which point, like, Stevie actually asked him a question about that one, like, to maybe see
Pry
if
a little more.
bullshitting, right? Because it sounded, but no, I actually think it's real. Like, his mom follows is a big poker fan, watches poker, and I guess really likes Steven Chidwick.
Yeah, I heard him say to Ole that his mom is a fan of Ole Shemian, and Ole goes, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "What do you mean, bro? You're an amazing creature," or something. I'm not even gonna try to do the impression after.
I guess his mom just has, you know, good taste in pros, just like Stevie, Ole. Who else does she like? Makita. Let's find out. They should interview Nacho's mom at one of these stops, like whatever.
I don't think she's making it out here to these stops.
Get a Nacho's mom interview. All right, King Jack dominating both of the hands.
Yeah, did he just rip there? I think so. Yeah, we're getting, it's really in the shovey phase, as the more advanced players like to call it. Isn't that right, Rasty?
It's true, actually.
The old shovey phase. Tai Ha. Arthur Yap there from Malaysia. You ever played in Malaysia, Brian?
I haven't. I haven't been there. Have you?
No. Arthur's going to be all in here. Gets through Kuhn, as well as Davies.
Oh.
But wow, bad news for him. 2 ladies for Tai. He will be taking them out for a spin.
You want my hand, why can't?
9-10 suited.
I had 10-8 of
Yeah,
clubs.
this is about as good as it gets in short deck.
Not so much.
I'd still take it, bro.
Still take it?
I'd still take it, bro. Straight all day.
Straight.
Come on, 3 dead queens. 10-8 of clubs is scooping this thing for sure.
Too much heart. You have too much heart.
Yap does have 1 bullet left.
Zip.
Does pick up a gut shot.
See you later.
There it is. We've seen a lot of these jacks.
Oh, that Broadway.
Tai now needs a 10 to chop.
What is it? 196, right?
Broadway straight draw. Gut shot on the flop.
That dog with a healthy stack. King Queen for Ichinose.
Just 2 more players to get through. How's he going to play it? Just rip it. Grip it and rip it.
Gotta get through tan on the button, though. Not an easy customer, and yeah, this is not going to work.
Think, well, equity's pretty close. These boys are going to gamble, it feels like.
Yeah, tan's getting in there.
That's the one. That's chunky. There you go.
Piece for both.
You can see King Queen's equity actually improved slightly on that board. Picking up the gutter. Oh.
That's a great card for tan, though. Shoots way ahead.
Yeah, takes out 6 of his 10 outs.
Ichinose maybe hitting the re-entry line. No more bullets for him. Tan Schwen stacking chips in short deck, a very familiar sight. Stevie's all in now. Does Tan want to gamble with the suited King 9? He may be tempted because Richard actually has less chips than Stevie on the button. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
This man's a gambler.
Running. Running again.
He plays for the win.
要扣了，够了。10几个盲数。
Great flop for him. Stevie, still plenty of outs, but he's behind now. Can hit a jack too. There it is. Jack has been hitting on the river like crazy.
Straight.
Nice double for Stevie.
You got aces, huh? That's the only hand you limp, I guess.
Yes, it is. Aces.
Davies traps Kuhn over here, and
Oh,
Ty
I might
is
just
all in
scoop
too,
this
actually with
thing.
really
Oh
good
my
equity.
God, I think I got the winner. My hand's just so far in last. I feel like I'm gonna scoop.
I like that. So far in last, he feels like he's going to scoop. It's that short deck humor. Ooh, Jack 10 with the double gutty. This is a really grim one for Jason. And there it is.
I'm just gonna chop it with you. How'd you trap us with Jack 10 off here? This is a sick trap.
Need a three-way.
Yeah, you trapped us on 20 antes.
Jason will win a little. Sorry, Seth will win a little side pot.
How much do we have to pay that man?
Trapping with the old Jack 10 off.
Fucking trapper dude.
Beauty of short deck.
Got him.
Yep.
He sure will. There's a $1.88. Now how much do we got to pay the Darvis?
This is mine. 1.
Guess that was happening. It was just usually going to happen in a different way.
160.
Buck what?
$1.60.
要睇結婚戒指。
Buck.
Check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive sports hub to predict your favorite player's action outcome in Triton events. Definitely not eating right now. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. See if you can get some bets in on these guys. A lot of great short deck players out there. I'm betting on one of these snipers to take this down, Rasty. Zhou Xuan.
I mean, I'll be betting too as long as the line is posted. Make sure I'll check it after we're done.
You're definitely going to forget.
It is what it is. That took quite a bite out of Kuhn's stack. He was getting real healthy, and now he's trying to find him on the list.
312.
Okay.
Yeah, he went from the top of the pack to the middle real quick.
He's in, he has 612K now.
570.
BBG。G shot 開歌手啊，變 cancel。即係今時今日手錶今日冇撚用嘅，睇時間啦。
All in.
咁係啦。我帶手錶攞電話出嚟睇就時間。
Davey's getting back to work.
咁可以咁樣睇，咪咁樣睇啦。唔慣嘛，因為你唔係成日帶嘛，所以你習慣咗就係睇咩嘅電話攞。
We got some Tai Ha fans in the chat. Funny enough, I actually did play PLO with this guy in Philadelphia too, randomly. Yeah. So him and Thomas Ribeiro, both Played a decent amount of PLO with them at this casino in Philly called Parks.
This is a while ago?
Yeah, like with Ty, definitely a while ago. Thomas, maybe like 3 or 4 years. Ty, like 5 or 6 at least.
So he was just, how long was he in Philadelphia for playing PLO?
I'm not sure.
Like a while, or was it for like just a stop? And
No, he was there. Like he would be
Oh.
around grinding a bunch. Aces for Arthur. Kuhn just saw it. Ty win a massive one with Jack 10 offsuit. Look at this.
He's like,
He's
"Let's
getting
gamble."
ideas, yeah.
Well, he's going to be running it versus the aces.
What you got?
Aces.
Good game, bro.
I mean, that's plenty of equity.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm about 90%.
There it is.
Còn vẫn thành kênh rồi. Mày có cấu mình cái ngon.
Kuhn looking for a straighter. He's going to be...
Set apart. Wham!
Big double for Arthur.
Exhilarating game. It's exhilarating. I bet it's so much fun to watch on TV too. So sick.
Pure exhilaration. Short deck.
We couldn't be more excited right now, Kuhn. Thank you.
这个是
for giving us some action.
A7他推吗？他最后一个位全部没去了吗？
对。标准。
Mad Dog making another run here.
Right.
Ladies for Stevie.
These guys are a bit deeper now.
Yeah, he's going to try to induce Tan. Tan's not falling for it. Understandable, though.
No queens left. Stevie's got this one on lockdown. He basically needs to just not get bluffed out.
Easier said than done. I mean, he's sandwiched between two animals. Gets one of them out of there. Still has to deal with the Mad Dog, though. Picks up an open-ender.
Yeah, great card for Sir Watts. Probably keeps bluffing. I mean, we led flop, and now we have equity, but okay.
唔係30人數啊，31個嘅。少到
10萬會唔會有其他人打你咁勁？
The Stevie betters, he could tend to check back.
冇啊，冇人嚟。雞王聽日走落啦。20零個。
Oh, look at this. Just the way it's been going for Mike Watson this trip, and the way it's been going for Stevie. Where's the straight?
全部鬼佬都會打咯。
Lun Loon 牛王應該唔會打啦，亞洲都唔會打啦。
除非佢哋呢度有啲成績。
係咯。
What's the difference?
70.
Stevie's got some pretty key blockers.
Yeah, to the runner straight.
聽日走啊！
唔係好似咁，之前嗰兩籃都冇打。
What a series for the Mad Dog. Almost 3.5 million in cashes. Won the 25K short deck earlier today. Only his third biggest score of the series.
有冇少少似？眼鏡呢個。
似邊個？似邊個？
感覺有冇啲似啊？
似邊個？
咁諗唔到就應該冇咯。
似 Anson。
唔係啦，唔係，冇嘢啦，冇。
Jack 10 and we rip it in.
It's gamble, baby. Tan is going with this, though. It's going to be in good shape.
Shang Tao Ji. 哎呀，比较怕的一手牌。
Just crazy equities in this game.
Yeah. All right, pretty good flop for Swan.
Yeah, Greenwood does have some backdoors working. Not anymore. Just a 10 to win or a jack to chop now. Does have a couple bullets left. Tan Xuan, one of the best short deck players out there, continues to chip up here.
唔係，你 feel 唔到喎咁。
你講似 EPD？
冇，我都唔係，冇嘢啦咁，由佢啦呢隻。
你咪你講似邊個啫？
我唔想，唔係咁，你冇諗到，我唔想特登講啊，因為
有冇嘢㗎？我睇下。
我哋覺得有啲似 iPhone。
嚇？
有啲似 iPhone。肥啲嗰陣時咯。
嚇？
你睇翻幅相，肥啲嗰陣時。
You speak any other languages other than English and math, Rusty?
少少咯，嗰啲
Portuguese.
咯。
Oh, Venezuela.
佢嗰啲
不過佢再黑實啲。
Little time in Brazil?
Yeah, my wife is from Rio de Janeiro.
佢嘅係面型似。
Never been.
It's a wonderful country and Rio's a great city.
You go back at all?
Yeah, we have a house there and I split time nowadays between there and Vegas.
Just running sims in front of the ocean somewhere. Nice little breeze.
I've run probably actually literally 0 sims in Brazil.
Not running sims out there.
No.
Be doing some capoeira.
Yeah, I do some boxing, do some hanging out, some trading.
MMA's pretty big over there, right?
Yeah, it is.
Your nails.
Jiu-jitsu as well. BJJ, it's called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
咁 短碼其實好難推唔出去咯。
I've played very little poker in Brazil. Really, no live poker.
你睇到煙都唔使諗咯，一公都冇做。
It has been booming. I don't know if you know Felipe Ramos. I know they've been doing
Yeah,
some
I do.
series over there. Yeah,
I've like gotten dinner and talked with him a few times. You know, maybe at some point I'll start playing a little bit more, but.
Mad Dog and Tan Chuan go into battle here.
And limping under the gun.
No, I believe Tan raised. Sorry, Watson raised under the gun, and Tan called here.
Oh, okay. And he's coming with check with the ace jack.
Yeah, because the nail is digging into my.
Would imagine Tan bets this.
Pretty gross spot for Watson, although he can rule out ace king in my opinion, which is as a hand that beats him. But and obviously aces. But Tan can have all kinds of straight draws and gut shots and can have the two pairs and all that. But geez, what a card for Sir Watts. Gonna lay some more rope. Let's see if Tan figures out where he's at here or wants to keep firing. With Jack 8, you can get hands like Queen Jack and King Jack to fold, but with the ace pairing, if your opponent has the 3 aces,
that's a pretty awful turn for him.
Yeah, it's obviously never folding.
Sir Watts does have the Jack of Spades.
The Pokeball.
Does lose to Queen Jack now.
I got the Pokeball.
And you see that look from Tan. Yeah, kind of gave it up right away.
Yeah, I think when he got check called on the flop, felt like he had a pretty good idea that his man across the table, Sir Watts, had 3 aces, right? Like
yeah, he knew. He
knew. He just knew.
He just knew. He just looked, saw his whole cards. Not literally, of course. Tan, very experienced short deck player.
邊個啊？你話？
我唔知，我唔識佢嘅，揀細細。呢個身形啊，動作啊。
Late night here, day 1 of this 50K short deck main. Ladies again for Stevie. He's had trouble getting the best hand to hold this trip.
Ooh. Richard Young with very short stack.
Yeah, very nice gambling hand.
Wow, look at this 3-way equity.
Yeah, Greenwood with the 35%er.
Just having that 1 overcard.
唔係因為佢得10幾個 BB， 不過你係唔係都去㗎啦？
I guess being able to make the wheel
會咁樣讀佢啲牌，因為
on 986.
如果佢哋深啲嘅話，可以咁讀。當佢哋短嗰陣時，佢哋咩牌都有。不過你副牌就太靚。
我冇得諗咗啦。
同心。
Stevie's misfortune continues.
有紅頭做咯。
哦，有了。
現在有了。
Richard now can make a heart flush. See 5 outs there.
紅頭皮。
Good game, sir. Would imagine we'll see him again. And it's just been that type of trip for Stevie. The lady's not kind.
I'm so scared. Bye-bye, Danny. Go get Jackson off, bro. Make me happy.
I would be so happy if I got Jackson off.
Would you?
I got like 18 inches under the gun.
Dude.
Just stick it in there and y'all can get
I know, that's, believe me, I've been getting pretty. I had 1.2 million. These short stacks came in and said, fuck you.
Kuhn's got that vibe like he's been here for a little too long right now.
Yeah,
Also.
I think he's missing the family. He's ready to go.
All right, you guys aren't so short anymore, at least. That's all right.
Talking to himself.
Call that one. I'm just gonna call 16,000. See what happens here.
I like it. That's a good plan.
C3.
We've all been
That's
there.
what's gonna happen. There he is. What is it? What is that one? It's fresh, so that's 150, yeah?
Bad news for Kuhn is 2 queens
Okay,
have been
gamble.
folded.
Very bad hand. Very bad. Gamble. I gamble with you. Go ahead, it's all good. The degree, all in moment.
Ooh.
Zoink. I like.
Yeah, it's a real good flop for Kuhn.
Yeah, considering it's going to be hard for him to hit the queen. 2 are folded. There's only 1 left. Oh, my.
That pretty much locks it up.
Yeah, it's over.
Zoink.
Kuhn going to get some of those chips back.
Exhilarating.
Did they just mute his mic?
I brought some healthy Slim Jims this trip. They kind of, not the real Slim Jim, like fake man Slim Jims. Yeah. That's all right, you know. It's fine. I like beef more, but if it's a little leaner meat.
Super lean, right?
Yeah.
Seth's not quite in the gambling mood like Kuhn at
No,
first.
no, he's
just folding the 10-9-0.
He just look. I mean, he folded Ace King like a bunch of times to get third in that shirt deck earlier, and King's now gonna try it again with a better hand.
God damn.
And Kuhn might give this a spin too.
What you got?
350.
About 350.
Jason does seem like he's in a gambling mood.
Listen, I think it's a thing to gamble at this stage to try to get a lot of chips to run away with the ICM.
Yeah, and he does have another bullet. Obviously, can still re-enter.
I got a bad one.
Yeah.
That's great news for him
I
that
got a
Ty
very
folded.
lucky hand, but not a good hand. Very lucky. Very good three-way hand. If you were trapping kings.
What is this, coin flip?
55-45.
Sun Ya Chi
I like
looking to avoid losing back-to-back to Kuhn.
Put him out
Just-
there, Wong.
Jason just called the odds out loud.
Zoink.
55-45. True story.
That's a great flop for Chi.
Little sweat, maybe. All right, that's like an improvement. It's a little another 7. Short deck.
That's not going to do it for Kuhn.
Do you think that these two levels are good or bad for the tournament?
Stevie, with the same hand he bubbled the final table of the main event.
I'm going to take a stab at it that Jason Kuhn's answer isn't good, based on just his general vibe right now.
You don't think he was... And Tan with the ace-jack off again. I think this is going in for him. Not see him folding.
It's a little dicey.
Tan
But
Schwen
yeah.
is a very dangerous man, Brian. Lives on the edge. And Stevie looking to avoid getting sucked out on again. It's been a reoccurring theme here.
It's a pretty big favorite here. He's essentially 2-to-1 favorite as far as winning the pot versus losing it. Those numbers aren't equity, it's win percentage.
Ooh, chop.
Not a bad flop for Tan.
No, we got the hearts working.
Or just the jack of hearts.
There you go.
Stevie can't catch a break. I mean, it's... You almost can feel it now.
Yeah.
Does have 2 bullets left, but he's got to be frustrated the way it's gone.
35万40多
Tan Schwen continues to chip up here.
He hides it pretty well, though. Kind of like a elite boxer or MMA fighter when they get hit in the body and they just like...
Just bounce off?
It just...
The blows just bounce off them.
You know they got to be feeling it, but they don't look like it. They're just, yeah.
Download that Triton Poker Plus app if you haven't already. And make sure to update it if you have downloaded it.
15K.
Joe Schwen still the overall chip leader. Tan in 5th now.
He's lost a little back, though. He's dropped back almost 400K. So his off-screen machinations are not working out right now, but he's still healthy.
Greenwood might sail this 10-9 of diamonds in.
Yeah, he's been sailing a lot of stuff in.
Sail away, sail away. Tan can't gamble this time.
Oh, that's so good.
Mr. Greenwood.
Sir Watts with the limp, a little 9/8 suited action. UTG. Ton hasn't seen a hand worth folding to a limp in quite a while. He's in. All right. Let's see if Mike takes a stab at this here, since he's the person who can have all the big pairs.
Hello?
Does Danny want to float with the ace high? Yes, he does. It's one of the better hands he can have. You know, if he doesn't have the quads. Oh.
Great turn for Danny.
Yeah, Mike might keep bluffing it as well. We'll see. I mean, Danny could have an ace. He could also have pocket pairs. Obviously, he can have 4 queens.
Danny quickly checks back, giving the Mad Dog a little rope. Mike's navigated these spots very well. This one is too tempting to resist.
Oh, is he going big?
He's reaching, Brian.
Wow, going for 150. That's solid. That's over 1.5x pot.
Yeah, but this is not going to work.
Probably not, right?
I mean, the overbet gives himself the only chance he would have had, but just Danny trapped him very well there.
Yeah, I think when Danny has worse than an ace there, which he can definitely have, probably works. But Danny's thinking, I shouldn't have an ace here very often. Maybe, you know, maybe he's even trying to bet me off a chop.
Yeah, I mean, when you just when you play it like that, you're trapping.
Yeah.
Can't be afraid of the overbet.
Yeah, you kind of induced it with the check back on the turn.
The Mad Dog does have a lot of bite in him.
The Mad Dog getting nasty on that one.
It's ferocious. Arthur going to get moved around and pick up the Jack-10 of clubs.
Anita?
Expect
Anita?
him to limp here. Chip's
Anita.
still in the rack.
Cash. I have no cash.
Stevie's going to sail that nub right in there. Looking for some better fortune. He's actually in good shape here. Obviously, the Jack-10 has a lot of equity.
Fortunately, 2 kings were folded behind him. One of his best cards he can flop.
She'll get you some
And
cash.
I didn't see a single jack
Thank you very
folded.
much. It's just my skin's like really rubbing a little bit now. Yeah. Thank you.
Great flop for Arthur.
How's Stevie going to win this one?
Good turn for Stevie. Bad river. You see, he had that bullet ready before the flop was even dealt, really. He knows the way he's running. It's going to be a long night.
I wonder if he busts this bullet, if he's just like...
No, he's not giving up, brother.
No, not giving up, but... I mean, they only have one more level. Like, do you pack it in for the last level and just...
Oh, yeah.
Late reg going in tomorrow, or is he just insta-firing?
I think he's insta-firing.
Yeah. He's just impervious then.
So we're at the point where all these lammers are going to have to get cashed in. You see him going in the middle there. Can't hold on to him any longer.
Yeah, it's time to play with all the chips.
You can play with all the chips on GG. Sign up, get a $50 Global Millions ticket. Use sign up code Triton_2024. Qualify for Triton events. Play with these guys. I mean, look, normally I wouldn't want to play against Stevie, but the way he's running, anybody's got a shot. Best emojis in the game. Qualify for Triton events. Promo code, use that promo code Triton_2024. So sick. Davies trapping with a monster, and looks like he's got a customer here.
Consolidation has ended.
debt consolidation. Gambling.
Debt consolidation has ended. Feel like I got aces. Did you give them to me? Thanks, you
Look at this.
Hard for you to have aces. But I got
Kuhn picks up the Cowboys on the button.
I mean, you gave me aces. I knew you were going to.
Gonna be fireworks here.
All in.
Davies did not limp his hand to fold it.
No, he's not folding. But I think everybody else is.
All the bullets are in play. All the chips are in the middle. Gee, maybe, yeah, almost looked like he wanted to gamble for a split second.
No, I feel like he does that natural pause quite
I
frequently.
got one overcard.
And look, this is basically a flip here.
Got the Andre Kirilenko.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Almost aces. It felt like aces. I really did. It felt like them.
Do you have a diamond?
No, I wish I did, so they just kill this hand. All right.
Davies basically dead.
You just need a queen or a 10. It's like, or ace ace. It's like,
Danny.
Good turn.
I'm just describing what objective reality is. I got no horse in this race or whatever the expression is.
Just stop with the horse talk. All right.
And Kuhn, who bled down to like 200K, back up over $1 million.
You had ace king of diamonds against my kings. You remember this?
Which was this?
Madrid 150K final table.
That's right.
And I
Was it
held there
diamonds?
too.
I think I had clubs.
You had spades, didn't you?
I think I had clubs. Yeah. Yeah. 498. There's 500. And
I would have hit a queen.
Fuck myself.
You would have?
I got 4.
Yeah, I would have hit a queen. That's it.
And 7 diamonds?
No, 9. Not a
Sorry,
very
Sharker.
good hand.
You're good. We're playing short deck. Get all in. Lot.
You guys mind if I give him 300 back?
Yeah, just a quick bullet. It's cool, right? Friendly game. Fuck me. First hand after the bullets go.
Well, you still get to shred this hand.
Peel big.
You're going to play it perfectly.
Peel big lick in the big blind.
Not only big lick suits, man.
Good.
Feels like a favorite against kings. It really does. I know it's not, but it feels like it.
Got 22 behind. Damn, it's gonna be a 4 bullet operation. Oh.
You just win 10 and you'll be all right.
I mean, I can.
Why can just jamming it?
800,000.
No trapping.
Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen for you here. Like you're crushing. No.
10-6 versus aces. Great start.
Davies, gonna need something here.
Okay.
Okay. Take that last board, same board.
I mean, you might just swap trip 6s, man. Hey, there.
All right.
Hey.
You got some potential.
Let's flop the gutter ball.
7. Zoink. Oh my
All right.
God.
Picks up
It
even
has
more
begun.
outs.
This is a short deck hand.
Yeah. Feels like 7 spades. Hey,
Okay.
GG.
It's been real.
It's been nice, but it ain't been real nice.
40,000.
Stevie all in with the best of it again. Looking to avoid another suck out.
They're playing a side pot. Sam's definitely going to take this off, getting 11-1.
Yeah. In position with the backdoor clubs. Stevie in great shape yet again. You know how that's worked out for him. I mean, you just expect it at this point. Greenwood drills the nuts. Tan makes 2 pairs. TV's drawing dead.
Yeah, 10 to chop.
Tan just kind of, he might just pile this.
400.
Greenwood, what a sight.
我操！还打错了，没想到10个这手。
For Stevie.
I mean, he just can't catch a break right now.
Greenwood got a real nice pot. Stevie is sent to the rail.
Gets up and takes his food with him. You know, and sometimes in that spot, I just sit there for another couple minutes eating my food.
You don't get up and.
No, I'm like.
Yeah, you might as well.
Fuck it, man. I'm paying the rake too. Like, I'm just gonna eat my food here for a minute or two till someone comes to bounce me. Stevie's too gentlemanly for that, but.
Yeah, Rast would have stayed there for like 5 minutes. Would have made them forcibly remove him from the seat.
No, I mean, someone comes and they're ready to sit down, I get up, but right now nobody needs this chair. I've got my food. All right, probably check this to Tan, and he probably bets this flop. Ooh, checks it back.
Tanny drills the straight. He's just going to slow play. This is a range thing.
It is good. Tan's unpredictable.
Doesn't bite, though. Does Danny want to go full trap here?
Not sure who can call him.
What? Free bluff? Bluff? Probably not.
Huh?
200K?
Yes.
No.
Last level here.
Yeah.
Triton. Super High Roller Series in Jeju.
We've got a new boss, Martin Nielsen.
I'm lucky.
Now he's up to 2.4.
Wrong.
Pride of the Faroe Islands.
读错牌了，没想到10个。对。
Do you know what, as of 2021, the population of the Faroe Islands is? Would you like to guess? Hazard a guess.
忘了这手牌。
5,000.
53,000.
我想勾勾死死去了。
Any celebrities?
所以犯错。
Martin Nielsen.
哎，犯挺大错的。
Here we go. Little something for anyone, but it feels like Tan's going to like this the most with a robust flush draw as opposed to middle and bottom pair. But Watson is going to fire based on his range advantage as the UTG limper. Come in with a big size. Ooh.
Wow, that is an action turn.
So Watson pulled ahead of a king, if that's what Tan has, already beating Queen 10. Maybe Ace 10 if Tan had that and didn't raise pre-flop, quite the parlay. But losing to flushes. Oh, the look. The look when you have two hearts. I like it. Balance. Tan's got all the tricks.
Yeah, not his first rodeo.
When this is followed by call, I find it to be more effective. When you follow it with raise, now it does look like you just faked it. You're right. You're like, look, oh, yes, raise. Do I have a heart? Okay, raise.
See if Watson picks up on it.
So
Tan, a very aggressive player. Mad Dog trying to make sense of it.
Sir Watt's basically dead to a flush. It's kind of what Tan's representing, but he has 3 jacks. And Tan got some action.
Yeah, his image paying off here.
Maybe Sir Watts really believed the heart check. I'm telling you, though, when it's a check followed by a raise, it's like they always have it. The check was intentional. I mean, now I know someone's listening to this, and they're just going to get me this summer at the WSOP.
Don't give away all the secrets, Rasty.
They're gonna be at my table and do that intentionally when they don't have it. But
Tan looking up to the sky here.
they have the chips up there.
He's not considering checking this back, is he?
No. I don't think so. I think this is just a acting job, is what I think. He's doing some acting.
He's doing some acting. He's cutting out chips now. See the look on Mad Dog's face, kind of says it all.
No, he's not going to check back a flush.
It looks genuine. This is not a bad acting job, if it is one. Watts did call a very big bet. He's going to have to call another if he wants to see the cards turned over here. There it is. 465 from Tan.
465.
Tan hoping his aggressive image combined with some pretty nice Hollywood skills can get him paid. Possible he's doing this with like just the naked ace? Ace 10 offsuit with the ace of hearts?
Yeah, or even weaker. I mean, it's Tan in the cutoff. He plays all kinds of weak hands. Could be ace 7 off, 8 off, 6 off, all that.
Watson going to try to figure this out. And he does pay it off, and Tan Xuan vaults up the leaderboard. Monster pot there.
Huge pot.
Watson going to be crippled to about 25 antes. Really the first misstep I've seen Mad Dog make all trip.
对呀，平时好事做的很多的，要经常做好事，扶老奶奶过马路。
你给奶奶抽2手烟都有，扶奶奶过马路。
有，经常的，你不知
你搬
道
着。你的烟啊，给她抽2手烟啊。
日行一善。
你属什么的？会长对吧？对。
Back to work for Tan. No time to rest.
He's going right to work with the ace-8 offsuit. It's animal style.
This is the hand, and wow. I was going to say, Mad Dog did a lot of work with ace-8 off in the 25K he won, but he didn't run into aces with it. And this is about as good as it gets for short deck. He doesn't even want to show the ace.
No need.
It's a dead card. Mr. Watson, a great spot to double.
Oh.
That's me.
6, 9, yeah, 9. Chop.
Can't save you.
退还一半。
King Jack suited.
Yeah?
King Jack.
King Jack suit, you call, I lose.
247.
2.
如果你好好打，应该至少几个半局。
47. OK. 正常啦，这牌抢盲嘛，哪有打那么死板的？跟他推不亏啊，30个盲。
Jack 10 off for Kuhn. It's been a trouble hand.
A little limp, another limp. There's no Tan Xuan at this table, though.
And I would imagine
Tan Xuan's just making it 120 there with ace-9 off and the cutoff.
Danny DeVoris is going to be all in here.
Yeah.
The ice fisherman.
He's about to cut a hole in the ice.
All in? All in?
Don't tell me Kuhn was trapping with this yet. He's had enough.
Oh, my punter hand.
Your what hand?
Jack 10. Could have just punted it in. Maybe should have punted. That's a lot.
58 entries. Look at this. Phil Ivey up to 4th place.
Ivy loves some short deck.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
We should have a Nolan Hold'em tournament with like 3 big blinds and antes in the pot.
We should have like a mixed game. So PLO Hold'em short deck.
Yes.
I thought about that, and I would love that, but I actually
And
think
look
no
at
one
this.
would play.
DeVoris is in
Well, there's
trouble.
at least 3 people would play there.
No, but like
He might want to dig another hole in the ice, but he might not get out.
Yeah. How's he going to play it? Is he going to limp? Is he going to jam? Oh, no, the jam.
Kuhn wakes up with the aces on the button. Looking to send DeVoris into the abyss. Oh, great flop for Danny.
How much is it?
Kuhn gets the payment ready because we're flipping now.
Never easy.
Oh. 1 out down.
All right.
All right.
GG. I'm feeling so optimistic about that one, to be honest. I wasn't feeling so good about that one.
all right. See you tomorrow, lads.
See you tomorrow, bro.
Danny's going to call it a night. He'll be back in the morning. A little shut-eye, maybe some tennis. It's been an expensive short deck main for him.
Oh, a couple bullets?
A couple bullets at least that I've seen. So
okay.
Yeah, I think there's a point.
minimum 6-figure investment.
I would look and see who has the chip.
Yeah, we've lost almost half our field, over half our field.
10 more minutes.
Yeah.
So we will be getting
I
a
think it's worth it.
wave of late registrants tomorrow. A nice spin up for Jason. She gonna rip it with the queen jack off, and
What is it?
I think he's gonna get a customer here.
How
Not the best spot.
How are the 2 little ones?
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. I love it here actually.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of things to do for them to do actually, like horse riding, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe I'll bring them next time.
Tangerine picking.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Stuff like cafes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for them, I think.
Yeah, I really wish it's so far, but I wish I would have brought him. I mean, the one's only 8, 9 months, so he's so young. It's like hard to.
But sometimes like 8, 9 months is kind of pointless, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And it's just nice to hold him.
Yeah.
King high.
Ty is gonna send Chi to the rail here. Nice pickup for him.
People busting left and right now.
Oh, Danny's right back in action. Not gonna go to sleep.
现在最后10分钟，今天，或者是
Going
明
to
天
attempt to start a
开始
late
之
night
前
spin. So we know, Rasty, if you get knocked out while you're eating, you eat for a few more minutes. If you're getting a massage, what do you keep the massage going as long as possible?
We're done there.
The showers.
Yeah. With the food, I mean, it depends. Like, Stevie had a bowl he could carry away, but there's been times in like the Poker Go studio, it's like you've got the setup, the
Yeah,
dumplings,
you got like
little
a fillet.
sauce,
Yeah, you got
and
like a
you're
big
just like,
feast in front
how
of
am
you.
I gonna move this? You know, like, well, I'll just eat for a couple minutes and then I'll walk away. You know, throw it away, walk away.
You ever just throw like a whole steak on the table?
No. What?
Just like in disgust.
That's a giant asshole move. Can't do that.
Look, this table is going to have to be rebalanced. Not enough players with that elimination. Decent amount of hands here.
Wow, ace queen just limping. Oh, he's got Tan there. Maybe.
Yeah, these guys are all hoping for Tan to do something. Doesn't bite though.
Okay.
A piece for everyone.
I mean, ace queen feels like the hand that's the most robust on this. Only a gutter though, but you actually can make the nuts. Everyone else is.
There's a straight for Watson and Danny Tang. Interesting card for Arthur, who is double gutted now.
So far, nobody's bet a straight, a one-card straight on the turn.
No,
in
not
these
when it's
pots.
not been the nuts.
When it's not been the nuts, is again.
Danny just, yeah, again. And Schwen Rivers trips.
Running good. Double up, then I'll be very comfortable.
It's dinner time. Mad Dog getting a little chow.
这老外小气的不得了，都有直播的，还不给知道底盘。
Where are you guys going after this weekend?
Going into Niseko for 4 days, 5 days.
Nice.
And then maybe Tokyo? I don't know.
Sick.
And then back to home.
Were you in Niseko prior to this?
Yes.
Yeah?
January.
So good up there, man. Next year we're coming.
I'm going every year.
Yeah.
Sure. Elton stayed there for 2 months.
No way, really?
Yeah. And he actually also runs a game there.
Yeah, he was telling me about it.
Yeah, so it's like poker, snowboarding, party.
Sick. Sounds amazing.
Yeah, how much is it?
Mr. P back in action. Imagine Ty is going to gamble with him. It's not a great spot, but
I'm probably way behind.
No,
he's going to be happy to see
Okay,
basically a flip.
I take that.
Ace Jack with a double gutter for the straight. And
Turn. 6.
Wow.
3.
Nice double up there for Mr. P.
Thank you.
We have 2 chip stacks over $1 million. Martin Nielsen still the chip leader, 2.7, and Phil Ivey, number 2, 2.1.
You know what it? Nah, maybe that doesn't work. You know what could fix it? At least fix the incentives. Is you only get to rebuy past a certain level if you started on time. At least that would keep people from gaming the system. I guess no one's gaming the system, but if they did.
I mean, but you can still come at the last level, right? 对啊，打3手牌。对啊，打3手牌。
Kuhn may just put this in here.
哇，你肥流喎佢嚟。
I can't imagine Ty is going to fold.
This hand's always ugly in these spots, but Kuhn has one of the few hands he's actually a pretty big favorite against.
Yeah, we've seen the ace-8 loves to rip. Wow, and it works here. This is why. I've seen this get through so much, the ace-8 offsuit.
How many did he set? Oh.
What is it?
Làm thôi hả?
Hello.
是观潮河。睡觉。
Download the Triton Poker Plus app now. Just scan the QR code. What could go wrong?
You heard the man.
Hello.
One of 2 things will happen. Either A, you take the red pill and you get the best poker app ever designed by man, or B, the world explodes and everybody dies.
Jesus, Rusty. How much time we got left tonight?
It's either one or the other. One of those will definitely happen.
Isaac Caxton joins the table. Just download that app. Nothing bad's going to happen. Made it this far. 60 players entered now. Do a little rebalancing.
24个人，怎么会有7个人呢？哼。
Back in action. Full table now.
Yeah, they're combining the tables here. They were playing 4-handed on a bunch of tables, and not anymore.
Queens for Arthur.
I have rainbow last hand if I knew that.
Oh my.
Yeah, Kuhn's starting to pick up a lot of hands. Big slick here.
Tell me what you got, like 1.1? Alright. I'm all in.
He's just going to rip it. And jacks for Ike. Welcome to the table, sir.
Does he feel like gambling?
Ike's a gambling man.
What about Tai Ha on the dealer button with 284K? Ace Queen.
It's a really tough spot for Ike.
This is going to be interesting. This could be like a 4-way all-in, or
yeah, depending on what
heads
happens.
up,
I mean,
I don't think Tai Ha's folding. I mean, he only has 28 antes. Kuhn's he's been kind of ripping it a lot.
Yeah, this is a big rip.
No, certainly, but he doesn't have very many
Here's a bunch
chips.
of dudes seem to be interested.
Let's
in
see.
the game.
I think.
Yeah, he really doesn't have a lot behind.
But, I mean, if you want to try to get involved.
Does look like he wants to go with it.
Yeah. Now, what about queens here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of chips. He limped. And if he folds, this situation will work out incredibly well for Kuhn. But is Kuhn just ripping kings or aces here?
I'd assume he's not just ripping aces, but you never know. Kings,
And look
he
at
definitely
this.
might.
Incredible timing for Kuhn. Gets queens, nines, and jacks to fold and gets all in against ace-queen offsuit. I mean, that's pretty absurd.
Yeah.
That's how you win 10 Tritons.
I think it was a good fold.
I think it was too.
I'll pick my hand too.
Jacks.
That's for the set. Oh yeah. Oh, you call me. Oh.
Oh,
wow.
hate to hear
That's
you
the
fold a
case
jack.
queen, too. Still plenty of outs for Kuhn.
A lot of kings in that deck, I think.
Ike folded 2 jacks.
It would punish me for folding the jacks too.
Wow, and Yap would have tripled up, basically. Big double for Tai Ha.
Yeah, pocket queens just scoop, huh?
Yeah.
How much is it?
Yeah, that would have been a massive pot.
Nice answer.
You? How many hands do we play? Hmm?
我本來 call 嘅，
2 more?
嗰條有 call 到我就心諗冇咩 call，咁係啦。
2 more hands tonight.
冇事，頂住。
Players can still register up until the start of day 2.
哇，最幸運。個女仔俾我幾撚樣？
Mr. P looks like he wants to see a flop.
I mean, it's only 10K to call, so he has a pretty good hand.
Kuhn in there as well.
I feel like a queen is coming on the flop. Nope.
Arthur has the best hand on the button with 10-9. But Kuhn, a lot of possibilities. Same for Wykin, and he's going to bet, actually. Does have the strongest range here, limping under the gun. Kuhn want to peel a turn here.
For third pot. Backdoor hearts not as compelling in this game. 5-way pot. Yeah, he lets it go. Arthur's not going to get out of the way, though. Not with 2 pairs, surely.
He's going to see a turn. Gives him a pair. Wykin, that is. Does he want to keep barreling?
He's blocking turn 2 pairs. Jack, you know, blocking the straight, and he gets bottom 2 out.
Wants the river.
Yeah, very nice from Wykin. Very experienced short deck player. I believe this is the last hand of the night. You never want to bust on the last hand of the night, do you, Rasty?
Well, I mean, busting in general is not very fun. At least this, you can still rebuy. Could be worse.
Fair enough.
No, I'm not a person who cares that much about the last hand of the night. I want people who don't want to bust on the last hand of the night at my table. How about that?
So you can abuse them?
Just bend them over. Yes. With their irrational.
I remember one of my friend's strategies was the last hand before break. He would just always go nuts because the whole table would just want to go on break. Yeah. So it would be him and the other guy, the only other guy at the table who
wants to
picked
go
up on the
nuts too.
dynamic. Yeah, and they just would play some crazy like 4-bet pot with whatever they had. Action here. Top and bottom for Jason. But a good hand for Ty as well.
Well, and Ty just limped this behind.
Yeah,
it's going to get him into trouble.
It's going to get him into a lot of trouble.
Eight? Only number 2.
Jason actually overbets the flop here.
I'm just going kind of insane.
Ty's going to get away. Really nice fold there.
No bluff.
And Ty's got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, that'll help you sleep easier tonight.
You folded ace. No, you didn't.
Kuhn incredulous that he folded ace queen.
Good close for Jason. We'll see a bunch of entries, I would assume, tomorrow before we start back up. But that's going to do it for us tonight. Been a fun, action-filled night in this short deck main event. Will Jaffe, Brian Rasty, and Allie will be kicking you guys off tomorrow. I'll be back in the mix. But yeah, see you guys then. Good night, good morning, whatever it is.